Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the 2021 International Congress on Islamic Economics and Finance. My name is Amal Saim. I'll be the host of today's event. Today, inshallah, we'll start with the third session entitled Macroeconomic View. The chair of this session will be Assistant Professor Shabir Khan. Dr. Khan will be guiding this session for 1.5 hours. Over to you, Dr. Khan.
Okay, thank you very much. I welcome all of you, all the participants, all the presenter. So the today's session, session 3 is about macroeconomic view, and the paper we receive for this session is very important in the context. And hopefully we will listen a new insights, new findings from these papers. So the first paper we have is Land and Distribution of Income and Wealth. Is it possible to drive insights from Western thinking for Islamic economics? The presenter is Shamim Ahmed Siddiqui. So for this session, we have 1.5 hours. So hopefully that everyone will take care of the time, and then we will go in a smooth way. So I just want to invite the first presenter, Shamim Ahmed Siddiqui, to discuss his paper. And I ask and I hope that all the presenter will finish the paper on time, and all the participants that they will listen to the paper with a full concentration, and we will find new insights. So now the floor is yours, Mr. Shamim Ahmed Siddiqui.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum to everyone, and good morning probably in Turkey. I'm in Dubai here. I'm starting at around here, I think Turkey time 9:05. So I think I have 15 to 20 minutes. So I hope I will be very easily able to finish by that time. This paper that I am sharing with you is basically it is an ongoing research that I am doing in the area of land rent, and how the return from land should be distributed among different factors of production. And that is my actually research objectives at the moment. I have written, as you can see in my extended abstract, I have written a couple of papers in this area. My basic aim is the following. I understand the main principle of Islamic economics is to make sure that the distribution of income in the economy is fair, and every section of the society or all factors of production in the economy get their fair reward. That is the main thing, the main objective of the Islamic economics. As I understand, and there are quite a few similarities between the market economic system or the capitalist system and Islamic economic system, and which are the free markets, by and large free markets, and also the sanctity of private property. So these two things are, there is no difference between the two. When it comes to distribution of income, how the income generated in the economy is being distributed among different factors of production, I think we have some serious differences. or at least we can say when it's not serious differences, we have major differences. But in this, we should also, as Islamic economists, and I see Islamic economics as a heterodox economics because we are not the mainstream economics of the world. The orthodoxy or the mainstream economics remains the neoclassical Keynesian synthesis. So there are other school of thought within economics coming from West, which are also critical of both from left and the right. There who are critical of the way the capitalist system has evolved and its current status. And my thinking is that there are some common, as we have something common with neoclassical economics or the capitalist economic system, we also have some common, common criticism against the neoclassical system, and maybe we can get some ideas from there as well, and which is very compatible to in my view, the way I see the objectives of Islamic economic system. So this
Sorry,
is
Shamim sir, sorry to
yes.
interrupt. Do you have slide to share?
I have some slide. I can do that, but I thought
No. No, if you don't want to share, no problem. I just want to.
Oh, okay. So. So yeah, I can share because I did not know the format of, so one of the main tasks, as we can see on this particular slide, one of the main tasks of every generation of Islamic economists is to help the governments in devising new policies or revising existing policies to improve distribution of income pattern in the economy. So this is I see is one of my objective as well. It is continuation of my research which I had done for the labor market, and one paper I have done a few years ago on the issue of the land, how we tackle the issues related to land in the light of the ahadith of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So this is here we are looking in this paper. It is an ongoing paper. I have not completed it. Quite a few things I have to do before it comes as a full paper. Is basically to look at more. In my previous paper, I already briefly included the main idea of Henry George, but I wanted to do more, starting from Aristotle until very recently, the New Georgians. I wanted to see what are their ideas and and also I wanted to see what is going on in the in some of the Muslim countries, especially my own country, Pakistan, where there are some new movements around, to provide housing to almost every citizen. So if I look at, but if we start from Aristotle, we see that he was in favor of, there was a debate whether the land should be under the in the common property, or it should be an individual, it should be individually owned. And of course, he was in favor of individual, so because it will be the use of land will be optimal if it is being under the individual ownership. I have to go very fast so that so he had this idea. Then we see the Christianity initially also was in favor of having all the land in the as a common property, but later on they were also influenced by Greek writings, and they eventually not only allowed private ownership, but also themselves, the church themselves, became a big owner of the land with the in collaboration of the governments. Adam Smith, again, he says this thing, as you can see. He's saying that as soon as the land of any country has all become private property, the landlords, like other men, love to reap where they never sowed, and demand a rent even of for its natural produce. So, he also mentions about, and of course, this was farmland were the main issue at that time. So he does mention about that there are, injustices there, but it does not come up with any solution, because in his time, and his main idea was to generate more and more economic growth, how economy can grow. And his idea was that if economy grows, the labor will get higher wages, and also the landlord with the higher wages of purchasing power of the and larger population, the rent of the land will also go up, and the landlord will also benefit from it. So according to Adam Smith, the interest of the labor and interest of the landlord are similar, whereas the interest of the capitalist or the producers of manufacturing goods are different. Same when come to Ricardo. Ricardo was very worried that the higher level of rent will take out all the profit of the all the income of the society, and there will be little left with the entrepreneurs and capitalists to expand the economy. So he did not see that the economy's interest or the landlord interest are similar. Then then comes Marx, and he also when I was reading Marx, he's quoting John Say, and again the theme is coming that the bargain struck between landlord and tenant is always advantageous to the former in the greatest possible degree. He derives
Sorry,
yes.
Shamim sir, can you keep your camera a little bit down, because half of your face are visible? Yes, yes.
Okay. Is it
Yes,
better
sir.
now? Is it better now?
Now it's better. Now it's better.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm so sorry, because I'm not looking at the
Okay.
screen. Okay. So here again, one observation that we make from, say, the opening of a canal or a road, the increase of population and of the propensity of a district always raises the rent. Okay, so whatever happens in the economy, it benefits the landlord, and this becomes very significant, this idea. And I see that this has been observed a long time ago. And if we look at the today's situation in many of the countries, we are having this major problem. Marx, as he was always he was always looking for the interest of the labor. He was saying, yeah, the basic idea was that if you leave the means of production, whether it is land or capital machine, it will always the labor will be always exploited. So his solution was, of course, that government takes over these means of production, so that the incident of exploitation will be eroded or taken away. So this is Marx. And then interestingly we come to Western thought, even from the right side. Libertarian are probably is on the most rightist group of people in economic thought. And we can see here that one of the claim is that one of their writers is saying that the first and probably the most important subsidy of history is land theft, by which peasant majorities were deprived of their just property right and turned into tenants forced to pay rent based on the artificial property titles of state privileged elites. And this again we see some not exactly in the same way, but this is still happening in many places, and including my own country, where a lot of land is being the way it is being distributed is by the government is really not fair to the common people. Then we say Mises again, the Austrian economist, which really want very, very free market. They want the least government. Then again, Mises is claiming that the embezzlement of land would not have been possible under a free market economy. So he is a, is an advocate of a completely free economy. And he say if the market were free, it could have never happened. The normal functioning of the market never results in a state of affairs in which most of the land of a country is owned by a tiny class of absentee landlords and the peasant majority pay rent for the land they work. Wherever it is found, it is the result of past coercion and robbery. So this is the ideas which is coming from far right school of thought, which are supposed to be very far right. Okay, so Marx far left and far right, they're all having this idea that the way land is being distributed or controlled or even has some problem. Carson also mentions Murray Rothbard, again a libertarian, who at one point suggested that instead of defending all existing land titles in the name of the sanctity of property, southern plantations in the United States could be divided and given freely, probably is a mistake, American slaves. So these are the ideas which has come from the West, and finally I will go to Henry George. He from Philadelphia, USA, and he became very popular with his book, Progress and Poverty. Yeah.
Sorry, Shamim sir, once again to interrupt.
Yes.
Actually, if you wind up, because we have just 10 minutes
Yes.
for your presentation, to have some time for discussion.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 5 minutes were, I started 5 minutes late, so I'm just coming to this.
Okay, no issue.
Okay, so according to Henry George, which is, his period is around beginning of the 1900 and beginning of the 1900, when at the end of the 19th century, and what he was suggesting, and which has a very significance even today. His suggestion was that if the government have only single tax, his idea was that if we have a single tax in the economy, that means taking away all the capital gains from the landed properties, this will be enough for all the expenditures of the government. There will be no need to tax the wages or the laborers, and not even to tax the producers, or the capitalists, because he thought that the increase in the value of land does not belong to individual owner, because this increase of the value of land is because of the increase in the population and in the increase in the economic activity, and this the landlord has nothing to do to contribute to that. So all these capital gains tax, if it had been taken away, that will be enough for government spending, and labor could be spared. The capitalists should be spared so that they have enough money to do further investment and create further job. Of course, this was not very much supported by the left movement, which were also looking at increasing the wage at that time, and also wanted to have higher, to have some higher taxes on the capitalists. So the reason he failed, I also wanted to include in my paper and see how those mistakes could be avoided, and how far we can take the idea of Henry George in Islamic economics. As I see that Islamic economics, there is no clear-cut instruction for him coming from the basic Islamic sources. Other than that, the distribution of income, the wealth has to be all the time, continuously should be, all the policies should concentrate on distributing income and wealth among masses. While you produce more, we are not going for a communist system. We will have a market system, but continuous effort should be made to make sure that the right share of income and wealth is going among different factors of production. And this and we can learn a number of things what is happening in the West, either from the theoretical side or also from the practical side. For example, in Singapore, if you buy another house, or if you are trying to buy and sell land and house, they have either by a business entity or by individuals. There is a severe curve on doing that, because you are not allowed to make profit from that, or it is highly taxed. In England nowadays, the tax is between 18 to 28%, but it is only to the residents of UK. If anybody is investing from outside, it is not being taxed, and this is a big problem, because the people who are living in London, for example, those who are working there, they are unable to buy houses, but people from all over the world can buy the house and increase the rent and increase the price of the houses. So every country, I was reading just recently about Ethiopia and Rwanda, they also have the same problem. Economy is growing, wealth is increasing, but a lot of this is being taken in terms of rent, and people are just putting money in speculation. Each and every country is having this problem. How to solve this problem, especially for the Islamic economic, theoretically and also practically, by looking at what is going on in particular country. That is the theme of the paper, and I hope, inshallah, I will be able to complete soon. I will stop here.
Okay, thank you, Shamim Sir, for your presentation. Of course, this is a very important topic, and you have touched upon many areas. Now I want the participants, if they have any questions or have any comments regarding to improve your paper, and to I want to discuss any critical points, so they are welcome.
Can I say something? I am Dr. Munshi Nasir Ibn Afzal.
Yes.
Okay, I am also Dr. Shamim Siddiqui's student. I'm working at one of the university in Bangladesh. So I would like to ask a very simple question, and I'm very happy that Dr. Shamim presented a very nice paper and very insightful, and we are getting more information about the land distribution and the rent pattern of the world. So I just want to add, it's something that we can do in future, like Dr. Shamim sir mentioned about different countries example. So if it is possible that we can get some data on those countries survey or primary information, so that it's just a suggestion, maybe in the future this paper can be a very good demonstration of evidential work. For instance, recently we have seen that one of the Nobel winning book, Poor Economics by Abhijit Banerjee, he also doing something for the good of the society, and also collecting information around the world, so that this book is now become a very good evidence and reference to this particular area. So just a addition of my observation of the presentation, that if it is possible in the future, collect some data so that it can be proven through the theoretical perspective and also the empirical one. Just a kind suggestion, and I'm very happy to join this session, and very insightful presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Should I respond now, or
Yes,
later?
sir. Yes.
Yeah. I'm already working, Dr. Munshi. I'm already working, and you will be very welcome to join me, inshallah, to complete this paper. So don't worry, inshallah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm already
Thank you,
looking
sir.
at it. Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone who have a question or have a comment? Anyone else? Okay, sir. I have found many things in your discussion. For example, you mentioned distribution of income, and then you talk about distribution of land, and then you also talk about free market.
Mhm.
Okay, sir, if you compare these three systems, we have Islamic economic system, and we have capitalism, and we also can bring a little bit discussion, and this discussion, socialism. if you look at from this perspective, because when we have a proper and a equal distribution of land, which can also impact the distribution of income, of course, and wealth. What do you say? Because you are working on this area, that can we, because private property is allowed in Islam and also in Christianity, or we can call it in capitalism. What about your comments regarding the approach we have from socialism, because they are not allowing this private property? I'm not talking about practically, I'm talking about theoretically.
No, I think as we understand in Islam, there is no absolute ownership of land. So if I have a piece of land, as long as I'm using for it some useful purpose, if even if it is given, and we have to distinguish land which I purchased from the market and the land which was given to me by the government. So if it was land given to me by the government, and as long as I'm using this land for me and for my children, and as long as my children are using it for growing, farm product, it is fine. They can keep as long as they want. Okay, and it could be left. But suppose 50 acre was given, because at that time population was very small, and and the yield was very small. Now population has increased, and this land was given free of cost by the government. So if there is a pressure on the land and there are more population, and it will be better, and the yield of the land is also increased, I don't mind taking away some of the land and then and giving to some other family also. So this because it was a free land given to. So in this sense, there is no absolute ownership. Okay, but if suppose somebody has purchased land from the government or from somebody else, and now it here, so if a land is given taken from them, then of course we have to compensate. The government has to compensate. So how to acquire land and to give to others, we have to look at the background of the ownership of the land. So I mean but taking all the land as it was done in the communist countries, that take all the land with the state ownership, and then allow people to work here and there, and even the product of the land is the ownership of the government, I think that will create a problem of efficiency. So as Aristotle has said, that it is the use of the land, how well it is being used. I think that is I will take that opinion as a good opinion, because we want to use all our resources efficiently. Okay, so that we don't have to, okay, that will be my answer.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your presentation, and of course, thank you all the participants that they have listened. So hopefully that the comments you have received regarding data, and hopefully that in future you will have a better paper in terms of publication, and you will enrich this in data. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for.
Okay, so the next presenter we have is Rahmatina Awalia Khasri. I think the topic of this presenter is public-private partnership implementation in OIC countries. Does institution matter? I think this is also one of the important topic whenever we are talking about public-private partnership, and of course, then we are talking about OIC countries. And then, of course, the quality of institution we have when we're talking about OIC countries compared to non-OIC. And of course, the role is also, institution role is also important. So we have this important topic for the next presenter. So now I invite Rahmatina Awalia Khasri to present this topic, this paper. So now the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Shabir. I have a PowerPoint. Oops. Can I share it?
Yes, that will be better if you share.
Yes, can you see my presentation?
Yeah. Yes, we are watching.
Okay.
Can you make it full screen?
Yes, it is now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shabir Khan. Once again, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia, and good day to all of you, wherever you are. So, Alhamdulillah, I'm very happy to be here today. Although I'm in front of my own laptop, but I'm very happy to be in the International Congress on Islamic Economics and Finance 2021. And today, me and my colleague, Muhammad Rizky Siddiq, we would like to share our research regarding public-private partnership or PPP implementation in OIC countries, the role of institutions. This is the outline of our presentation. Now, Dr. Shabir has mentioned earlier that public infrastructure is very important in our life. And when we talk about infrastructure provision worldwide, the total requirement for global economic investment in infrastructure assets during 2016-2030 period is around 90 trillion US dollars. And 60% of the investment demand come from the economies of developing countries, including the OIC member countries. Now, generally speaking, when we talk about infrastructure and economic growth, there is a strong relation between the availability of public infrastructure and economic growth. According to CESRIC, OIC, the success of providing public infrastructure will facilitate the distribution process in the trade of goods and services, improve the efficiency of providing public infrastructure, and encourage optimal use of the state budget, and eventually, of course, increase prosperity of the people. In addition, these infrastructure development projects will also create high demand for labor, thereby reducing numbers and creating long-term benefits in the economy. And this is also in line with the SDGs agenda, especially the 9th SDGs, which is to build resilient infrastructure, supports inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So the SDGs target is to increase the quantity of existing infrastructure availability and improve the quality of global infrastructure development in supporting economic activities. Now, when we talk about OIC countries, it is evident that the state of infrastructure investment in OIC countries, OIC member countries varied from one to another. As you can see from the graph in front of you, the total infrastructure investment contribution to GDP range from 9.8% in Tunisia to 46% in Morocco. So there is a wide variety of infrastructure investment in OIC member countries. And if we compare the global infrastructure rankings between OIC countries and non-OIC countries, it is also clear that the gap between the highest rank and lowest rank in OIC member countries shows high inequality. For example, when we talk about the overall infrastructure, the highest rank in OIC countries is number 2, but the lowest rank is 140. So this is 140 of 140 countries in this World Economic Forum and Global Competitiveness Report. So the lowest rank and the highest rank is in OIC member country. And studies also suggest that infrastructure spending needs and the funding gaps in several OIC countries years ahead demonstrated the demand for more investment. If we compare the green and the blue one, it is clear that all OIC member countries plan to have more and more infrastructure spending. And the total investment needs until 2040 accounted to $7,200 billion, while the total infrastructure gap accounted to close to $1,600 billion. So very high infrastructure gap until 2040. Now, the public-private partnership or PPP concept is often seen as one of the government's modernization strategies, especially in the economic policy reform agenda. The PPP initiative is an effort from the public sector in overcoming the existing gaps in service quality, speed, and efficiency. Studies suggest that PPP implementation is influenced by public resource constraint, macroeconomic stability, market size, and institutional factors. Now, based on previous studies, it is notable that most studies focus on macroeconomic determinants of PPP. Several studies discuss about the institutional quality, but almost no studies focus on the specific institutional quality of a region. For example, the cultural and religious factor in a specific region. Now, this characteristic may affect the PPP implementation in the region like OIC countries, as culture is considered a factor that positively affects infrastructure provision and economic growth in a country. It is also notable that the quality of institution in the socio-political environment of Islamic countries already has a measuring instrument called the Islamicity Index developed by Islamicity Foundation. Therefore, there is still a gap to improve studies regarding determinants of PPP in OIC countries by incorporating Islamic institution variable, which is never had to contribute in the studies regarding infrastructure provision and also economic growth. So these are our research objectives: to investigate the factors that determine the implementation of PPP in OIC countries with the latest updated data set, and also analyzing the influence of institutional factors, particularly the Islamicity factor on PPP implementation in OIC countries. Now, with this background and research objective in mind, we have literature review. Public-private partnership is the long-term contracts between public and private entities, which allows the delivery of public services and assets, in which the private partner bears the risk and significant management responsibilities and paid based on performance. In PPP, there are costs, risks, and results that are shared between the two entities. And the public sector can make partnership with industry, civil organizations, or other institutions that suit the needs and can support the priority needs of the public sector. PPP is often seen better in terms of improving projects' value for money, shortening delivery times, and reducing projects' costs if compared to public financing. And nowadays, PPP is mainly expected to fulfill the rapid growth in infrastructure demand that exceeds the supply of public funds. Okay. Now, when we talk about PPP schemes, the partnership model that is formed from the cooperation between the government and the private sector is dependent on the project requirement to be agreed upon. PPP investment places ownership of a goods as public goods, while investment in general places the nature of an item into goods with private ownership. Now, there are a number of PPP schemes, including the Build, Own, Operate, BOO, Build, Operate, Transfer, BOT, or BOOT scheme. However, whatever model is chosen, the basic objective of combining public sector accountability and private sector efficiency must be achieved. Okay, just 1 second. Okay. Now, this is the general scheme of PPP, and I take it from Indonesian PPP scheme. So we have the public sector, the government contracting agencies, incorporation, or have a PPP contract with the a private sector, consortium of private sectors that constructed a special purpose vehicle to build a public infrastructure for the user. The investment return scheme, it could be paid by the user or also from the available payment from the government. And to make it success, the government, of course, will provide some facilities, including regulatory facilities from the PPP unit when we talk about it in Indonesian context, and then project development facilities, viability gap fund, government guarantee, and infrastructure financing. So these could be diversified to fulfill various projects' needs. And now, what is Islamic perspective about PPP? Generally speaking, PPP is consistent with Islamic economic principles, including cooperation, justice, and risk-sharing nature of the scheme, and as long as it doesn't involve any principles forbidden in muamalah. According to ICISEF, historically, PPP concept is already implemented since the medieval era. Maritime projects in the Ottoman dynasty were financed by profit sharing or mudarabah between the empire and the private sector. And this concept is closely related to the contemporary concept of PPP. Now, a number of studies also discuss PPP from Islamic perspective. For example, Ibrahim, Hassan, and Luis mentioned or cited Ibn Taymiyah, who said that the major aspect in public financing model is to avoid riba, gharar, and maisir. The PPP implementation is ensured not to accommodate this restriction happens. Iqbal and Khan also mentioned that the involvement of the private sector in the infrastructure development cooperation project is expected to prevent Muslim countries from debt-based public loan schemes in which there is the practice of the usury. So to conclude, Islamic finance is suitable for infrastructure projects, including those using PPP schemes. And these are the relevance, the principle of Islamic finance with the infrastructure project, including by using PPP scheme. And then this is also some comparison between Islamic finance contracts with conventional contracts for infrastructure financing. And it highlights that there are many types of Islamic finance contracts from musyarakah, mudarabah, istisna, and ijara, and wakala that could be used, including in PPP projects. And this is the general scheme of project financing and implementation of Islamic finance contracts for infrastructure PPP project. And this is one example of the implementation, the istisna structure for Konya Integrated Hospital PPP project in Turkey. I hope I pronounced the name of the project correctly. And having said that, only few studies have analyzed the determinants of PPP implementation in infrastructure development in various settings, such as Hamami. This is a study from the IMF. It's a global studies. And then studies including all developing countries by Sharma, specific 48 Muslim countries, Kasri and Wibowo, until only 12 selected developing countries in Asia. Now, the global studies by the IMF suggested that the implementation of PPP globally is primarily influenced by GDP, population, macroeconomic stability, and the institutional quality of the public sector. The results of the study emphasize that the PPPs tend to be more common in countries where governments suffer from heavy debt burdens and where aggregate demand and market size are large. It also highlights the importance of macroeconomic stability and institutional quality, where less corruption and effective rule of law are associated with more PPP projects. And PPPs are also more prevalent in countries with previous PPP experience. Now, this is the Okay, and the significance of the factors are shared by the subsequent studies, including Sharma and Kasri and Wibowo. Sharma also noted that the effect of high inflation will disrupt the macroeconomic stability of the country. And then Kasri and Wibowo concluded that PPP implementation in OIC countries is mainly driven by market conditions and institutional quality. The private sector will be encouraged to enter PPP financing scheme when a country has a large demand for the infrastructure development sector and have good protection for companies through strong regulations. And given this development and also the previous literature, this is the previous studies that we try to summarize. And now, before coming to the model, I would like to touch upon a little bit about the linkage of institution, economic growth, and infrastructure provisions. According to Douglas North, the Nobel Prize winner for his studies about the role of institutions in economic growth, institution could be defined as humanly devised constraints that structure political, economic, and social interaction. Constraints are devised as formal rules, such as constitutions, law, property rights, and informal restraint, such as sanctions, taboos, customs, tradition, codes of conduct, which usually contribute to the perpetuation of order and safety within a market or society. The degree to which they are effective is subject to varying circumstances, such as government's limited coercive force, a lack of organized state, or the presence of strong religious precept. Now, having said that, generally speaking, most studies suggest that there is strong correlation between institution, economic growth, and infrastructure provision. Political stability, high quality of regulation and its law enforcement, including economic-related regulation, low corruption, good human rights conducts, and other institutions are positively related to economic growth. And studies also suggest that availability of public infrastructures are significant in increasing economic growth and quality of life. However, mixed evidence was found regarding the role of religion in economic growth. Now, when we talk about Islamic institution and Islamicity, Islamic institutions, quality of institutions in Islamic countries could be measured in many ways, including through the so-called Islamicity Index. The Islamicity Index is developed by the Islamicity Foundation and main, as is written in the book and report, to reflect Islamic teachings, values, and institutions. It focuses on assessing aspects of socio-economic development carried out by a country. Now, the index is measured to see the extent to which Islamic aspects have been upheld on the four main pillars of socio-economic development, namely aspects of Islamic economics, law and governance, human rights, and international relations. And this is the development of Islamicity Index. As you can see, 10 countries ranked first are non-Muslim countries. The first Muslim countries to enter is Malaysia, and this is the high and low ranking of the Islamicity Index. And from 2019 to 2020, there is an overall increase in the OIC relative Islamicity scores. Now, given that literature, we constructed a model. So this is a quantitative method involving 57 OIC countries.
Excuse me, Ahmadina, can you wind up your discussion in a few minutes because we have other presenter too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, this is our model. We have two models, the main model and also the for robust model, the random Poisson model. Basically, constructed based on the previous studies, PPP is determined by public resource constraint, macroeconomic stability, market size, and institutional factors. And this is our findings and analysis. This is some of the descriptive statistics. Okay, and this is the main model. Now, As you can see in front, the main model confirms that there are 5 variables significantly affect PPP implementation in OIC member countries, namely AIDS, inflation, regulatory quality, political stability, and Islamicity index. Now, the robustness model confirms significance of the findings except for GDP and Islamicity index, except for Islamicity index. Now, so we can say that the study confirms the importance of institutions in PPP implementation in OIC countries, as indicated by significant impact of regulation quality, political stability, and Islamicity index in the main model. So the findings suggest that PPP implementation tend to be more common in OIC countries with effective rule of law and stable political condition. And this is pretty much consistent with conclusion of previous studies. And if we look at the Islamicity scores again, then overally, there is an increase in the institutional aspect of OIC countries, especially in economic and human and political rights. Although with respect to legal and governance as well as international relations, from 2019 to 2020, there is a decrease. Now, this is the countries which have declines in scores, but a lot of Muslim countries also have improvement in the scores. And interestingly, the study does not confirm the significance of market size as the determinant of PPP implementation in the OIC countries. And this result might be affected by the fact that GDP per capita has decreased in the last few years in the regions. Aid was found significant and negative in the study. It appears that aid may be seen as a substitute for PPP project. And inflation was also found significant and positive in the study. And it might be that higher prices gives incentive for PPP project implementation in the regions. So to conclude, the study aims to analyze the determinants of the implementation of PPP scheme in infrastructure development in OIC countries, and it provides evidence regarding the importance of strong institutions in infrastructure provision in the Muslim countries. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. Thank you very much. I think this is one of the interesting presentation we have when we are talking about the particular topic of public-private partnership. And of course, you have also given some example from history that how these public and private partnership was there when we're talking about historical perspective. So now the floor is open for participants if they have any questions or suggestions or comments. And they're welcome. Okay, so one thing when we are talking about OIC country regarding particularly when we are talking about institution, quality of institution, unfortunately the quality of institution in case of OIC country are not that much good. One issue when we are talking about public-private partnership is that the issue of favoritism, because any company who have a link with the government, they can get particular projects, regardless of it's beneficial to the people or to the economy or not. This is one of the issue. So how to tackle this, the issue of favoritism? And of course, you have mentioned many things that public-private partnership can create many benefits. And we have seen in many countries too. But one of the issue is this biasness, how to handle this biasness, particularly we have low quality of institution when we are talking about OIC countries. Can you comment on this?
Yes, Dr. Shabir, thank you for the important questions. Yes, you're right. Data also shows that the quality of institution in OIC countries are not very good. Although when we look at the Islamicity index, when they break down the institutional quality into economic and then the social, the legal, human rights, and also the international relations, actually not all of them are declining or bad. When we talk about economic institution, according to the Islamicity Index, it has been improved. Although overallly the decreasing trend is also evident. And I agree with you, favoritism is an important issue. And in this respect, actually, the PPP scheme might be able to provide some sort of solution, because with a PPP project, you have to be very clear from the beginning who are the parties involved, what is the contract or the akad or the scheme, and also all the transparency, it has to be there, and everything has to be detailed. So basically, this is one of the benefits offered by a PPP project to ensure transparency and to ensure, access of information is equal, is open to all. But I cannot deny that in the process, there is always, loopholes. There is always a way to, for example, to give it to the families or something like that. And I think, sometimes this is also embedded in the culture itself, if I can say so. So I think there is no, very strong solution for this, but PPP schemes, I believe, could reduce the favoritism and the interest problem in the infrastructure provision.
Okay, thank you. So I think, okay, one question just to clarify that how you have measured this PPP?
There are two dependent variable. We use the number of investment, the amount of investment of PPP in OIC countries.
Okay, amount of investment. Okay,
And,
so one thing I have found, if I'm not wrong, that Islamicity index was insignificant.
in the second model.
Yeah. So if you look at Islamicity index, if you zoom in or break down this index, there's a lot of institutional variable. They construct this Islamicity index by using this institutional variable. So from that perspective, I think maybe the institution are not playing any role in this PPP.
Yes, as I have explained before, actually there are 4 aspects of institutions under the or constructing the Islamicity Index: economic, legal, and governance, human and political rights, and international relations. Now we are using the aggregate, that is the Islamicity Index, in our model. And it is significant in the main model, where the dependent variable is the number of investment, but not significant in the second model. So I think they are, but we could not, we haven't done it separately. I mean, the components in the Islamicity Index. So perhaps this is something that can be done by further research.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And thank you for joining our conference and the sessions. Thank you very much. So the next presenter we have Zulfikar Hassan, Motia Rosaina Nita Putri. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. So the topic of the presentation is Indonesian economic diversification as an emerging markets country to drive economic growth. So now I invite this presenter if they are here to present the presentation, and they have I think 20 minutes for presentation. If they present in 20 minutes, I will be very thankful, and then we will have 10 minutes space for Q&A. Thank you. Now the floor is yours, Zulfikar Hassan.
Okay, I want to share. Okay, I want to share the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you make it full screen?
Okay, full screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to Sabilhan. Gives me chance to deliver my journal article with my friends. So the title is Indonesia Economic Diversification as an Emerging Market Country to Drive Economic Growth. Okay, my name is Zulfikar Hasan from Stein, Bengkalis Riau Province, and my friends Mutia Rosiana Nita Putri from Monash University, Australia. Okay, for introduction, I have explained about economic growth and infrastructure development, regional economic development, special economic zones, and the last is Indonesian economic diversification. So Indonesia growth is a method of improvement output over time in essential indicator to include a successful development of a country. And therefore, it insisting to identify how to various factors that influence that, including the role of government, to be studied more deeply. And economic growth is only one effect by a stock of capital, labor, and technology that are exogenous. The government can influence the population growth to affect the availability of labor, but does not have an impact of economic growth. So in general, the theory of economic growth can be grouped into two, namely classical economic growth theory and theory of modern economic growth. In classical economic growth theory, analysis in base of the effectiveness of free market mechanism, classical economic theory is a system neologized by economists who live in the 18th to early 20th centuries. This classical economy involved Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and W.A. Lewis. And economic growth can have a positive impact on poverty decrease when economic growth occurs side with the poor. Also state that economic growth is a necessary condition for poverty reduction, while a sufficient condition is that economic growth must be effective in reducing poverty. And economic diversification is seen as making a positive contribution to economic representation, developing a multi-sector economy, balancing the structure of the national economy, stabilizing socio-economic condition, including enhancing people's life standard, and making the country economy more open. Global economic trends lead to economic diversification, which is shown by the decline in the contribution of the agriculture sector in the economy. And next, the methods. I used the mixed method research, combining qualitative and quantitative methods. So the research process I have to consist of two steps about the variable selection, data collection, and data analysis. And the focal variable I have infrastructure development, regional economy, economic growth, and special economic zones. So the result and discussion is I will show you all about the Indonesian economic growth for 2015 into 2020. So the result of economic growth performance took the new order era. It has provided exceptional experience for the Indonesian people. This considerable experience has made various policy for the central government to increase economic growth, such as economic diversification, in addition to the stimulus provided by the government. So in the infrastructure, it is very important factor in supporting the economic growth in Indonesia's country, as well as like for the reason the government continue to increase the infrastructure budget. So I think infrastructure is very important to the developed Indonesian country as like the developing countries in the world. So I used this quantitative about the relation among economic growth, infrastructure development, and regional economy. So for year 2015 and 2020, the economic growth I have Indonesia economic growth for 2015 4.88%, and infrastructure development in trillion to 256.1 trillion, and regional economy in 623.1 trillion. So the development of Indonesia economic diversification, infrastructure development, and regional economy. And the result based on data analysis is clear. I have a lot of data, but for the integrated measure, to expand the diversification of sources of economic growth, especially in area and they are still largely supported by primary commodities, need to be encouraged. This is important to strengthen the structure of economic resource even in Indonesia, not only focusing on several sectors, especially the primary commodity sector, which can leave Indonesia economy vulnerable to global stock. And I used the color, but this journal, so the null hypothesis on the Dick Fuller thesis state that the unit root is in the autographic model. So from several tests that the author has done on the variable above, it can be concluded that the probability value is greater than either 1%, 5%, or 10%. So it does not reject AHO, which means that there is a universal problem in this autoaggressive model. So this is the analysis with the qualitative method, economic diversification policy according to the author. So diversification of the Indonesian economy as an emerging market have so the diversification on the Indonesian economy as an emerging market country. I analyzes about the infrastructure development, regional economic, and special zones economic. So first, strengthen the infrastructure. Strengthening the development of basic regional infrastructure. So continuing the develop investment in skilled human resources and strengthening bureaucratic governance. Second, optimizing various potential in regional economic sector, both through vertical downstream and horizontal diversification. Third, develop special economic zone and industrial estate in an integrated manner. So the figure 2 about the economic diversification policy, infrastructure development. So the infrastructure budget extends to progress in line with the increase the Indonesia economic growth. President Joko Widodo worked priority during the second period of Indonesian's leadership to accelerate infrastructure development, especially outside Java. The priority of road outside Java Island is one of the integration of accelerate goods and service to strengthen fundamental sectors such as the flow of good traffic, where the target that the government wants to achieve in increasing the infrastructure budget is the dam, road construction, reconstruction, bridge construction and rehabilitation, airport construction, railway track construction, and the last is irrigation network. Although the central government has issued the policy on infrastructure, implementation is often hampered by constraints on the ground. Considering that the provision of infrastructure need to be done on time, it is necessary to provide additional facility to accelerate the development of projects deemed to have national strategic interest. The facility provide are privileged in licensing or non-licensing, government procurement, land acquisition, local content, debottlenecking, spatial planning, and government guarantees. So these five consistent and synergy policy. First, accelerate, strengthen, elaborate energy development, BUMD or BUMN, diversification of source of economics. Accelerate various effort relate to one, strengthening basic infrastructure, relate to connectivity, electricity and energy infrastructure, two, improving the quality human resource, through education and health, and three, providing ease of licensing direct investment in the regions, especially related to land and spatial planning issue. Strengthen the implementation of infrastructure development, especially to improve connectivity between regions, including through port development to support the implementation of the Sea Highway, which integrate with the Rumah Kita program plan as a logistics center. The implementation of the integrated model of support for C2 through a combination of logistic transportation, the development of 3,250 railway line in Java, Sumatra, Sulawesi, Kalimantan, and Papua, accompanied by the implementation of pioneer trains on 10 routes. And next, the purpose of development special economic zone. Encouraging investment in increasing international competitiveness, growth, job creation, and foreign exchange learning. To accelerate the achievement of national economic development, it is necessary to increase investment through the preparation of areas that have economic and geostrategic advantage. Special economic zone development aims to accelerate regional development and as a breakthrough model for regional development for economic growth, industry, including industry, tourism, and trade to increase employment. So this the industrial development integrated planning in the 2019. State budget transfer to region and village funds were allocated to reach 86.77 trillion. The transfer of region and village fund consists of transfer to the region of 756.77 trillion and village fund of 70 trillion. So this, the village fund output priority. The use of village fund is prioritized to finance development and community empowerment, aimed to improving the welfare of rural communities, improving the quality of human life and poverty alleviation, and outline in the village government work plan. The implementation of active finance from the village fund shall be guided by the technical guidelines set by the region or mayor regarding activities financed from the village fund. So the last is conclusion and implication. From the finding of the first party and developed by the author, it can be concluded that the relationship between infrastructure, development, and the regional economy has a significant relationship. Among the variables used as a measuring tool by this writer are several indicators can be done. It is hoped that there will be more other authors to raise the theme of economic diversification seen from the other indicators. So Indonesia is an emerging market country according to the Oxford Economic. Study is not just a joke, but this institution provides some clear indicator to assess every country in the world, like an increase in the gross domestic product figure, the availability of funding in this case will relate to the budget for infrastructure, regional economic development, and the development of special economic zones. And hopefully this research can provide a little contribution for educators, students, and the academic world in general. Okay, thank you so much for your attention, and I will give to the moderator.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Or someone have comments, suggestions, so they are welcome. Is there anyone who have a suggestion or comment? Okay. So I just want to clarify that you have used X1 and X2 variable in this model.
Yes. Hello. Yes, sir. I use X1 and X2.
Okay. So the X1 and X2, these two variable are means that these two variable. And what about the control?
Actually, I will use the X1 for infrastructure development and X2 regional economy, and the last special economic zone.
Okay, so it means what about the control variable? Have you added some control variable which also impact,
Control I use the X1 does not have a significant effect on Y based on the result of data collection calculating using the view and program.
okay,
so,
no, what I'm yes, go ahead.
So this means that the decision to reject H1 and accept H2 means that X1 has a significant effect on Y because the significance value is greater than 0.05 with a positive relationship direction.
Okay, no, actually, my concern is regarding it. If control variable, specifically when we are talking about economic growth, there are other variable too which also impact economic growth. So I think if you have added these variable too in order to control for a correct or you can say misspecification of models. So this is my concern regarding that. Have you specified the model in a correct way? Because adding only these two variable and missing any other, maybe a control variable, but important variable in the model may create the problem of model misspecification. So this is just my concern.
Oh, okay. Thank you to Saratan, your correction. Maybe I
Okay.
will to correct.
Okay. Just look at that. Is there any other control variable too? Yes. Go ahead, Ahmadina. You can go.
Okay, thank you, Brother Zulfikar, for the interesting presentation. I would like to ask your comment about the special economic zone that you have explained earlier. What do you think about the prospect and the role of this special economic zone in Indonesian economic growth? Because Indonesian government have tried several times to manage this special economic zone since I think Batam in 1990s, and then it failed, but then special economic zones keep coming in the equation. So what do you think would be the prospect and the role in the future of Indonesian economic growth, given, you know, all this digitalization, efficiency, and so on in the economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rahmatina. So I think the economic special zone in Indonesia is, I think, the progress more wide when the government basically infrastructure. I mean the government must to improve the regional infrastructure, especially to continue the develop investment in skilled human resources and strengthening in bureaucratic governance. So and optimizing various potential in regional economic sector, both vertical, downstream, and horizontal diversification. So develop special economic zone and industrial estate in an integrated manner. I think that's how to progress in the special economic zone, especially in the Indonesian country.
So do you think it's still important for the future?
I think it's important because we can look the especially the Riau Island, like Batam, and Batam near with Johor in Malaysia and Singapore, of course. And I think the government must make this special or this program make important in the people in here. I think like this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So one concern or one question of mine regarding the regional economy, you mentioned the term regional economy. So how this regional economy will benefit from this economic diversification? Can you comment on this, particularly in the perspective of economic growth?
Okay, thank you, Sabir. In my opinion, special economic zone is very important to wide the diversification, especially Indonesia is a developing country. I think a lot of improve, especially in the infrastructure, or get investment in the outside Indonesia. I think diversification not only the investment in the Indonesia, but also to make strong in the investment and I think infrastructure to the people in Indonesia countries.
Okay, thank you. If there's anyone who have a comment or question, then they will come. Otherwise, we will end the session. Okay, thank you for all the presenter and for all the participants to have a spare time and participate in this conference. Thank you very much. And now I think we have Edmund if they want to say something. Otherwise, we can go to the next step, the next stage.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for guiding the third session, and thank you, respected participant, for your valuable intervention. Now we move to the next section for today's program. The keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Asutai at 10:30. We will give a 5 minutes break. Now we move to the next session of today's program, the keynote speech. Though Professor Asutai need no intervention, it gives me the great pleasure to introduce him. Professor Mehmet Asutai is the Director of Durham Center on Islamic Economics and Finance, the Director of Durham Center Islamic Finance Summer School. Professor also is the Program Director of Islamic Finance Master and Islamic Finance and Management Master. Professor also is a member of several journals' editorial board, and his research focus on moral economy mainly, which will be this speech topic. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum to everyone present here. It's good to be here. And I'm sure that everyone is enjoying the conference. And today we'll be talking about the economic development issues. Yesterday we did the opening of the conference. It was an exciting start. And importantly, for the first time, I managed to get onto the podium. It was great. I'm trying to get my screen, hopefully. Yep. Somehow I cannot, yep. Okay. Okay, again, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's good to be here. I can see some familiar faces and hope that everyone is well wherever you are. And it's an amazing conference is being developed. Thank you for the organizers. Hakan has been working very hard to make sure that everything is running perfectly and the conference can make a difference in terms of contributing to knowledge development. So in this conference, we looked into mainly how we can deal with development issues, because somehow with the COVID, of course, development again came to the fore. Yesterday, we had Professor Mahmoud Mohideen from IMF. He also reflected on the post-COVID recovery. And with the COVID, of course, what we have witnessed, unfortunately, the worsening inequalities. Hence, development remains an essential problem in front of us. And when we look at the emergence of Islamic economics and finance as a discourse, what we see at the core of it is very much development. So when we look at the initial writings, for instance, by the leading individuals, it's very much 1960s, 70s, very much development. In other words, finance, banking, finance was considered as part of financing development. And therefore, it is important for us to consider what is Islamic development. And in doing that, of course, some critical reflections to start with, and then we'll move into what would be the potential Islamic responses. Of course, after this this session, we have a panel session, and in which we have three colleagues, and through whom hopefully we will be exploring some of the issues I'm discussing here further. So that if you have time, please stay around so that we can have a debate, and it would be fantastic to hear your questions as well as your comments. Now, the whole world, the Islamic morality and development, because development, nothing is quantitative in nature, but development in particular is not. Development is very much a moral issue, is a very much a policy issue, and therefore the importance of certain normative qualities, such as the whole idea of the justice. The justice part, when we look at the objective of Islamic economics, the definition of Islamic economics very much related with justice. And at the core of that justice, the adala, is not considered enough. Therefore, the importance of ihsan. So with justice, you try to distribute, you ensure that every stakeholder gets what they deserve. But again, that may not be enough for some of the stakeholders to reach to a certain level. And therefore, the importance of continuation and sustaining the sustainability. In other words, the mizan, Allah created the world with a balance. And within that balance, it is very much important the world continue to progress within that mizan, within that balance, within that order. And that can be possible with ihsan, because ihsan is function as an equilibrium, establishing equilibrium in the society between different stakeholders. And therefore, what we have in front of us, considering the nature of development, the nature of inequalities around us, the climate, environment, and all those, what we need, of course, and the imperative in front of us is Islah. In other words, reform or melioration or reclamation towards the mizan, towards the initial objective. And that is what hopefully I'm trying to discuss with you here in this session. But what we see, of course, development controversies remains. It has been there quite some time. Those of you who have passed through Durham, you would know this is an essential part of our discussion in our classes, in particular looking into how such matters are important, played an important role in the emergence of Islamic economics. When we look at, of course, initially the moral economic position, Polanyian position, suggesting that the world, one way or another, all over the world, you had moral economies, and unfortunately, those moral economies have disappeared with the emergence of self-regulated market economy, and neoclassical world have become hegemonic, which followed, of course, with neoliberalism. And in other words, capital dominates, capital determines, and everything is around capital. So that, of course, relegate the importance of human, but other stakeholders in the process. And therefore, you have human tragedies as we have during pandemic. For instance, what we have seen, while the governments all over the world, every government in the world, they have been spending very large amounts of monies for war economies, to kill people, to generate guns and ammunition, to innovate guns and ammunition to kill people. However, the same governments have failed, totally failed, in investing into health and creating an early vaccination, if that's the solution, and early vaccination to the COVID problem. So the asymmetry is so visible. On the one hand, you allocate very large amounts of monies to guns and ammunition to a particular industry to survive, on the pretext that this is defense, but in reality is a war economy. On the other hand, when it comes to the health and well-being of individuals, the same governments unfortunately failed to come up with solutions to the problems, whether in terms of health, whether the economic consequences. And therefore, this self-regulated market economy, neoliberalism, in the end, what we have today, of course, is very much the product of the process. In other words, what it has ended up, of course, just a particular definition of human and the objective of that human. In other words, maximizing at the expense of anything and everything, as long as efficiency can be achieved. And therefore, if people have to die, well, they have to die because the objective is maximization. Therefore, this linear growth that has been imposed as part of the world order, unfortunately created all those imbalances in the society, inequalities in the society, environmental problem. The more, because enlightenment-based modernity told us that the more you exploit environment, the more you exploit land, the more you will get out of it because you will maximize. But we have come to a point in the junction in our history that the more we exploit, unfortunately, it will not help our survival even further. And therefore, this linear growth that has been imposed from one year to another, you have to grow by 5%, 7%, 10%, is not helping to the resources, including human resources. So this is an important challenge that we have in front of us that we have to deal. Of course, in very recent years, initially Millennium Development Goals, followed by Sustainable Development Goals, have been proposed a new global morality, a global morality suggesting that we have to rescue certain qualities in our lives. The 17 goals identified, but of course, when we look at SDGs again, it's a noble area. Yesterday we had Professor Mahmoud Mohiuddin, who comes from the kitchen of Islamic finance, kitchen of Sustainable Development Goal. When he was in the World Bank, he worked on it. But at the end of the day, despite the novelty and despite the objectives it has, it does not question the initial equation. And it is the initial equation that lists the problems that we have in front of us. And therefore, this new global morality that emerged, unfortunately, it does not develop a critical reflection on the sources of the problem, but only aims at moderating the consequences that we see as problem. And similar attitude, unfortunately, nowadays we have in the Islamic finance and economic circle. We talk about a lot on zakat and waqf. And we say that these are amazing institutions to overcome poverty in the Muslim world. But we never ask the question, why poor is poor? And this is an important dilemma for us, because in order to, yes, zakat is an amazing institution, waqf is an amazing institution, so we can reach out to people to make their lives better. But the initial question is why these people are poor. And we have to respond to that question in order to establish that mizan, the balance world. Otherwise, just correcting the consequences is not enough. And this is the same thing with, unfortunately, I consider with SDGs. It does not question the initial question. However, when we look at, for instance, in the intellectual trajectory, when we look at Catholic liberation theory, which of course in recent years, Pope Francis in Vatican is articulating, their objective was to ask the initial question, why poor is poor in Latin America, for instance, when they were operating. So these are the important questions. SDGs do not go to that extent. It just deal with the consequences that we have and aims at raising financing so that we can overcome those consequences. But of course, even raising finances creates instability in the system. Therefore, the Islamic responses, of course, since the mid 19th century, there has been a great deal of debate. There has been a great deal of debate on developing an Islamic responses. We have seen quite a number of post-colonial discourses emerging, and Islamic response as well emerged out of that. So within that, of course, the Islamic economics movement is, for me, is an important departure from the from the neoclassical and neoliberal understanding of the world, from capitalism, creating an heterodoxy to understand the world. But unfortunately, what I feel, the Islamic economics movement became terribly entangled with what I call Weberian conundrum. In other words, what Weber said is a capital accumulation mainly generated by a particular religious ethics, Calvinist religious ethics in the West, resulted in capital accumulation. And that capital accumulation led to the emergence of capitalism and economic growth. So, however, the essence of that debate is capital accumulation. It's not economic development or growth. capital accumulation. A particular religious ethics, because of the quality of their understanding of the work ethics, resulted in those people to accumulate money, and that led to the emergence of capitalism. However, the way Muslims understood this question is this is a challenge for Islam, suggesting that Islam cannot be a development oriented. This is entirely a wrong understanding of the Weberian. Weberian position is very much related with capital accumulation. It's not development. And therefore, the entanglement of Muslims with this Weberian obsession that no, Islam can lead to development is a starting point, unfortunately, does not help, is not correct. And therefore, this subaltern that led to the subaltern imagination of capitalism. In other words, while we come up with the idea of Islamic economics and finance, because of this Weberian conundrum at the background, so in a way, the whole objective have turned into Islamization of capitalism, the subaltern imagination. Of course, you end up in the same way. You relegate the importance of human, you relegate the importance of environment, land, and others as important stakeholders in the process. This enlightenment-based understanding, unfortunately, has been incorporated into the Islamic normativeness through Islamic economics, the wrong question that has been posed from the beginning. And therefore, we have to understand that each ontology leads to a particular social formation. So the Enlightenment ontology, through its maximizing and efficiency understanding, led to what we have today, all these inequalities, unsustainabilities, environmental problems, and etc. Islam, on the other hand, suggests a particular ontological framework to understand the world, to locate, and what's the role of human, and all those. And therefore, equating Islam with the similar objective as Weberian conundrum suggests, in other words, capitalism, or as some colleagues calls for Islamic capitalism, entirely, unfortunately, a fallacy. And therefore, we have to correct that debate and locate in its particular place. And therefore, search for Islamic alternatives of meanings. What is human? What is land? What is environment? Even what is capital is an important task in front of us, because at the end of the day, Islam emerged to emancipate people, empower people, rescue land, human, environment, even capital from domination. The whole idea of riba prohibition, interest prohibition, is very much rescuing process and overcoming the domination of capital, bringing capital to the same level with other stakeholders, so that the balance that we are talking, mizan that we are talking, can be maintained in the society. Therefore, it is very much a just and ihsani equilibrium. And ihsan is very much important. Ihsan is establishing equilibrium in the society between different stakeholders, giving the right to everyone and everything. And therefore, emancipation and empowerment is important for us to consider as part of this development controversy and essential. Now, this is just the introduction. Hopefully, I will have time to finish. But looking into COVID and COVID environment, it has brought to surface some of the existential issues that we have. One thing that we have learned: if you want to be healthy, you have to make sure that other people are healthy. And this is very much then an Islamic response, Islamic moral economy response. Ihsan very much relates to this particular problem that we have, and it is an essential quality of Islam. So if you want to be healthy, if you want to be away from COVID, by definition, you have to ensure that the other people are COVID-free as well. And that's an important, in other words, what we call in Islamic economics, your falah function, your salvation function is very much determined by other people's falah, as well as the happiness and the well-being. And therefore, this is important for us to put into picture. And COVID has demonstrated to the world the importance of others as part of your falah function, or as they would call utility function. Therefore, all these alternative definitions and the consequent human behavior in society in arranging the relationship between different stakeholders is an important fact now in front of us, while COVID is still around, the pandemic affecting the life. And therefore, when we look at the Islamic meaning of this, what is it? The falah, the objective function, the human objective function is to reach falah in this world and the hereafter, the salvation in this world and the hereafter. How? That is very much ihsan, the equilibrium, the socializing individual to establish equilibrium in the society between different stakeholders. And therefore, Islamic moral economy very much relates to this just society in which ihsan is prevailing, ihsani governance is prevailing, so that equilibrium can be established. And within that, of course, Islamic development has to produce certain consequences in line with this whole objective function that we are identifying. Hence, the Enlightenment-based modernist understanding of this linear development. In other words, the neoclassical understanding of economics based on maximizing efficiency has not worked, is not working. And it has resulted in such as climate catastrophe that we have, financial crisis that we have witnessed, the pandemic that we have around us, and therefore the Islamic development that we are talking has to have those qualities, what iqtisad, rather than economics, but iqtisad's normative world of mizan, the balance and equilibrium through ihsan. That is very much the summary of my development talk today here. And now I can go into detail, hopefully discuss with you, and I'm hoping that we can have some debate later. So what we have, looking at this social media stuff around you, just demonstrating the difficulties that we have around world. Capitalist domination, and therefore prevents accessibility to resources, because poverty is very much related with accessibilities. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created all the resources for human beings to utilize equally. And when there is a barrier there, of course, that creates the inequality in the society and poverty, accessibility to resources. Although football is not my particular source of enjoyment, to be honest, I consider football as a source of fascism. But yet again, just a very good illustration that we have here, I found in the social media. So when you distribute, of course, establish equality, that doesn't work. And therefore justice, when we look at the Quranic position, and therefore the Islamic economics position is very much the essentialization of justice. When we look at the definition of Islamic economics, either establishing justice or preventing injustice in the process, and the iqtisad in itself entirely refers to justice and giving the rights of everything to everyone. In a similar manner, for instance, when we look at the reality, even is deeper, majority of us in great debt, and unfortunately that has been increased in the Muslim world as well through Islamic finance. On top of that, the use of credit cards all over the world, and including in the Muslim world, and people are going even further into the debt, as you can see on the right-hand side. And therefore, equality doesn't solve the problem. Therefore, we have to look into equity that Islamic economics aims at. But what is important, and therefore accessibility to resources, because development has to relate to accessibility to resources. And therefore, my earlier comment, yes, zakat and waqf is important to overcome the consequences of the economic system, so that we can help those people who have been excluded. But what is important, therefore, to remove the barriers from accessibility to resources. As you can see on the right-hand side, of course, in the middle, you establish an equity, a justice. But what is the real justice? To actualize the justice, it is on the right-hand side, that people have access to resources. There is no barrier in front of it. And therefore, you do not need to use additional corrective mechanisms to correct. The initial equation suggests that we need to have this accessibility as an inevitability. And therefore, Islamic economics objective when it comes to development is to give the people to accessibility to resources, the resources that has been created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for everyone to have access. And therefore, the importance of zakat. What is the meaning of zakat? Zakat is not a charity. And I'm underlining that zakat is not a charity. Zakat is the returning the right of the society to society. Why? Because when you privatize a business area, when you privatize a land, then you are excluding other people to have access to the resources in that land, in that businesses and etc., in that river, in that water. However, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created for everyone to use. And therefore businesses, those privatized areas, they have to return the right of the society to, it's a compensation. Zakat is a compensation of expropriation. And that's, I'm underlining it, expropriation. So in order to compensate people by the businesses, by the private businesses and others, because of the expropriation, you have to return the right of society to society. And this is important note that I want to leave it here as an important. And therefore liberty, like on the right-hand side, even further liberty, providing accessibility to resources, and that is what emancipation and empowerment. And that is what Islamic economics, Islamic moral economy came up with this promise. Unlike what we have with Islamic finance, of course. The accessibility is overcoming domination, returning the right of society to zakat. These are important. When we look at the world, however, finance dominates. And this is entirely fictitious finance. There is no real economy left now in the world that we are operating. Even when we look at during COVID period, the governments went through the liquidity easing. They injected monies in the economy, and where those monies ended up with? Stock markets. The companies were not operating, but stock prices were increasing. So the fictitiousness that we have around us is something that we have to be concerned with. There is no relationship between real economy and the financial economy. Entirely a financialized economy. Financialization have become dominant. And unfortunately, when we talk about SDGs, we see how finance again is becoming very important. So finance is instrumentalizing SDGs as well, unfortunately, to create further sustainability problem. And during the initial, in the first half of 2020, initial months of COVID, this report has come up towards the end of the year last year, People's Climate Vote. And it is UNDP's People's Climate Vote. And they have polled 1.2 million people through 50 countries. And 64% of the participants in the survey, despite the COVID conditions, identify that climate is an essential problem, despite the COVID, because it threatens life. The condition to be able to live has become terribly difficult, as we have seen in recent months, the flooding, the fires, and etc. all over the world. And therefore, despite the COVID conditions, 64% of the people around the world stated that climate change is an emergency. So this is an important factor for us to consider as well. And hence, considering the importance of development, the nature of development, the normativeness. Again, just give you an understanding to reflect on, because we are talking about development, the meaning of development. Like in a recent study, recent survey, they looked at the world's top 5 and bottom 5 countries in terms of helping the strangers, okay? The connectivity, okay? The most helping people in, as you can see, Nigeria, Cameroon, Iraq, Georgia, Zambia, Kenya, so-called the underdeveloped countries, okay? However, when you look at the developed world, the most successful, as you can see, they hardly help people to the strangers in their realms. the connectivity, to human connectivity, how with this linear development, with further financialization and capitalization, unfortunately, human connectivity, even trying to help other people, has become terribly difficult. And this is, again, an asymmetry for us. And what is the meaning of development to consider? Again, just I'm posing questions, okay? Just the following question. I wish we were in the class and we could discuss this one. But question, whether 5 is bigger than 4, whether 4 is bigger than 5, or 5 is equal to 4. Now, this is, for majority of us, this is a very rational question. 5, of course, always bigger than 4, by definition, because the way we have been educated, the way we understood. But these figures, when they are stripped of the values, they seem so. But in the case of Islam, if your 5 includes harm to others, harm to environment, if that 5 includes riba, for instance, interest, that 5 would be smaller than 4, which is halal, which is free of riba, which is free of harming others. So which one is bigger, 5 or 4? But of course, linear development told us that always 5 is bigger than 4. That's by definition. But for us, because we have different ontological position, different social formation, when it comes to certain times, 4 is bigger than 5, because 5 may have harm. 5 may, of course, include riba. 5 may result in environmental problem. If that is the case, 4 which is free of them, of course, it is better for us. So as we can see, this linear understanding is not working because Islam puts all those normative conditions and essentializes that what is right for the human, for the other stakeholders, rather than the maximization. And therefore, the importance of equity. Equity would imply that 4 is better than 5 for you. And therefore, we have to look into this particular development paradigm. And therefore, this linear growth understanding has resulted in this race, okay? And this is particularly important. Those of you familiar or lived in the UK would know that we have this dog race as a gambling source. And what is interesting is that before the dogs are put on the rails, as you can see on the right side, as the right side of each photograph, on the right, you would have a metal rabbit, mechanical rabbit. And that rabbit, when the race starts, they press on the button. Rabbit, of course, being a mechanic and metal, just goes, okay, just shoots off. And the dogs are just following that to be able to catch. But it's a fictitious, there's no rabbit there. So the world, unfortunately, has been relegated to the same thing. We in the periphery, we in the South, we in the developing countries, and etc., whatever the name you put, we have been put into the same race. There is a rabbit, a mechanic rabbit, and we are told that you have to run to catch that, but there is no rabbit. And therefore it is fictitious. And therefore the importance of challenging this hegemonic understanding of what development is around us. And therefore, what is the normativeness that works? But with what happened, unfortunately, in recent years, in particular with the emergence of Islamic finance, we have become instrumentalizing those normativeness. And therefore, zakat is important, of course, important to help people. But the initial question that we need to ask, why people are poor, like the Catholic liberation theory does. And unfortunately, that is very much the Islamic position, such as I mentioned, in the case of zakat, zakat is not poor charity, is not alms giving. It is the right of the society because of the expropriation to be returned to society. And these are important questions that I'm posing. Hopefully I will have enough time to respond, but also to understand the consequences of modernity, the way modernity constructed this human being. Look at these photograph again from the social media. The footprints, okay, footprints of modern humans compared with nature, okay? On the one hand, you have birds, in the middle you have turtles, and look at the footprints of human. And what is that? Okay, total catastrophe. The human footprint is a total catastrophe. Why? Because when you define maximizing individual have to maximize their consumption. Okay, and through that consumption, of course, this is what you will get. This is environmental crisis. This is human tragedy that we have around us. Everything, unfortunately, is in tragedy. And hence the importance of going back to the initial equation and looking at the initial equations so that we can prevent such consequences in the process. Therefore, the essence of ontology, we have to consider that ontology is an essential source rather than accepting that hegemonic understanding, a homogeneous ontology such as the Enlightenment ontology. There is one economic understanding, there is one sociological. No, the world is plural. We are told that political pluralism is very important, but when it comes to economic pluralism or when it comes to ontological pluralism, no, you cannot have that. Now, that's not acceptable. And therefore, we have to look at the essence of ontology and what each ontological position can offer to each society. And therefore, the question, for instance, I wish again we were in the class, the question, if, what do you think the relationship, what we each individual have around us? What do we think whatever we have around us, do we think it is a privilege or it is a right? And that entirely determines the ontological position. Because if you are saying that it is right, then those negative consequences that I have been sharing, unfortunately, that is your outcome. However, if you are saying that privilege, now we are in a different ontological framework. Because by being privileged, then you would understand that everything that you have around you is an amana, is a trust. And therefore, you cannot harm people. You cannot harm environment. You cannot harm land. You cannot harm anything else that you have around you because it's a privilege. You are only a custodian of that. You are not an owner of that. It is trusted to you. And when something is trusted to you, it is your responsibility to ensure the well-being of that. The other human beings are trusted to you. The environment trusted to you, the land is trusted to you, and etc., etc. And therefore the ontological base, okay? And SDG is amazing, but SDG is still based on the right-based ontological understanding. And therefore it doesn't question the initial question for us to rescue. It is only moderating. And therefore we have to move on to the ontological position. Whatever different ontological position available, as I have been praising, Pope Francis, for instance, has developed this amazing, through the Catholic liberation theory, an amazing, again, ontological base, understanding and articulating privileged worldview. And therefore the ontological base of Islamic moral economy is very much based on this privilege. So when it is privilege, everything, of course, around that. Articulated around that. And therefore, and by saying that, we are not suggesting that everything will be solved. No, as we have been saying, Islamic moral economy within this privilege, within this ontology, considers becoming process. You never know whether you reach, but the objective is to always keep in mind that you have to work towards that falah objective, because you never know whether you reach to that falah or not. And therefore, development concepts and theories must be methodologically consistent with the respective ontological formation. If it does not, then you end up with, unfortunately, all those hybridities. And the problem with hybridity, of course, when you get into hybridity, as we have with Islamic finance, unfortunately, you forget the importance of authenticity. And therefore you become instrumentalized in the process. So these are important questions and methodological issues. I'm pausing here. I'm sorry, somehow this slide is not complete. I completed it, but some books are missing, my apologies. So when we look at the analytical discourses, it's not only Islamic economics, but Islamic economics have made important inroads as well. And when we look at the Great Transformation, the narrative started with Great Transformation in 1944. Small is Beautiful by Schumacher, for instance, 73, Social Limits to Growth, Hirsch within our circle, Özay Mehmet's 1999 amazing book on the theoretical exposition of the mal-constructed theory of economic development. In recent years, the growth, the moral economics, of course, Edward Said Orientalism, the emerging circular economy, and within the Islamic Chapra's book there, I had Naqvi's book, of course, as well as Pope Francis' recent pamphlet. So the intellectual curiosities have been developing, but unfortunately, this intellectual curiosity is under the hegemony of neoclassic thinking, has been sidelined, of course. I do remember that Small is Beautiful, for instance, was translated into Turkish language in the early 1980s. But unfortunately, those people who translated now, they are working entirely against of it. So therefore, all these inconsistencies and challenges, and somehow those who are, when they are in opposition, when you do not have Islamic finance, you talk about equity, fairness, and etc. Then you establish your Islamic finance, you become capitalist. The same thing happened, unfortunately, with those of Islamically oriented political processes and parties and etc. They all became neoliberal in the end, despite the ontological basis that we are talking. Okay, time is an issue. So initiating the nuances. These are important questions, and therefore the moral economy. And therefore, in order to understand development, in order to come up with an alternative response in an authentic manner, disrupting the initial equation is important. Initial equation that has been imposed on the entire world is a product of a particular tradition, but imposed on the rest. And therefore, that has to be disrupted so that initial equations of each ontology can prevail as well, can have certain opportunity space to prevail. And therefore, Islamic economics movement very much emerged as well to redefine what human is, how human can relate to around themselves, the social formation originating a particular social formation. And therefore, when we look at the initial publications in 1960s, 70s, and 80s, the founding fathers, as I call them, and with great respect to their contribution, of course, they located this capitalism and socialism that was prevailing, unfortunately, failed, and it produced all those failures. And therefore, we have to come up a different development strategy, and that strategy has to essentialize well-being of all the stakeholders, the well-being of all the stakeholders. Why? This privilege Allah has created and given the excesses. And therefore, the extensive and integrated development process, a multifaceted development process is very much important. And within this understanding, therefore, the Islamic moral economy movement is very much disruptive. It's very much double movement against and the counter hegemony, creating a counter hegemony within, rather than expressing itself within the existing system. And this rescuing process, rescuing human, land, environment, labor, even capital from the domination is an essential part of this discourse. And it is multifaceted because Islamic development process is within the Iqtisadi world is very much normative. And that normativeness, of course, comes up with all those multifacetedness as a result of that. Time is an issue. I'm very much aware of that, but hopefully we have a session to discuss all this after this. And when we look at, therefore, the definition of Islamic economics provided by different contributors in the field, either, as I mentioned, establishing justice or prevention of justice. Yes, either establishing justice or prevention of justice is considered as an important part of Islamic economics. And also, falah as an objective function has been articulated. Falah in this world, salvation in this world, and salvation in the hereafter. So human objective function is no longer maximizing within the budget constraints, but maximizing, if I use the word maximizing falah in this world, in the hereafter, subject to not budget constraints, but ihsan, how much I can contribute to the other's life. and therefore entirely a different ontological exposure of what Islamic economics is. And at the base of that, of course, the definition of iqtisad. And unfortunately, one of the resentment I have to say, despite my huge respect to founding fathers, they have opted the term economics rather than iqtisad. And Muhammad Bakr al-Sadr, in particular, his amazing contribution, of course, Iqtisaduna, our Iqtisad, provides us this amazing world of Islamic normativeness within Islamic ontology, what Iqtisad is. Of course, it's an Arabic word. It has roots, qasd and qist. Qasd is very much directing towards an objective, the true path, in line with an aim, equable and temperate. Qist, just share, hence justice. Therefore, when we look at iqtisad world beyond the economics, giving the right of everything, okay, because privilege to locate everything in its place. Again, privilege ensures that it is a trust and we have to respect their spaces, and establishing justice, of course. Therefore, emancipation and empowerment, stakeholding-centered development, embeddedness in the social formation of society are important qualities of Islamic development to reach Falah. Now, looking into therefore, whatever the economic theories that we have or the institutions that we have, what is essential for us to consider that it has to be located within the ontological base of each society. And this is essential for us. It's playing around with me. And therefore, as you can see on this exposition, on this figure, institutions has to be located within the ontology. This is economic sociology, Portis, 2010. Look at, of course, we added the Islamic part, but values together with norms and the cognitive repertoire of a society results in defining roles. What is labor? What is capital? What's the relationship? All those roles. And that leads to the emergence of institutions. And therefore, Islamic ontology defines the values. That should define the norms. Of course, there is the importance of what exists in the society. And therefore, you have that dotted arrow to ensure that the institutions, development institutions, economic institutions, social, political, whatever it is, fits to the Islamic norms. And therefore, together, we define the roles. And therefore, each ontology, by definition, has different value system, different norms, and hence determines different roles, and hence results in different institutional articulation within their social formation. So that's important for us. And therefore, in the last 200 years, what happened in the Muslim world? An imposition, a product of a particular ontology has been taken, either colonial power or because of westernization, etc. Of course, after 1980s, with neoliberal domination, that has become the only way. Remember what Fukuyama said in his book, The End of History. There isn't any other epistemological way of looking at the world. There's only one. What is that? Neoliberal. And therefore, the emergence of Islamic economics is important in terms of that disruption, saying that no, the world is not only neoliberalism, but there are different ways. Unfortunately, time is an issue, so I'm going to pass this part. But what this part is says that therefore, each ontology, by definition, produces its own worldview, and therefore a particular social formation, and that results in different systems and institutions, and through which we define what's the modes of production of a society. What is land? What is labor? What is capital? All these definitions have to be made so that, as the Iqtisad definition suggests, everything has to fit into in its place, so that we can produce the society of justice through Islamic governance. And that's an important consequence, again, we have to consider. In other words, every ontology has an order that comes to worldview. Worldview result in a particular social formation. So worldview, Tawhidi worldview, unitarity and complementarity. What it says in terms of development, unitarity and complementarity. In other words, all the stakeholders complement each other. And therefore, you cannot transgress, you cannot exploit, you can expropriate the rights of other stakeholders. each complement each other for unity. Why? Because emancipation and empowerment. The worldview, how do we see the world and how we locate human? Therefore, life is privilege, Islam suggests. And if it is privilege, by definition, it's an amana, and you have to respect the amana. And that leads to a particular social formation, an embedded social formation. The value system determines. Market and economy is not an imposed reality, has to, as we have described in the figure, has to emerge from the value system. It has to be embedded, okay? And therefore, the price, it will say, price is not, price doesn't determine everything, but everything determines price. That's the Islamic moral economic position, okay? Embeddedness, and therefore economic system, political system, social system, and etc., through which you define what is your modes of production, how do you bring production together, what is your value theory, and what is your distribution theory. In other words, value theory suggesting if you are producing a pencil, how do you value that? How much labor, how much capital, how much environment, how much land, and etc. Capitalist form will tell us that only capital and labor, but Islam was beyond and internalized all these different stakeholders in the process. And therefore, unfortunately, time is an issue. I'm going to run quickly. And therefore, the Islamic moral economic position, the Tawheed, establishing that complementarity is between different stakeholders. Therefore, there is no transgression, there is no expropriation between them. We have to respect the life of everything because adala is important. And we have to do ihsan, establish equilibrium in the society. Those who have or who are better off has to consider the others so that we can establish equilibrium in the society. Why? Yes, growth is important, but growth has to be in harmony with all the stakeholders. Therefore, my growth cannot be at the expense of environment. My growth cannot be at the expense of you. And we have to establish that. Why? Because Rububiyyah tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created everything and everyone with a path to develop. Towards what? Towards perfection. And therefore, we cannot prevent that. And therefore, the tazkiyah, the importance of tazkiyah, and all this. And therefore, essentializing that certain qualities, if the whole amana trust, okay, rububiyyah can be achieved because within this privileged understanding, we understand. And therefore, when voluntary action fails, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made certain fards, socioeconomic financial obligations, such as zakat. As we mentioned, is not a charity, it's the right of the society to be returned to society. Why? Individual has the responsibility to achieve that because the Khalifa. And therefore, the importance of solidarity, an essential part of the Maqasid al-Sharia, well-being of all stakeholders has to be achieved. Whatever economic, social, political, whatever activity we have, it has to produce human well-being and the well-being of all the stakeholders in the process, and hence results in consequences and not only actions. And therefore, as we can see, it's a very much normative world, but development is a normative area, of course, as we are suggesting. Not only we are suggesting, but when we look at, for instance, economic development courses in the West now entirely moved into multidisciplinary centers rather than economics. And that identifies that only by economics, you cannot solve the problem that we have in front of us. And therefore, we have to come up with an embedded understanding, embedded in the particular methodology and the ontological base, so that the social good can be essentialized, development can be achieved as we are discussing. In other words, this embeddedness suggests that the real economy has to be there. Importantly, the fictitiousness. You cannot have fictitious economies. You cannot commodify everything. For instance, water, you cannot commodify water. When you go to a supermarket, you see water with all these different brands having different prices. And that is not value. You cannot create value through brand. It's a water, it has to be available for everyone. Why? Because justice is essential, distribution is essential, reciprocity is important, but what is important also the inherent value. Yes, we can be a worker, we can be capital, we can be labor, whatever it is, but beyond whatever our functionalities are, because of the emancipation and empowerment, because of ihsan, we have to understand, and this is the Islamic normativeness, beyond our instrumentalized meaning, we have inherent value. And therefore, nowadays we talk about universal income. Why? Because we have inherent value. Regardless how much salary we get, beyond that, we have a value. And therefore, universal income suggests that everyone has to have a dignified income. And this is very much the Islamic understanding of inherent value. Because of the creation, we have this value. And therefore, in your production function, you have to recognize that. And when we look at the experience of the Prophet ﷺ with the Beit al-Mal, until the time of Osman, the inherent value was considered and everyone provided a particular living standard. And that's important, again, a development objective for us. And these are important qualities. Time is an issue. I will just share one piece and hopefully I will finish. Although Professor Ibrahim is never here and he involved with a project on this, but just want to mention and we'll be discussing with him. So therefore the Islamic development is very much within this mizan world. Allah created the world with an order, with a balance, and therefore that has to be sustained. Therefore, all those qualities, all those axioms I mentioned in terms of Islamic moral economy aims at sustaining this mizan, the order, so the tawhidic order of complementarities, aiming at the salvation through ihsan is important. And the universe, world, human, all the creation as part of this balanced order within themselves and with interaction with others. The Quranic verse particularly is instrumental in essentializing that. And therefore, development within this understanding, development such as rububiyyah and tazkiyah and justice and others, development requires all the stakeholders given the equal opportunity space. And this is important, equal opportunity space for their growth, because inherent value. So their growth can be possible only within this mizan, with the because fitra, as we mentioned, the rububiyyah suggests that everything and everyone created with this particular quality. And the disruption, therefore, of mizan, of order, results in poverty, environmental crisis, social crisis, economic crisis, human rights problems, and etc., etc. And therefore, the mizan has to be essentialized and continued. And disruption, therefore, has to be overcome by ihsan. And ihsan requires establishing equilibrium. Ihsan is the operational mechanism to ensure that mizan can work, is a source of perfection. It's a movement towards that mizan, to rububiyyah. And therefore, development, the movement is hence defined as a development. So from disruption to mizan is a development. And this is an important quality for us to consider. And within that, of course, Islam represents knowledge, Iman represents doing, and Ihsan is a becoming process, ongoing process of doing it. And therefore, each stage is interacted and it relates to each other to essentialize that. And within that, therefore, the whole articulation of Islamic ontology and epistemology, developing a particular Ihsani society, through enabled and functioning individual, emancipated and enhanced, emancipated and empowered individual, creating this Ihsani social capital. When Ihsani social capital is smaller, of course, you will have a smaller moral economy. The whole objective is expand Ihsan, Ihsani governance. As you can see, the movement between the boxes inside and outer region, that suggests that development, the expansion and contraction. When it is contraction, it's not development. When it's expansion, development takes place in the process. Hopefully we can have some times in the future, we can discuss all this, but I think I will finish with here, suggesting that this Islam, Iman, and Ihsan is the essential core of the Islamic development process, and essentializing around Tawheed, suggesting a particular moral economy. And I think my time is over, so I'll finish here, and hopefully some of the issues we'll discuss. But since I'm here, just quickly, and therefore when we are talking about the initial equation, so when you look at the initial equation, capitalist production function tells you that K and L, and capital gets the alpha, labor gets 1 minus alpha. That's it. Domination of capital, capital determines. Marxism did the other way around, labor dominates, okay? And capital is communal. However, in the case of Islam, one, you have to recognize all the factors of production, all the stakeholders in the process is expanded, the human effort. You cannot commodify human, therefore it's not labor, but human. You have land, you have environment, you have capital, society, other stakeholders. And what is important, as you can see from the superscripts, each one of them was the equation as independent, not determined by the other, but they complement each other. There is no hegemonic power on one dominating the other. And two, and importantly, why? In front of every stakeholders, what you have, a particular letter, A, B, C, D, and etc. Why? Regardless of what you get, because of your work or because of land, whatever it is, but beyond that, there's an inherent value. And therefore, you need to have a dignified life, and therefore that has to be determined. And therefore, zakat is a response to expropriation, the right of the society to be returned. I'll finish with that, and hopefully we can discuss some of these issues in the next session. These are essential problems in front of us. We have to be reflective. And therefore, unfortunately, we have this amazing world of Islamic normativeness. Fortunately, we have that, but unfortunately, we haven't mobilized that to produce a viable solution. And therefore, as T.C. Eliot would say, Islamic economics and finance looks like shape without form, shade without color, paralyzed force, gesture without motion. But amazing story there, and hopefully we can all work together to actualize this amazing story, and I'll finish it here. Thank you very much. I think I am already over time by 1 minute, and I think we are now on the panel, yes? Colleagues, are you there? There are some questions there. Hopefully we can respond to those questions during the debate. Okay.
Professor Asutai, can I speak?
Yes, please, it's your turn. I was looking for you.
No, we are not hearing your voice. There is a problem, maybe?
No one has heard?
No, it's okay.
Yep, okay.
There is 3 questions in the chat box.
I can see
I have
those,
3 questions for you as well. Actually, there is more than 3 questions.
Okay, I have to be very quick. Okay, tell me. I'll take the first one from here.
We cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me still? Can you hear me? No.
It was good just now, Prof. Mehmet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
Try again.
so I'm not sure what's happening, but I took off my earplugs.
No, he has been good.
Okay.
You can hear Dr. Asutai. Abdul Shashi is speaking.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, Chachi. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Is there a question? How are we going to do with questions? Amal? Shall I read them?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. So the first one, under the current technological, this is from Bedrettin Barahla, one of the Daramites, under the current technological gap between the Islamic and the developed countries, what is the impact of the removing barriers to access to the natural resources? What is the main difference between the approach of the World Trade Organization and yours? Well, the existing structure, including SDGs, as I mentioned, Sustainable Development Goals, World Trade Organization, and all of them, consider the initial equation K and L, capital and labor. So they do not consider the interests of all the other stakeholders. And that's a major problem for us because it does not recognize the right of other stakeholders. And therefore, it does not provide the necessary accessibility to resources. And our departure point with Islamic economics suggesting a different ontological formation is the recognition of all the stakeholders in the process, and their rights has to be recognized in detail. And therefore, the initial equation that I suggested for Islamic moral economy tries to integrate this privilege understanding, and therefore recognizing the right of all the stakeholders, but at the same time, the inherent value suggests that everyone should have a dignified income in the process. Hopefully we can discuss. The other question is practice of other systems as our own performance on justice, poverty, inequality, and responsibility are much better. Is it appropriate to compare theory of us and practice? No, if your question suggests that I was comparing, no, I didn't mean to compare, but in order to give a perspective, I did refer to other ontological formations such as capitalism, but as I suggested with the graph as well, every ontology has to produce their own institutions through their ontological base. And then second question, our instruments are either similar in the form or in effect or both. The distinctive institutions like Zakat, Waqf, and Mudaraba Musharaka suffer from lagging in contemporary refinements for significant impact and moral hazard. I do not agree with that position because that position directly internalized the existing structure, existing social formation, and existing capitalist system and locates Islamic position in that. No, of course, if you are having capitalist system, Mudaraba and Musharaka will not work because it's based on risk management according to Basel, and it's based on essentialization of capital. However, in a different ontological setting where capital is not essentialized, as in my equation, however, relegated to the same level with other stakeholders, then I'm afraid you do not need to ask that question because Musharaka and Mudaraba within that social formation would be possible because a different ontological formation. However, if you are taking the existing capitalist system and the banking system as given and trying to do Islamic finance within that, of course, you have to comply with their definition of what capital is. And therefore, my earlier reference that capital has to be determined and defined first, and then we have to consider how Islamic banking can be. The current Islamic banking has not defined what capital is. It has taken the capital definition of the existing system. That was from Salman Ahmed. And Asif Maulana asking, wa alaikum salam. Thank you. And question. My question to you is how we build the future generation of Islamic economics that will come, and also whether this is the way forward and other serious things that we need to think. I think the major problem, we are confined with the existing system and we are always trying to express ourselves within the existing system. And the existing system, of course, is what we use the term graft in a particular way. From the school, from the early age, we are grafted into a particular thinking that 5 is always bigger than 4. However, as I try to argue here, 5 is not always bigger than 4 when the value is attached to them. And therefore, I'm not going to use the cliche word education, but unfortunately, this ontologically constructed education system, particularly based on education system that we have based on particular ontology, understanding, unfortunately, graft us in a particular way, and we are thinking in that particular way. And therefore, that has to change. And unfortunately, Islamic economics and finance programs are Islamizing the existing one. The existing existing economic system is Islamized in the process, and therefore I have huge issues with the Islamic economics and finance programs. Second, and importantly, most of the programs are theoretizing the operations of Islamic banking rather than providing the theoretical base for Islamic banking operations. And unfortunately, the new generations coming out of these programs, they become just the workers of the existing banking system, Islamic banking system, rather than reshaping it, rather than developing it, rather than innovating it, because in the classes, we are theoretizing the existing operations. So these are particular problems that I wanted to identify. Amal, are we okay with that?
Yes. Can I ask one question now?
Please.
Thank you. So 3 questions, actually. I hope you don't mind that.
I don't mind that. Time is an issue.
Thank you. So there is this trend both in academia and media about the redemption of capitalism. So do you think there is a hope for capitalism? I mean, can it be reformed if policymakers and theorists focus more on business ethics and or maybe try to revive the tradition of Adam Smith, as he was a moral philosopher before being the author of The Wealth of Nations? Can capitalism be redeemed according to you? Do you think?
I hope it's not going to be redeemed. Let me put it this way. The problem is not because when we talk about capitalism, everyone looks at the consequence. So when you look at from the consequences, well, SDGs have come up with a global morality suggesting that capitalism, in an implicit manner, suggests that capitalism can be rescued. Okay, why? So that if we can tackle with these areas, okay, if we can tackle with these areas of the difficulties that we have around us, whether the environmental problem, whether whatever the problem that we have around us, then we will be okay. No, you won't be okay, because capitalism, as the name suggests, directly refers to essentialization of a particular modes of production. That's capital. So we have to relegate that. If we are to have a better world, if we are going to have a better way to essentialize the well-being of all individuals and all stakeholders, then by definition, capital cannot be hegemonic. Capital cannot be the only deterministic value in the factors of production in the process. So we have to establish this plurality. We have to establish this equality between different stakeholders, and therefore capitalism, because directly based on hegemony of a particular factors of production, it cannot be redeemed, but it can be redeemed within its own ontology. Whether that's something that I want to see or not, that's another question. And unfortunately, despite my praise of Pope Francis coming up with this amazing booklet that he has, Vatican in the end ended up only with what? Inclusive capitalism. So they ended up with Muslims, like we came up with all this amazing discourse, and we ended up with Islamic finance. Pope Francis came up with an amazing discourse, and they ended up officially with inclusive capitalism. Capitalism, by definition, cannot be inclusive because the essential factor is what? Capital. So they have gone into the same dilemma as we have, because they thought that they could redeem capitalism. I hope that responds to your question.
Thank you. So you are suggesting that the only way out of this is a radical change.
I think it's not because I'm radical.
No, not you, but the solution should be radical.
Yes, I'm coming. I don't have anything problem with radicalism. I love it, but I don't think that what we are suggesting, or what other people, not only Islam, but other traditions and other scholars are coming up as well. Yes, radical change has to be there in order to be able to establish this equality between different stakeholders. Without establishing that equality with the domination of capital, unfortunately, solution cannot be achieved.
Thank you. Second question.
Do we have time?
I think, do we have time?
Okay.
Yes, we have 15 minutes. 5.
Okay. Yes.
3 minutes, he said.
Okay.
So with the rising awareness of youth in the global south, which is mainly demonstrated through their active participation in the decolonization movement, Professor, do you think the global south academia can provide sustainable, viable, and practical economic model inspired by our tradition and aligned with our discourse?
I think I have huge hopes. People call me utopian, and I don't find anything wrong with being an utopic. I love to be utopian because the utopic thinking has resulted in all these beauties that we have in the world. And therefore the South, whatever the definition of that South, but yes, beyond the West, can provide, should provide alternative forces. But the problem is that, of course, global domination on academia, that you have to publish in certain quality, in certain journals and etc., the grafting process. It does not allow us, unfortunately, to develop pluralistic understanding and prevailing of the pluralistic understanding in the world, whether it is academia, whether it is in the practice, whether it is there or not. So therefore, the whole redefinition of global forces in academia, in knowledge management, in knowledge development is very much important for us also consider. Without that, unfortunately, global South is grafted into the same thinking, same production, and etc. And therefore, the colonizing of knowledge. Now we are talking in the West as well, such as in our business school, the colonizing of knowledge, the colonizing of curriculum is essential. But unfortunately, these discourses are not coming from the Muslim world. That's the worry. The majority of the Muslim world is very much happy within the existing. It seems that, as I mentioned, in subaltern obsession with capitalism, perhaps with the modernity and etc., has been forcing us, has been grafting us towards a particular objective, and that has to be tackled with in order to be able to produce alternative solutions to the problems that we have in front of us.
Thank you so much. So if no one have a question, we shall finish with this speech.
Thank you.
Discussion. Thank you so much, Professor Asutai. So we'll be taking a 5-minute break, then we'll be back with you, inshallah, with the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. But I can see Professor Ibrahim Özdemir here. Iqbal Asaria is here. Is Dalal around? Dalal hasn't joined us yet. Okay. Good to see you, Professor Ibrahim.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Hocam, I just received a message from Dr. Dalal.
Yep.
She just got a car accident, but she's fine. She just sent her apologies.
Oh,
not able to make it. Yeah. I just want to inform that situation. She just emailed us a while ago.
Okay, so sorry. So sorry. Okay. I'm really sorry.
I assume maybe we can give 5 minutes break for you after your talk before the panel.
No, it's okay because our colleagues are here. We shouldn't.
Okay, we can proceed if you want to.
Yep, let's continue because we are all friends here, so we can continue. But I'm really sorry for Dalal. We have been working hard together to produce a particular document. I guess she got very tired. I'm really sorry. And I haven't done my job yet. I'm really sorry for Dalal. Inshallah, I'll call her later. She must have been distracted with under all this pressure. May Allah give her health, inshallah. Okay, in this session, and hence we kept this session compared to other sessions smaller in terms of number of people, number of panelists. And with Dalal, we were 3, but we have 2 now. So I have here Professor Ibrahim Özdemir, a very long-term friend, an academic, a bureaucrat, but importantly, a person who have always had this attachment to environmental issues and Islam at the core. And he's recently involved with this Al-Mizan project in the United Nations. Hopefully we'll discuss that as well. But currently he's a professor at the Üsküdar University. It is just a few minutes walk from the place that I am just now in Istanbul. So we are neighbors in a sense. Hopefully I will see him later. I just arrived, Professor Özdemir. Hopefully I'll see you later. And he has contributed to debate the sustainability, but importantly, environmental issues through the Islamic ontological position. And therefore, we thought that colleagues who are here and those who are going to follow in YouTube should be able to have that understanding of Islamic theological and the moral position when it comes to environmental issues. And beyond that, of course, sustainability, development, and etc. And then the second panelist is, again, a very long-term friend, Mohammed Iqbal Asaria. He may not have published, but he has contributed immensely to the debates and contributed to the emergence of new generation within Islamic economics and finance and Islamic studies. He has been also instrumental in the institutionalization of Islamic finance in the UK, in particular part of the working group, but also in recent years with the emergent Islamic finance programs, he has been contributing to teaching in such programs at the same time. But importantly, we chat a lot with Iqbal, and we share same concerns as with Professor Özdemir. And I thought, reflecting on those issues, and I was hoping Dalal could have brought us the industry perspective from the Islamic finance, but we wish her quick recovery, inshallah, and happy to hear that nothing happened. But hopefully we'll look into those broader issues with Professor Özdemir and with Iqbal Asarian. Iqbal, of course, is an international developmentalist at the same time, and I'm using that developmentalist with caution, but I'm using it. And he received the Queen's Awards for, it was CBE, I guess, Iqbal, yes, I always forget, Commander of British Empire Prize for his contribution to international development. So international development has been at the heart of his work and his own concerns, and therefore, and together with his Islamic studies, but important Islamic economics. So I have this two amazing colleagues here, and please, chat is here. You can send your questions, and I'm following your questions from chat as well, because I'm not talking, but this time I will be listening. I can see certain questions that I had not seen, but will respond to that hopefully. Thank you, Kabir. Kabir suggested we also need to teach our Kabir Hassan, Professor Kabir Hassan. We also need to teach our students modus operandi based on our philosophical orientation, regardless of whatever school of thought we follow. We are good in preaching, but not in practicing. Hopefully we'll come to that as well, dear Kabir. But let's try. Okay, let's try this panel. I'll start with Professor Özdemir with you. You have been, of course, an academic, but also you for a certain time, you were on the policy-making side of issues as well in Turkey. I just want to explore with you, and you have written on environment, Islam, and even Abrahamic traditions, and you have presented those papers in high places, including United Nations and similar agencies. If you could start the essentialization of environment. I touched on this privilege and etc., but of course, you have written extensively on this. And since we have time, we can start with the initial questions. The whole locating the environment, locating sustainability of environment and the relationship between human within Islamic ontological framework. If you could just hear the initial positioning that you are going to take, and then we can develop from there. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. I really enjoyed your presentation and also the timing of this conference and also these very intelligent and concerned questions. And your question, in fact, in your presentation, you also answered in some way your question. You know, all is about the Islamic ontology. When Quran revealed to the Meccan people in the 7th century, Quran didn't tell them to make salah or give zakat or make hajj initially for 13 years. But Quran presented Arab people, pre-Islamic people, with a new worldview, with a new ontology based on Tawheed. It just invited people in the person of Prophet ﷺ to read, to recite creation in the name of the Creator. You see, to look at their camels, but just keeping in mind the Creator. You see, of course, Arabs, you know, they know their camels. They were enjoying their camels. It was, you know, their most precious things in their life. But Quran just changed their lens. Quran just tell them a new story of how all things it is created. Because for Arabs, the nature and the universe was purposeless, meaningless, and orderless. It was just chaotic. It just was, it was just to enjoy life. But the first thing Quran changed, there is an order, a meaning, and purpose in the creation. And Quran, in the time, especially in the Meccan period, insisted and used the time al-mizan, the balance, for many times. It says the universe, not only the planet Earth, the universe created with a balance, with a mizan. So who is created this mizan? Who has been creating and sustaining it? It is Allah, it is God. So first we have to understand this. So as you said very well, the life must be constructed based on this ontological, fact. You see, therefore, when we look at the life of the Prophet, it just he exemplified what the Quranic teachings in his life. Therefore, I see the Prophet, peace be upon him, as the first Muslim environmentalist. Because when I read when I studied his life from an eco perspective, from an ecological lens, from all I went through all the classical sources. Just a new personalities emerged in front of me, because with the colonial and post-colonial mentality, we just presented Prophet Muhammad ﷺ as a military leader, as a commander, as a political genius. You see, but because we need such a person, such an ideal to solve our problems. But now, with the environmental problems, with the climate change, with all these problems we have, because environmental problems is a root of many other problems, as you know. Even now the domestic and international migration is a direct consequence of climate change, because there's a drought in many regions of the world. People cannot survive, so they have to find a new place. They are just living their loved countries, loved homes, and they venture to the unknown, and dozens of them they just drown in the Mediterranean Sea. So just to summarize, the mizan is the Islamic environmentalism must be based on the Quranic value system, must be based on the Tawheed and the Islamic ontology. This is all we are doing. And when we look at the classical Islamic sources, it is there, it is there because in the emergence of Islamic scientific tradition, I documented many. Ibn Haytham, for example, just started his book of optics with the concept of mizan, because he says if Allah created everything with a mizan, with a balance, so there is a mizan, there is a balance in the color, in the optics, in the physics, and everything else. Then we have Islamic scientific tradition. So we environmentalists, we are rediscovering these values. We are saying, no, we cannot, as you put very well, we cannot just borrow from the West, from the capitalist system, which is, insufficient. It is a source of so many problems. Even they invited me, for example, and many environmentalists to international conferences, and they say, oh, we can, make capitalism moral. Is a moral capitalism is possible. Many, see, as you said, some say it is against the spirit of capitalism, but still they are trying to find a solution. But the sad things, we discovered that, maybe we can talk about that, from Morocco to Jakarta. I visited many Muslim countries, and you all know Muslim countries, and you all know familiar with the, political agendas. After they got their independence in the first part of the 20th century, they just initiated the Western model of development. No Muslim country and leader, they bored themselves how we can develop an economic system, a development system, based on Islamic ontology. And now, as you put very well, they can, think about that when they had, as they got their independence, they can say, we have to create a model for us. But in the case of Turkey, as you know very well, they said our model is the West. We will be westernized. We will westernize society, but ourselves. So we have, all problems. Even the Islamic parties in Turkey, when you look at them, there is no respect to the nature, which is created and sustained by Allah. They just say we have to exploit nature. They just concerned with the GDP, which is one of the big mistakes of Keynes. Mr. Keynes, just one of his legacy. Yes. It's not, as you said, in Islamic economics, in Islamic moral value system, 5 is not bigger than 4. And we think with the Quranic mentality.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you on the economic reflection, but before moving to Iqbal, just want you to reflect as well and share with us. When we look at in the traditional sense in the Muslim world, when there's a human rights debate, everyone jumps, oh, we have human rights, oh, environmental we have. It's this rather than proactive way of considering and developing. It seems that we are very reactive, and that reactiveness, unfortunately, does not produce knowledge, does not produce practice. Would you join me in understanding that, or do you think there are some ontological, epistemological problems in this process? Why we are not moving into the next step? We are not proactive, but rather reactive in the processes. Because you look into the Islamic tradition.
Very good and very important question. I have been reflecting on that still. I am trying to understand, because as you know, I worked for Ministry of Education for 7 years, but I discovered still our educational systems are designed, with a nation state mentality. Mm-hmm. You see, what is important is the independence and the prosperity of our nation, even not people. In some cases, when nation state, it is the state, it is the privilege of state. Everything is connected. Therefore, through education, nobody cares to come up with a solution. This is why I said we need a new story, which we can change ourselves. Then we can change the society. There are very good examples, in the world I can give to you. We can do that. Yes, our values are there, but as we are educated in un-Islamic style, well, it is sometimes we cannot come up with that theory. I just, when I visited the Muslim countries, I am surprised and shocked when I saw some former colonial but no independent, so-called independent Muslim countries. They are advertising their private schools as they are providing the Oxford curriculum or Cambridge curriculum or some other or Harvard curriculum. When I asked them why you don't have your own curriculum, they said no, they are the best in the world. So we have just to implement them. We are just representing them. So it is time. I just reread Allama Iqbal's reconstruction of Islamic thought. You see, he got the problem. Muhammad Iqbal, Allama Muhammad he got the problem. This is why he said the reconstruction. So if we don't reconstruct of our educational system or psyche, then with the just piecemeal solutions or just ready-made solutions, we cannot solve our problems.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Özdemir. We'll come back because we'll go around and create this debate. But colleagues who are here, you could send your questions or comments through the chat box. I'm happy to raise them. Iqbal, it's good to have you. Unfortunately, we have not came together physically for quite some time. We haven't met, but it's good to have you here, and you look good. We have been discussing these issues, development issues in different platforms with you. And it has been an exciting process for me to see the world through your eyes as well. You are a very reflective person. I enjoy that. And therefore, I wanted our colleagues here with us, following us, should hear also your reflective thinking and how we can. Now, I have a particular position on what development should be or Islamic economics should be. And I think we don't have much divergence with you. But when it comes to development, and in particular within this Islamic economic or Islamic moral economy, whatever we consider, how do you locate, because you have this international development background as well. You worked with big accounting companies, and you have that experience, you have your Islamic philosophical background and your engagement with the Muslim community in the UK, and all those, when you put all those together, the development perspective that you develop in a way over the years, how would you reflect on that?
Thank you, Mehmet, and everybody else. I just want to share 4 or 5 anecdotes which capture this thinking.
I love that. I love that.
So the first one is, since you mentioned Said Bakr Sadr, in the late 70s, we had friends here from Iraq who were studying with us. So we got talking and we understood. I mean, it's the first time I heard about him and I heard about Islamic thinking and so on. So I said to one of my friends, can you write to Said Bakr that I want to study Islamic economics? And he responded, he said, tell this young man not to study Islamic economics. Tell him to study economics and understand economics thoroughly, and then his Islam will take him where he needs to go. This was a very big, setback for me at the time. But now reflecting on that, I feel that he was probably more than correct. The second anecdote is, at the same time, we had, in the early 70s, you mentioned him, Ernest Schumacher, Small is Beautiful. Ernest Schumacher used to lecture at the London School of Economics. We used to go and attend his lectures. And we were amazed because we never thought that this kind of criticism can come to us. I mean, we couldn't observe it. He said, look at the world today. You have somebody bringing sugar, somebody taking it to Glasgow, somebody then bringing it back to London, somebody taking it to Wales. This sugar is just going all around the place and we call it growth, and it's just creating no value at all. Let's think about this. And he built from these small, very visible evidences for us to think about what is happening here. And then, of course, his book, Small is Beautiful, says, don't worry if the sugar comes and stays where it is or it is produced locally. That's the best thing. We don't need to make it go around the world 10 times before it is consumed. The third one is when we were doing early economics, and I was reading about market, and then we came to externalities, because obviously at that time they wouldn't call it market failure. Yes. Market could not fail. Yes. There would be externalities, which is nothing to do with market.
Yes. Yeah.
And the biggest externality was the environment. So, for example, we heard one of my professors saying that one day the parliament had to be suspended in the summer because of the stink from the Thames. And the stink was coming from pollution from factories upstream. And then people started to think that wouldn't these factories have to pay to clean the thing before they dump into the river? They said, no, you can't interfere with the market. That will destroy the market model. So then what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to die from this kind of thing? Again, it makes you think that there is something called market failure.
Yes.
And then Professor Galbraith, I think one of his last book is called Innocent Fraud.
Yes, remember that.
And a very beautiful small book. And in this, he attacks things like this, that you sometimes change the term from market failure to externality, from this to that, so that the things which you want to be sacrosanct don't get attacked at all. You leave them on the side. And then obviously the discourse on the limits to growth came about. The whole report, the whole idea that the Earth's capacity to give everybody a standard of living, which, for example, an average American had at that time, was simply not there. We will destroy everybody else. And then, obviously, not the neoliberal, but pre-neoliberal thinking said, no, this is not so. Technology can solve this problem. We don't need to look at limiting growth. Technology will solve it. And we go, and then we came to, of course, neoliberalism, where it went all the way through. And then one scholar, again, a religious scholar, and this is just letting us know that there is so much wisdom in our own religion. He said, young man, look, let me tell you how to think about the world. He said, one day, a capitalist, a communist, and a socialist, they decide to meet somewhere. And at the agreed time, the capitalist and communist were there. And then the socialist was late by 15 minutes. And when he came, they asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you late? He said, I'm very sorry, but I was in a queue for meat. And so the capitalist said, what is a queue? And the communist said, what is meat? So the scholar said, you see, there is this very delicate balance between how you conduct society.
Yes.
You can be very greedy and not think about others, or you cannot have anything as well. This is also the other possibility. So one of the dangers I see in our discourse, Mehmet, is that we might also go to the other extreme, saying that, okay, we don't have this at all. We all become what we call very simple hermits. Yeah. And that's not going to work as well. However, the debate has moved on quite a lot. Climate change is becoming very, very visible now. Market failures are becoming very clear. And I hear what you said about Pope Francis, that ultimately, after his excellent discourse on criticism of neoliberalism, all his entourage, I was talking to one of his close associates, and he said, everybody was praying for the man to die because what he's talking about is no good.
No good for capitalism.
No good for capitalism, for our interests, he said.
Yes.
So then obviously he's then come for inclusive capitalism. They persuaded him to soften your stance because he had gone to the extent saying that neoliberalism is structural sin. Now, as people involved in theology, we understand that structural sin is different from just sin.
Yes.
It is inherent in the system, and so it has to be uprooted altogether. But he has softened his stance. Probably he's getting old, or his entourage is getting too scared. But I don't think there is a saving grace for that. I mean, it's now surviving on massive dollops of public money or taxpayer money, right? I mean, just look at the disconnect. While the economy is being bombed out by the pandemic, asset prices and stock market prices are at the top of the range. This is so disconnected. One doesn't see what's happening here. It's very, very, very difficult. However, coming back, I think there has been a lot of reflection in more circles than we expected, say, even 20 years ago.
Right.
The turn of the century, we couldn't have this debate. They would say to you, Mehmet, you are crazy. You are what you call medieval or nihilist or whatever.
They still say so.
They still say so, but you will have a hearing of
Yeah.
sorts. Yeah. So there's a change there. But I want to put forward two questions. Look at the question of vaccines, right? And this is the real question we are going to face. Are we ready to sacrifice our third dose to vaccinate other people who have got nothing?
Yes.
Now, this is a choice we have to make. Now, this is where selfishness comes in. So, no, I must have my third dose. But then that means in Africa, there will not be anybody who is vaccinated. Are you ready to trade off or not? And climate change is in a bigger challenge than that, because it's not your actions necessarily which are going to make trouble. Other people's actions may drown you or kill you or whatever else, right? So how are we going to develop that moral framework which you were talking about, which is sharing and understanding a global, vision? So, for example, I've always been thinking back when the Muhajirun came to Medina first time with the Prophet. The Prophet did something which I think if anybody attempts today, they will be killed.
Yes.
He said to each of the Ansar that this is your brother.
Yeah.
Share everything.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just thinking if it happened today, you say this mullah has gone mad, leave him alone, and just forget it. But that trust and faith in collective development empowered that community so much that within 100 years, they had a lot of the world at their command. It's not spread by military power. I mean, 200 people, 300 people cannot militarily conquer the Roman Persian Empire and everything else. There is something else. There is a moral force there which swept that. Now we need some kind of a leap of faith here globally to see what we can do. And when we were working in the World Bank, I was chairman of the World Bank NGO committee, right? In the 80s. The chief economist of the World Bank was telling us that what is wrong with polluting poor and underpopulated countries with our waste? We're paying them, so what's the problem? And this is continuing. We're still seeing plastic dumping in Turkey, in Malaysia, China, everywhere. And we just continue producing plastics. You produce those photographs showing what is our footprint going to be. But it's going to be worse in other countries where we are dumping this stuff, and also toxic chemicals, all kinds of things. So we fought to change that discourse. And it took a long time before we came to some kind of accountability in terms of, look, the bank is not a place for fancy discussion. We need to have accountable decision making. And that led ultimately to the MDGs and then the SDGs, which is a good step, but it doesn't step out of the system. Yeah, it still is quite within the system. It doesn't want to say that we ditch everything we have. No, that's fine. I don't expect that to happen from them. But the warning shots come from one or two people. I don't know if before I joined, you mentioned Thomas Piketty or not.
Not, I haven't, yeah.
Yeah, so Piketty, of course, takes up the discourse which you have outlined in the distribution between labor and capital and the source and nature of capital and so on. But he says two things which are relevant for us here. One is that if we do not do anything, history shows that we will end up with wars or revolutions because of the imbalance.
Yes.
And both of them have unpredictable consequences. No revolution has achieved what it set out to do. No war has achieved what it set out to do, as we say. It's just something which happens, and then we have to pick up the pieces. Secondly, he says the best way to mitigate this is to have a small wealth tax. And his formulation is around 3%, which is not very far from what we call zakat. So it seems to me that this kind of circulation of wealth to create a social safety net, whether universal basic income or whatever way we do, is our imperative to have it. And I think Islamic finance, as you have mentioned, and we all know, especially if you go to Islamic development, we are only playing second fiddle to the existing financial system. We need to now lead the way. There is a room there to lead the way, saying that we will create social inclusion, we will do things. A simple person like Professor Muhammad Yunus could empower 2, 3, 5 million Bangladeshi women to earn their own living, which is amazing. But we can't escape from the growth paradigm, yeah? We can't say that every solution is in the growth.
No.
Solution is in redistribution, is not in growth. And then growth or distribution between countries. I was very happy that yesterday, I don't know if he understands it, Boris Johnson said that we must pay more for the climate change because we have exploited the earth more than the others.
Yes, yes.
So call on the ecological capital in the past. Now, as Muslim economists or people thinking on the Muslim countries, we need to reflect on these questions and see how our institutions, our banks, our governments, our development banks will adapt to this kind of thinking. These are now global responsibilities. As Professor Ibrahim said, it is not national boundaries which will dictate this, or national growth which will dictate it. It is wider than that. And I think it needs, Mehmet, our next generation to do it. We can only point the way. Like Schumacher, I was so inspired by Schumacher. Simple, very down-to-earth person. But he put questions in your mind which you could not ignore through the rest of your life, and you went in that way. Finally, I want to say that unfortunately, we as Muslim countries generally are over-dependent on fossil fuels.
Yes.
So our contribution to climate change is going to be greater proportionately than others. So we have to find a way to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, or like Norway, maybe use our fossil fuel wealth to create alternative wealth or alternative ways of production, which might help. I don't see very many signs of that. I've always talked about projects like, I don't know if many of you are familiar with things like Desertec. Desertec was a project designed to have solar power from the Sahara deserts coming into Europe to reduce the footprint of Europe. Solar power, obviously, there is abundantly available and free. But I suggested to them during my World Bank days and later again, if you put a solar station there, how difficult it is to point it north and south, because it doesn't deprive you of the resource. If you point it south as well, you solve all the problems of the Sahel countries from Nigeria to Sudan in terms of resources depletion and so on. So it's imaginative things like that which need to be done, which can take us to this position of living without necessarily crazy levels of growth or without using resources which are unsustainable and making it. And the last point, unfortunately, we have also got into the habit, and I think I'll want to hear Professor Ibrahim comment on that, of achieving growth by financing consumerism, unsustainable consumerism.
Yes.
Through unsustainable debt. It's
So
not only, and this country after country, you look at it, the whole thing is dependent on financing consumerism. And I was really quite upset. One day I went to Dubai in a bookshop, and there was a simple book on Islamic finance, like a pictorial book, right, for Islamic finance ABC. And in there is an example of a person who goes to a shop and he says, I want to buy a small car because I have a little bit of money. I want to buy a small car. So the banker says to him, no, why do you want to buy a small car? We can give you this Murabaha loan and you can buy a very big car.
Yes.
And you pay XYZ. So the man is finally persuaded to buy a car 5 times his capacity. And if that becomes the norm, and this is how we teach Islamic finance, then we are going to be in deep, deep trouble. We should have, as we have been discussing, Mehmet, before, in our fathers' days, they would have said, can you do with an even smaller car? In which case you don't have to borrow anything. But now we are saying, can you do with X borrowing? And that's exactly what happened with the subprime. And that's exactly what's happening with property finance now, with asset finance now, which is unsustainable levels of debt, financing consumption, which is now creating pollution. So these are my initial thoughts, and then we can pick up as we go along.
Okay. Thank you very much, Iqbal. It's particularly important, but your touch on this sharing economy of Medina society is very much important. I reflect a lot on that. And perhaps that responds to some of the questions that we get, including today, that, within the existing system, we have similarities and etc. And therefore we can operate perhaps. But when I look at that experience and the development of a particular society, a particular social formation, Professor Al-Salam did not do that in Mecca because there was an established political economy there. And it was terribly difficult, perhaps, to establish an entirely new society with a particular social formation. And therefore, moving to Medina, a neutral base, perhaps, establishing a society, and in which, as importantly you rightly said, and which I give a lot of importance, he did not say that, look, why don't you help through charity your immigrant brother? He made them, as you meant, shareholders. So this is an implication, this has huge implication for us in terms of the nature of political economy we are talking, nature of development. That is a sharing economy, what I call ihsani governance. I mean, of course, this is very utopic, although I love utopia, but it's utopic. But is there any way, theoretically, I'm not talking about practically, why the founding fathers, let me put it, the founding fathers, why they avoided to develop Islamic economics, Islamic economic development, whatever, within such a political economy, rather than shifting to economics as such? What were the potential barriers or potential difficulties, intellectual, political, or whatever? Because that would have provided us a new trajectory in terms of a new political economy. Then hopefully I'll go back to Professor Özdemir.
So I think it was 1975 when King Faisal, he had the idea of convening a conference of Muslim economists to discuss these subjects. Unfortunately, he was assassinated in 1975 before the conference could happen. So the conference was delayed to 1976. And I was a young economist then, and I had a call from Professor Khurshid Ahmad, whom you know.
Of course.
He said, would you like to go to Makkah for a conference? And I said, I'm not a Muslim economist. I am just an investment analyst. He said, no, it's just, so I said, fine, at least we will make Umrah and we will enjoy the Umrah, if not the conference. So we went there. And there were 200 of the most well-known Muslim economists.
Yes, amazing stuff.
Of that time, amazing collection of people.
Yes, yes.
And obviously, these questions were there. Where should we start? And then the next question is, where can we start? As far as I could follow, and I was still young and I was not familiar with the whole debate and so on, as far as I could follow, the idea was that if we start by changing states or encouraging states to change their economics, will be thrown out before anything else. So we have to start at a low level and then slowly move up. So the idea was not to ditch that, but to de-emphasize it, to work under the radar, I think. That was my sense of what happened. And then obviously we went into Islamic finance, Islamic banking, but nobody had dealt with development.
Yes.
And then obviously the Islamic Development Bank was set up, but the risk appetite of the Islamic Development Bank has been so limited.
Yes.
That it has always been as a syndication partner to the existing development banks in most of their projects, right? It hasn't initiated its own projects, apart from a little bit of trade finance. So that vision, I am still arguing in different forums up to today, that we need to now empower the Islamic Development Bank to do something new, to empower this process. Because this risk at some level has to be borne by a global body. Local banks, local institutions, local economies can do something, but if they had this umbrella, then we could do more. So I think my understanding is that the founding fathers, if you like, of Islamic economics today, at that conference sort of got a little bit of a kind of deflation, saying that don't go too high in your thinking, just come down and look at what is practical. Obviously, at that time, the Middle East was awash with money. The price of oil had just gone up 10-fold or 20-fold or whatever. They didn't know what to do with it. So there was an appetite for doing these things. And then we had a few banks, but also, Mehmet, just a warning that the first bank, Islamic bank, we started to do pure mudaraba, was completely wiped out because the borrowers felt that this is free money, we could do anything. And you know, this tadamun and all kinds of other things, they just finished the money and left only this Professor Ahmad Najjar with his small bank in Cyprus. But other than that, it was all gone, so much losses. Slowly they began to go to this collateralized debt model. It wasn't because of design, it was because of default. They gravitated. They knew, they understood that if you are, as you said, if you are existing within the current financial paradigms, it's not easy to escape it unless you are really determined. And that's why I'm saying that we need somebody like the Islamic Development Bank to handhold, to see that we can find kind of risk sharing in the sense of global risk in those kind of experiments. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, this is an amazing because one of the reasons I invited Iqbal to this, the new generation of colleagues could listen that history. who are in the, as I call it, in the spring and the summer of Islamic economics, but should hear about the winter of Islamic economics as well. Thank you for reflection. I mean, I could understand all that tension, but turning to Professor Özdemir, thank you for your patience. Something that I want to learn as well, and therefore I'm asking, you refer to classical books and classical material. I mean, I'm not as lucky as you are, and therefore it's great to have you here. You mentioned that classical text also refers to such issues that we are discussing, whether environment or the other development issues. I was wondering, what is their treatment of the subject? Can we consider in a structured manner we can develop a development agenda with this knowledge that we have in those classical books, or it is just a very descriptive treatment of the material? I'm asking this question within the context. I'm very much looking into this moral and ethics issues. And of course, in the Arabic terminology, as well as in Turkish language, it's ahlak. But looking at all the classical books, I see them as, when it comes to ahlak matters, morality or ethics, it's very descriptive. It's not structurally or philosophically tackling issues. So they are not tackling in that level. It's very much very prescriptive, what you should do. And it doesn't have that philosophical foundations that we see in the classical writings of Western scholars. In this particular area, whether environment, whether larger development issues, whether growth, what is your take-up on this particular issue through the classical knowledge or the classical material available out there? If you could share with us, that would be great.
Yes, wonderful point. Thank you very much. And this is one of the gist of my studies. To solve this problem, I also am giving a class on critical thinking. Because if we don't understand critical thinking, what is critical or creative thinking is, and what is the role of the critical and creative thinking or education system, we cannot understand the classical sources. Also, we cannot come up with new solutions. Because, when the amazing thing, Islamic critical thinking was unearthing the God-given potentialities of students. Just look at Ghazali, look at Ibn Sina, look at Zamakhshari, look at in the East, Ibn Hazm or Ibn Arabi. They are just, the classical education unclosed, and discovered and unearthed their God-given potentialities. They can develop their potentialities to the full, and with a freedom. Then they come up with new solutions. So the problem is here, when I look at the Islamic classical sources with a holistic perception, holistic lens, perspective, let me say. Yes, maybe, the ethics is sometimes it's just captivated within the boundaries of the fiqh. It is grow under the spell of the fiqh. So all the fiqh, the Islamic jurisprudence, it is also embedded with moral values, as you gave us some examples. So, but when we look at the Sufi tradition, Tasawwuf, we can see how they exemplify in their lives, in their relation with the nature, these Islamic values. Let me give you some concrete examples as Iqbal provided us some wonderful examples. I'm glad he's also a student of Khurshid Ahmad. I was Khurshid Ahmad's assistant in 2001. He went at the summer school in Harvard Seminary. I just learned a lot of things in 2 months from him. So, when we look at, I just studied the travelers' books, travelers' monographs and books in the 18th and 19th century of Westerners to the Muslim lands. For example, Edward Lane, the British lexicographer and travelers who wrote one of the most amazing dictionary of Arabic and English. He spent, in 19th century, more than 10 years in Cairo. And when we look at his diary and his, anecdotes about Cairo, he's amazed with the Muslims friendship with the nature and with the animals. But after 10 years, but at that time, initially, the Cairo at that time was, under Ottoman rule. But with the British rule and the direction of the government, the direction of people become to westernization, to just imitate the West. Then when he visited for the second time, he discovered, he's surprised to discover, the attitudes of Egyptian Muslims changed towards animals, to dogs or cats or whatever. They just began to look at the nature and also animals like Europeans. So I think we have to, with a critical mind, we have to study all resources and come up with some new solutions. I don't say everything is in the store of the past, No, we have to, with a critical mentality, with the new hermeneutics of ourselves, we also have, we can discover this in all traditions. Especially, for example, just when I went to discover the meaning of al-mizan in the Islamic philosophy, I am surprised when I discovered in Mullah Sadra's writings,
yes,
how mizan is so important in the hikmah tradition of Islam. They just look at the whole universe as in balance with each other, and a balance is created and also sustain it, not only create it, sustain it, because by Allah. So it is up to us, by implications, we have to care about that. And one of the best examples just presented to us by Prophet himself, he was, he don't let Sa'd bin Waqqas, one of his, friend, to overuse water when he's taking ablution. He says, don't waste water. He says, I am taking ablution because of salah. He says, even you are next to the river, don't waste water. When we think about this principle, concrete example from the Prophet from the life of the Prophet, what about forests? What about our natural resources? We can use them, but we cannot overuse them. We cannot, destroy the natural resources. But just look at, in the case of Turkey, Marmara Sea is dying, and nobody cares. And also Ergena River is dead. Gebze River is dead. More than 70 lakes are dead. But people, they just don't care. But what in 2050, in 2060, maybe we are not will be here. What gonna be our grandchildren? We will inherit it from us. They can swim in Marmara Sea, they can have fish from Marmara Sea or Aegean Sea or Mediterranean Sea. I am not sure. So I think, we have to keep all this in our mind, and the solution, maybe we are educated with a different curricula, still I am criticizing myself. Maybe I cannot come up with some solutions, but if I teach my students to be creative, to be critical, they can, they can design a new economic system. Yes. Like Kate Raworth's, Donut economy. Just one person from Oxford University, just like Iqbal, she has a lot of experience in the World Bank, in other institutions, in Oxford. But then she came back to Oxford University, but with just one book, he made an amazing impact in the world. Just, in one of her talks, he said, we are 7 people here in London, but we are amazed, many people join us from Costa Rica to Berlin, to Istanbul, to other many places. With the El Mizan, a covenant for the earth, we are making a wake-up call to the Muslim Ummah. And we are expecting many young people, young and old also, to join us.
That's good, Professor. If you could briefly talk about this project, Al Mizan, as well.
Yes,
very briefly.
Al Mizan is a covenant for the earth, is a unique initiative which presents an Islamic outlook of environment in a bid to strengthen local, regional, and international actions that combat climate change and other threats to the planet. It is a global endeavor to engage Islamic scholars and Muslim institutions in the development and adaptation of this goal. You know, Al-Mizan, in fact, as I said, you know, a restatement of principles governing the protection of nature in a form that meets the current challenge, according to Islamic ontology and Quranic values. It examines the ethics behind the social patterning of human existence and inquires into how they could be brought to life today, working in harmony with the heartbeat of natural world. Environmentalism is deeply, we believe, embedded in the veins of Islam. Even my Christian, Jewish, Buddhist, and Hindu friends, environmentalist friends, they confess that many times to us. The Quran is the most environmentalist, most, you know, sacred text. You know, it is full of emphasis on the nature and on the universe. So, you know, the core team of Al-Mizan include the well-known Muslim environmentalists and activists from different Muslim countries. Even we have, you know, Shia is represented, women is represented, and, you know, we are just joined, or and we have been cooperating with the Faith for Earth initiative of UNEP. So we have been working on this document almost 3 years, and we sent the draft document to 250 Muslim institutions and leaders and scholars around the world. And just, you know, feedback from a professor, a retired emeritus professor of law in the United States. She said, you know, I am retired professor of law, but I am so amazed you based Al-Mizan on the concept of Tawheed, and your ontology is so solid. So she made some very intelligent, very good, you know, suggestions to us, and she said, you know, this gonna be to be, you know, a major text for policymakers in the Muslim world. We just, you know, we provided everything, almost everything, you know, to them, to come up with some solutions, some new policies. You know, even West is, as I am familiar with, Mehmet, what you are writing on Islamic finance. There are, you know, many even people in the West, they are reading and studying what you are suggesting, because they are trying to find a solution. You see, just like in the case of this vaccine, you know, we just look at for a solution for a vaccine. If it is provided in that or that, the country sometimes doesn't matter. So in this global world, everybody is expecting from Muslim environmentalists a new and inclusive, you know, a holistic perception of how we can deal with this problem. And we believe that Quran provides such a worldview to us, and we can benefit from the Islamic Islamic learning, you know, classical Islamic learning resources, but we have to, you know, study all this with a critical and also creative mind. With this, I always have, you know, in mind what Allama Iqbal says, reconstruction. To reconstruct, we have to have, you know, a new framework. So I think with the Al-Mizan, you know, we will make a wake-up call to the Muslim Ummah, and we are expecting from young generation of scholars and also all folks, all friends, to make it to give a hand to us, you know, to just you know, to help us, because it is not it is a moral imperative for us to do something for our grandchildren and for, you know, a generation, next generation. As maqasid al-sharia, we have to, you know, rethink about the maqasid al-sharia. We emphasized very well this, what maqasid al-sharia means, the ultimate aims of sharia in the context of Al-Mizan. And we underline, we make all this clear, and also we make reference to your works. And I do hope that this initiative of 8 Muslim environmentalists will be a contribution, will be just, you know, a new beginning, and we just rekindle, you know, the candle.
Inshallah. I'm sure that that will be an important guide for the future generations. And I'm really looking forward to this particular project, Al Mizan. I'm sure that it will be exciting. It will be shed new lights to our understanding. Time is an issue, and there are some questions. And
can I give a couple of comments first? Yeah,
please, yes, do. I was just trying to.
Yeah, I know we can go on, but as Professor Ibrahim has mentioned Allama Iqbal, I like to mention something about him. Of course, my name comes from him. At the time of my birth, his memory was quite fresh in our Asian people's minds. So my father said, let's call him Iqbal. But I didn't know Urdu. So when I came to university, I said, this is shameful. I mean, my name is from the man, I can't read him, and this is dangerous. So I got a friend who didn't know much economics, but he knew very good Urdu and Urdu poetry. So I said, look, guy, let us have a deal. I'll teach you economics, you teach me Urdu. So he did, and I could now read Iqbal in the original in depth. So just to share 2 lines from his initial poem, and Mehmet, this fits into our pattern.
Yes.
He said, Kyun ziya karam banu, sood faramosh rahu, fikr farda na karo. Why should I be like this? Why should I continue to live on the interest of the past?
Yes.
So this is what you were saying, that when we come to Islamic economics or economists, they say, this is in Islam. When we say we need to be ethical, say, yeah, it is already in Islam. We need to be environmentally, yeah, it is already there. So we feel that, as Iqbal says, we live in the past. We don't want to think that maybe there are some things we need to do which need to change this paradigm. And Iqbal then goes on, of course, this is in Shikwa. If you have time, it is in English.
An amazing piece, of course.
You should read that. But this Sood Faramosh Rahu, Sood in Urdu means interest.
Yes.
Actually, compound interest, really. And nobody has translated it that way. But when reflecting back, I say Iqbal is hinting that, look, this interest of the past is not going to sustain you for long.
No.
You have to start thinking. He said, whilst we are saying everything there, we have everything, and then we look at and in Sufi and Urdu poetry, of course, this Nale Bulbul Ko Sunu, which means the lament of the nightingale.
Yes.
And then even then I stay, oh, okay, everything is fine. No, you can't. You have to now. Then he goes, of course, to his shikwa and so on. So that's one. The other one, which is very important, and this is in this context, is what we know in economics as this problem of the free rider. Now, when we are taught free riders, we take it, but we don't understand it deeply. But I was reading Mughal history, and I read an incident in which the Emperor Akbar, he says to his finance minister, he says, Birbal, I think my people actually love me. So Birbal, being skeptical, he said, I am not so sure, Your Majesty. So what do you mean you are not so sure? He said, okay, let's put a test. They put a big tank in the middle of the town and said that from Maghrib on this day, everybody will go up and put a pint of milk in the tank for the love of the emperor. Fine. After Fajr next day, Akbar took Birbal hastily, said, let's go and see how much milk my people have put in. And said, they go and see the tank and it is full of water. So Akbar comes down furiously. The first person passing, he says, did you put the pint of milk which I asked you? He said, no. He said, why not? He said, I thought that if everybody puts milk and I put water, it should be all right. And as Professor was hinting, the depletion of the sea,
yes,
rivers, everywhere, we think that if we continue, if everybody else does their job, it should be okay. But soon we realize that the whole sea is gone.
Certainly. Just one reflection on that, and then there are some questions that will come. I have been looking into that issue as well. When we look at historically, the societies emerged, or rather than societies, communities emerged around water.
Yeah.
But later with enlightenment and modernity, controlling and maximizing, when it became the determining factor, the humans started controlling the water, and now water is disappearing, getting the revenge, unfortunately. And therefore, it was very interesting. Recently, I have seen French government decided to dismantle one of the largest dam that they have constructed some years ago. And it is pity, as Professor Özdemir was referring to Turkey, there's an aggressive policy of constructing rivers in Turkey. And therefore, you are changing the entire social formation by controlling the waters. And then, as we have seen recently, while you would remember in Germany as well as in the UK, we had all the floodings because you the Mizan that you disrupted the Mizan, and now they are taking the revenge, of course, because their normal flows have been changed. And therefore, the historical look at communities established around water, not by controlling it. And therefore, the Islamic perception, I mean, when we look at, for instance, in the development issues, the Red Indian understanding of submitting entirely to nature. On the other hand, the modernist understanding of entirely controlling nature for development purpose, but the Islamic understanding of that harmony, living with harmony, is an essential quality that we have to bring to policy making, hopefully. There are plenty to discuss, but there are some questions. I'll stop there. One of the clarification, perhaps, Iqbal, you could bring up, Mehmet and Isa, both Dharmite, has entangled with the issue of the anecdote you referred to, Mohammed Bakr Sadr, when he suggested that you shouldn't study Islamic economics. Mehmet and Isa both put on the question here. Like I'm reading Isa's, but Mehmet wrote as well. Mehmet asked clarification on that issue, and Isa went on the further example between two people talking about, but that's your communication with Mohammed Bakr said. If I understood correctly, the response was that no, you should not study Islamic economics. Instead, you should study lead you to learn Islamic economics. My question is that if we think, what should be our starting point for those who want to have a deep knowledge on Islamic economics? Do you mean that if we learn what is wrong with the current economic system with its theoretical underpinnings, we can then learn what should we question in Islamic manner, or should we first get expertise on Islamic studies, especially on economy, and then later evaluate conventional economics? Mehmet has the same question.
Yeah. So you know, Mehmet, that so what Said Bakr was saying is that this will be a better route to understanding Islam and Islamic economics. Yeah. As you see from Iqtisaduna, he doesn't believe in something called Islamic economics. He believes in the moral compass of the Islamic worldview, and then economics within that. Obviously, it changes. So I have been reflecting on our courses, on our degrees in Islamic finance, and I've come to the conclusion that if we have one module on Islamic economics, the rest on proper economics or development economics or whatever, that benefits the student much more than just doing Islamic economics. Because when they come out with a full package of Islamic economics, those guys are going to go into this mode that we have all the answers and we don't need to know banking or so on. You ask them, what is fiat money? And they say, I don't know. Say, okay, how are you going to operate in the system without understanding what this is happening? So I think that's what I mean. I'm still not quite certain about this pathway, because I think the amount which we can do in one module is also small. Maybe a first degree in economics and then a follow-up master's in Islamic thinking or philosophy. But as Professor said, critical thinking is the biggest thing. And we are not putting into our students critical thinking. One of the persons who was at the LSE during the time of Ernst Schumacher and others was Professor Karl Popper. And Popper also was quite an exciting philosopher, saying that everything is falsifiable until it is not. And he says, okay, this is a continuous process. You can't have certainty. You can only have consensus of the time. And I think, Professor, I think in the reconstruction, Iqbal also suggests that this is a transient thing. Muslim peoples will come to different conclusions in different times and so on. And that's fine. We shouldn't be very stuck about this. So yeah, I think that's where I think the Sayyid Bakr Sadr, obviously we didn't have a physical meeting, we were just writing and getting response back through our colleagues here and so on. So that's where we are.
Okay, Iqbal, just a clarification there, although I tried to share something I had in my presentation, but I couldn't, I thought of bringing now. But just a clarification on that issue, which Mehmet and Issa is trying to raise. The issue is that if we are to just study economics, and then we will be methodologically trained in the efficiency, for instance, from the beginning, maximization, efficiency, and etc. And then just one course with Islamic economics. Aren't we creating hybridity out of that?
You're right. We have to be more broad, but how much can you do in a course? We have to be very practical, right? I know that probably I found my course in economic history to be more informative than economics itself.
Of course, yes.
It was very educative. So maybe we could go that route.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, the emphasis has gone over the last 20, 30 years towards mathematical economics. And that just cuts off your thinking and say you want the mathematical certainty, efficiency, and cease. When you go to economic history, you find that there are other points of view which you can take. So I think that the jury is still very much out, Mehmet, and we need to see.
Okay. I mean, just to reflect on the methodology, I don't know whether the screen is visible.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, this is from Sad, okay?
Yeah.
I had in my slides, but I couldn't use it. So what is say that in this paragraph, similarly, it is not permissible to study the whole of Islamic economy as being something separate and a doctrinal entity independent of the rest of the religious entities, including the social, political, and other ones, and of the nature of the relations existing between these entities. We must understand the Islamic economy as part of the general system of Islam. Do you think Iqbal wanted to give you the message that you need to study Islam and locate Islamic economics in that, or study economics and relate to Islamic economics? I mean, within this context, what I have on the screen.
I think certainly there is room for discussing the moral compass of Islam.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And getting the students to understand that. And then obviously different kind of interests within the students. Some may come from religious background, economics, some may go from economics to more philosophy and thinking and looking at Iqbal and Mullah Sadra and all kinds of people. But there's also another practical problem here that everybody is also looking for studying to get a career, right?
Yes, yes.
And if they come out with say, I know Mullah Sadra and I know this and that, and people are going to say, so what?
Mm-hmm.
So there is this very difficult question, but I think a minimal acquaintance with the moral framework of Islam in a general sense would be very useful.
Okay, just to give some voices to our colleagues who are putting questions there. One question from Salman Ahmed Sheikh, perhaps Iqbal, we can reflect on that. Concept of ecosystem as privilege may further promote anthropogenic worldview. There is emphasis on custodianship, but much less on afterlife accountability, which truly completes the Islamic worldview. Do you think? Your view, what's your view on this? And the second question, Are all visions of growth problematic, even if the growth contributes to employment and poverty alleviation? What do you think?
You see, I think, Mehmet, that unlike some other faiths, I mean, for example, we know that some parts, some versions of Christianity, they just do not like wealth at all, full stop. They say wealth is evil and you should avoid wealth. But Islam has never been against wealth in that sense. It has been against exploitation of resources unsustainably and also hoarding of wealth.
Yes.
Distribution of wealth through zakat or other means, as you said, you must regard that what you have is an amana from Allah. So there is a share for the community in that. And that is, if you look at the root of the word zakat, it comes from tazkiyah, which means purification.
Yes.
It purifies your arrogance that it is me who is making this money, or me who is getting this resource. You should have it that Allah has given me, and therefore I must be mindful of my duties to other creatures as well, who are less fortunate or whatever. So yeah, the concept of wealth changes. But then now we come to our current understanding that even that has to be acquired in a more equitable, more environmentally sustainable fashion. It can't be polluting somebody else's river or depriving somebody else from water or whatever it is, or even the next generation. Because sometimes these are generational changes, like you're drying up your seas. This Amu Darya, yeah, for example, is completely gone.
Yes.
In the Central Asia. The whole lake has disappeared altogether. So, and this kind of things can happen. So I don't think we are saying that wealth per se is bad. I think it's now a question of methods of wealth acquisition and appropriation of wealth, distribution of wealth, equitable distribution of wealth across borders as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just want to.
Yeah, I was just coming to you, Professor Özdemir. Just your last reflections for us.
Yes, about the Anthropocene worldview, this is a very good question. They ask that a lot, and we also made it very clear in our document.
Yes.
And Islamic perception of human being is totally different, as Iqbal said, from the Western one. And yes, Islam in man and human being is at the center, but it is a responsible human being. It is responsible here, according to fiqh. It is responsible in the next life, in hereafter, according to our Islamic belief. So whatever we do, even the atom's weight, we will be, we are responsible. So it doesn't matter. It is towards the animal or towards the people of the book or whatever. There is an Islamic worldview. In this, the human being is a responsible one. Therefore, we make a definition of Khalifa. What Khalifa means? It doesn't mean you can rule what as you wish. You can own. It is a concept of responsibility, a moral agent, a moral responsibility, and we can fit. I can give you an example from the life of the Prophet. Whenever he travels on the back of his camel, when he gave a break, he never drink water and have his meal before watering and giving food for his camel. Even he delayed his prayer. He's setting an example for us. It is a person. If the prophet doesn't pray and doesn't eat, he doesn't drink before he take care of his camel, what up to us? We have to care about rivers. We have to care about seas. We have to care about anything. It is not like some, unfortunately, politically minded Muslims. We can also exploit nature to be powerful. We have to just devise most destructive weapons to fight the West, etc. We have some other spiritual powers. Of course, we have to defend ourselves. We have to our economic system must be powerful, but it is always limited with the Islamic moral values. You see, this is what makes us ummatan wasatan. You know, ummatan wasatan. This is, you know, we are just designed, or this document, with the system thinking and also with a holistic perspective. We try to make a very balanced document. It is very challenging to Muslim, to policymakers, and also to universities and to all institutions. It is a wake-up call. And with the feedbacks, with the new ideas, which we are just still, you know, initiating, we are hoping we can find a better solution. We are not saying it's a definitive document, but we have to rethink about our tradition. And as you know, the late Said Nursi says, we cannot live in the past, you know, but we can. But past is also part of our identity. We can understand the past, and we can shape our future. We can't change the past. We can't change the law of nature, but we can change ourselves. We can change our you know, schedule for tomorrow. Even if Mehmet Bey, we can have a arrange if he, as he said, I am in Istanbul, we can arrange a dinner together, but we cannot change yesterday. This is, you know, my mentality. Yes, we cannot change the past. We cannot change the history. We can, you know, use history with a critical and creative mind, and which is why the science of hermeneutic is here, why the history is here. You know, we, with all this, I think we can. I do believe we can come up some new Islamic solutions in the Islamic finance, in Islamic environmental ethics, and all other areas. And I think not only Muslims, not only other humans, even the creation needs a compassionate Muslim perspective, a compassionate Muslim for the animals, a compassionate Muslim for the lakes, for the seas. Because in the Quran, all these, you know, introduced to us as, you know, if everything is praising Allah, so everything is the consciousness of Allah. So we have to be respectful with a spirit of compassion and understanding.
So, Mehmet, just one point for Professor Ibrahim to put in your introduction. There is a book by Iqbal called Javed Nama.
Yes.
This Javed Nama, of course, is his reference to his son, Dr. Javed Iqbal. And in there he says, my son, remember that the sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. But it is at its best when it is in the middle. But even after that, please remember that it always rises in the east, not the west.
And let's hope that with this fantastic comment, let's hope that the East, in this form, Islam, can be a solution to the problems that we have. We hope and we believe that there is an amazing potential there. But the new generations that are emerging, also colleagues and friends here, we have to work together, collaborate together, develop new forms of collaborations so that we can develop those ideals into realities, inshallah. Whether we can reach to the conclusion, whether we can see in our lives, that doesn't matter. As long as we can work on that objective, towards that objective, that's the important. And let's hope, therefore, put our forces together to work towards a better world in which harmony, tazkiyah, rububiyyah, shapes our behaviors so that we can establish justice with ihsan, inshallah. It has been an amazing debate. I wish we could have more time to chat, and hopefully in the future we can organize such sessions and transcribe them so that we can communicate to other colleagues. But at least this video will be available on YouTube so that those who have interest can also enjoy. I'm grateful for your time, Professor Özdemir and Iqbal. Hopefully in better times we can come together physically and discuss all those matters. It has been a pleasure, and thank you for the conference organizers for facilitating this session, and we wish all the best for Dalal for her quick recovery, and pray that she's well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Özdemir, Professor Asutay, and Mr. Asaria. It was really an excellent panel during which you shared with us your long years experience, knowledge, and wisdom. It was truly a pleasure listening to you. I wish we could have more time to listen to your reflection, but you know, we have to respect the schedule and the timing. We'll continue after the lunch break, inshallah. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the after lunch break session. Now we will be holding session number 4, Islamic banking. This session will be guided by Associate Professor Dr. Nisful Laila, and she will be guiding this session for 1.5 hours. Over to you, Dr. Laila, if she's here, of course. Dr. Laila, can you hear me? Dr. Hakan, your mic is closed.
Sorry, I just talked to the Prof. Laila. She's coming, inshallah, in 2 minutes. She just had some connection problem. She was in the session just now, but it dropped. It's something that unexpected always when we are having online conference. This kind of issues may occur. Sometimes we are having problem to showing our presentations, sometimes connection problems. So I assume she will join us in a minute. I think since she couldn't join, maybe I can start the session in her behalf. So because we have some schedule, I would like to first invite Mr. Zubair Ahmed to the session for his paper titled Exploring Contemporary Islamic Finance Theories for Enhancing Research and Development in Islamic Banking. So, Mr. Zubair Ahmed, could you please firstly introduce yourself and mention about your institution, your affiliation, before you're starting your presentation? Floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zubair Ahmed, and today I want to present on the topic on behalf of myself and on behalf of my supervisor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Adib Ismail, who passed away in few days before due to COVID-19. So our topic is exploring contemporary Islamic finance theories for enhancing research and development in Islamic banking. So first of all, we both belong to the National University of Malaysia and Faculty of Economics and Management. So the background is the theories have an unignorable role in the contemporary research, and Islamic finance literature already has the word theories, but there is no theory of Islamic finance that can be used for further research in a contemporary manner, as confirmed by the researchers and experts of Islamic finance who interviewed during this research. The theory of Islamic finance in the literature is mainly based on the divine sources of theorization that are Quran and Sunnah, or Quran and Hadith, and as compared to this, the contemporary theories are mostly based on real world observations, interviews, and documents reviews. So these are main difference between the contemporary theories and the Islamic finance theory available in the literature, but it is based on the divine sources, Quran and Hadith. So classical Islamic finance literature, it means fiqh al-mamlat literature, is already available, the word Islamic finance theory, but it is mainly based on the divine sources, Quran and Hadith. For example, Surah Baqarah and other ayah, and also Hadith, and also the past literature focused on the real world, which called urf in the literature of Islamic finance, but of urf of the past centuries. For the contemporary scenarios, there are lack of Islamic finance theories which are mostly developed with the help of current contemporary theorization methods. So many people still do not believe that the current Islamic banking and finance is really Islamic, because the current Islamic banking and finance industries have to follow Sharia boundaries in parallel of banking and finance regulatory boundaries. These dual boundaries compliance make these systems, Islamic finance and Islamic banking systems, somehow complex and challenging to understand, especially for the people who are already outside of the Islamic banking systems. So contemporary developed theories, if we can develop some theories, Islamic finance theories based on contemporary methods, so that can be supportive to understand Islamic finance to different stakeholders and people, and also can support to reduce the doubts about Islamic banking and finance. Therefore, there is a need of contemporary theories of Islamic finance that can support further development of Islamic finance research and practice in better way. So aim of the research is to develop, explore the theory of Islamic finance or theories of Islamic finance that can be used for further research in a contemporary manner. So the research can be divided into two groups. First group, it has two research questions and similarly methodology and findings. First group have two research questions. For the first research question in the first group is there any theory of Islamic finance that can be used for further research in a contemporary manner? And if yes, if it is available, so what is or what are, if Islamic finance contemporary theories are available? A more specific research question for the systematic literature review was, because in that stage there was a systematic literature review also. So a specific research question for the systematic literature review was, what material or what content is available on the theory of Islamic finance in two leading academic databases, it means Web of Science and Scopus. So the methodology at this level, the methodology used hybrid methodology. This content of the component of this methodology is number one, systematic literature review, but not only relied on the systematic literature review, but also on this stage, the parallel, this study also conducted less formal interviews. It means there are three kind of interviews: structured interviews, non-structured interviews, and semi-structured interviews. So these interviews were not formal or less structured interviews in the form of discussions with the researchers and experts of Islamic finance. there were two researchers and also two Islamic finance experts in the field. So the findings of this stage, that at that point, it has been realized that there is no specific theory of Islamic finance that can be used for further research in a contemporary manner. It is also found that there is a difference between the Islamic and contemporary theorization sources, as already mentioned earlier. Current Islamic finance literature mostly derives theory from the divine sources that are Quran and Hadith. But on the other hand, contemporary theorization is mostly based on the real world observations, interviews, and document reviews. So these are basic difference between the contemporary theory and Islamic finance theory available in the literature. So the second stage have the research question 3, if not available theory of Islamic finance. So how contemporary theories of Islamic finance and other contemporary theories can be developed? So it is mostly based on the methodological point of view. So on this stage, the methodology is the library research method, we can say literature review method. So the way finding of this stage of the research is that there are three method of contemporary theories development. Number one, traditional theory development method. According to Eisenhardt 1989, the traditional theory method is that some experienced people visit the literature and common sense. By combining in these three sources, they develop the theories. For example, stakeholder theory, for example, any other theories, mostly developed based on the traditional theory development method. But there are also other theory development method in contemporary manner. These are grounded theory method, as 1967, and also grounded theory research method already have three variants, three famous variants, the founder variants, and after that two founders were separated. So there are three variants in grounded theory research method. And last one is the building theories from the case study research. It is actually the combination of case study research, grounded theory research, qualitative research, and after all, the combination of these three components, case study can be supportive for development the further theories. So these the contemporary theories are mostly based on the real world observations, interviews, and document reviews. So all these above three methods use these type of data in the contemporary manner. So conclusion is there is need and lack of contemporary theories of Islamic finance. This type of theory or these types of theories can be developed by traditional way, grounded theory research method, or theory building case study research method. So the proposed developed theory, contemporary theories of Islamic finance can contribute to further research, practice of Islamic banking and finance development by enhancing the understanding and providing the improvable points by applying the action research method as the future research. So in future, the action research can be used to improve the theory and practice of Islamic banking and finance. So that's from my side. Thank you and Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you, Brother Jubair Ahmed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that I got trouble with my connection several minutes ago, and Alhamdulillah now I can enter. I on Zoom all day today, and I'm in Indonesia, and now it's 6 p.m. 19 minutes. So okay, it is a very interesting presentation from Brother Zubair Ahmed, and actually you have 30 minutes for presentation, including question and answer. And I think if is there any question from the audience here? Or we can move to the next presenter and we can discuss together. Is that okay for you, Brother Zubair, if we discuss later? So
Actually, Actually, I'm in Malaysia, so here is Maghrib prayer time. So I will join again if.
Yeah. So it's better that you break now for Maghrib
Okay.
prayer, and
Okay,
then we
inshallah.
discuss later. That's better. Okay.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please join again later. Okay.
Inshallah.
And now we are going to the second presenter. It is a very interesting topic as well about the private credit in dual banking countries. Does bank ownership type matter? And the one who will present is our brother Nazril Hazizi Nordin. You may, Walaikum salam warahmatullah. You may share your PowerPoint. Yeah.
Right. I'll share my screen now.
And also please introduce yourself.
All right. In a minute, I will. Okay.
Yes.
So let me put in my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Clearly.
okay.
Yes. Go on.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nifsul Laila, for sharing this session today. First, I would like to thank the organizer for such a great conference, despite that we have to be physically apart. And I was saddened to hear about the passing of Dr. Adib just now. May Allah bless his soul and accept his good deed, including the discussion today. My name is Hazizi. I'm from IIM Malaysia. I co-authored this paper with both of my supervisors. The title of my paper is Private Credit in Dual Banking Countries. Does bank ownership type matters? I think from the title itself, you can basically get the basic idea that what we're trying to achieve in this paper. So let me begin by giving you some what has motivated us to write this paper. So in the past, you have seen there is changes in the bank ownership structure around the world, following the financial liberalization that took place in 1980s, meaning that you have seen a lot of countries reducing their the barrier for foreign lenders to enter their market, and also they're also promoting privatization in the market. So we have seen that the numbers of foreign banks in many countries have increased ever since, and also at the same time we also seen the less number of state banks throughout the years. So economists and policymakers are interested to find out what will be the implication or repercussion from this kind of trend that's going on, meaning that they are looking to answer whether they should pursue this financial liberalization, and what will be the implication to the credit market, and also how this can be translated in the social welfare in the society. So let me just give you a brief explanation on the discussion that what are the findings that they have found in the literature so far. So first, when you look at the literature on state banking, most of them argue that state-owned banks are very susceptible to political interference, and this will lead to lack of efficiency, and then we see that there will be a less credit channel to the small borrowers, and more actually capital has been used to service government borrowings. But on the other hand, there are a proponent of state banking that argue that we still need state-owned banks, especially when we see in the time of financial crisis, 2007, 2009, we have seen many banks has been bailed out by the government to ensure that there will be a smooth continuation in terms of a credit supply in the market. And then and back to the literature on foreign banking. So this is I found it very interesting, where they found that foreign banks or foreign lenders, they have a slight disadvantage in terms of having enough local information. So when they cannot differentiate between bad and good borrowers, so they tend to just channel or the credit to the big corporation. So they will actually engage in what we call as a cherry picking behavior or cream skimming behavior. So at the end, as a result, you will see less credit has been provided to the small borrowers. And on the other hand, some will argue that, and some found that foreign lenders have a slight advantage in terms of they have a very robust risk management tools that they can utilize, that they can go even deeper in the market to reach those small borrowers. So hence this will improve the credit supply in the market. So you can see that the discussion in the literature at the moment is somewhat inconclusive. And on top of that, you'll find that this discussion have been revolved around conventional banking sphere. So meaning that they haven't considered the unique characteristic or the specificities of Islamic bankings in explaining their findings. So I think this is basically the motivation behind of this paper, that we want to bridge these two strand of or two group of literature, where you find in Islamic banking, there's less discussion about bank ownership structure because of data limitation. And on the traditional banking literature, as I mentioned just now, the finding are inconclusive at the moment. So what we did is that we revisit the Islamic banking literature, and then we try to put in the context of this study, and then we have collected our data to provide proof for our proposition in this paper. So I have to go very quickly because I'm also in Malaysia and it's a migrate time now. So let me try to finish in probably 10 minutes. How many minutes I have, Dr.?
Yeah, actually you have 30 minutes, including question and answer.
Oh,
but
okay,
like
right. So I'll
a
just
brother Zubair, after you present, you can go for Maghrib and we listen to
okay.
our third presenter. So don't worry,
Right,
Nasru.
no worries. All right, okay. So because my study is looking at the macro level perspective, and I need a country level data. So it will be easier for me if I were to conduct a bank level study, but I don't know what I mean. So I have no choice but to construct my own data set. So, but I'm glad that I don't have to have to start from scratch, because I can basically utilize the existing database. It has been published by Klassen and Van Horen in 2015. But bear in mind that they only quote foreign ownership. So meaning that for every domestic bank that they recorded, then I have to determine whether they are private or state-owned banks. And then on top of that, I have to distinguish between Islamic and conventional banks. So I have a data set constructed for 29 banking countries. So meaning that I have to go each of banks that available in operating in the country. So I have a total of 1,058 banks from 1995 to 2018. So from using this data set, first I look at the trend. So it's very interesting. I will show you in a moment, because when you look at the all bank together, you will find that there are opposing trend between foreign banks and state-owned banks shares, as you can see at the straight line and also the long dotted line. But when I separated between Islamic and conventional banks, you can see that there are opposite trend between Islamic and conventional banks. When you see when we put Islamic banks only, then we will see that both shares of state-owned Islamic bank and foreign Islamic banks are both increasing over time. And this is pretty well understood, because Islamic bank is growing within this period of time. And when we look at the conventional banks, same case as have been found by many other studies, right? So this is the list of the country that I have. So one of the application of my data sets that you can have this kind of maps. You can have a world map of Islamic banking present from 1995 to 2018. And you can use this data to study on probably the impact of Islamic banking on poverty. And many other microeconomic topics, which have been, I think, relatively unexplored until today. So this is our cross-sectional model estimation. So this is like I mentioned just now, we are looking at a macroeconomic perspective. So we have a country level data here. So I first, as my baseline estimation, I averaged data of all over period of time. So from 1995 to 2017. And also we replicate this estimation over 3 subsample periods: pre-crisis, during crisis, and also post-crisis. And as a robustness check, we have also used a broader definition of private credit. We also look at credit provided by other financial institutions, not just bank. We also use financial access indicator. For example, a number of ATM machine, number of branches, for example, and we also look at bank efficiency as a variable as well. And we also use alternative bank ownership measures instead of estimating the shares in terms of asset, we also estimating in terms of their physical appearance in the country, meaning that through branches and subsidiaries. And there are numbers of robustness tests here, which is I do not intend to discuss here. So I'm just gonna present our first result of of my findings. So throughout our variance of model, we found the evidence for the adverse role of state bank shares on the private credit in our sample country. As you can see, the negative coefficient here and in significance during the post-crisis periods. But also bear in mind that this estimation or this result is presented for the full model, but we have other variants of model as well that we find some of the shares indicator are significant during the pre-crisis and during crisis and all period crisis as well. But we consistently found that there's insignificant role of foreign banks. But I think this is mainly because of the number of less number of cross-sectional variation that we have in our estimation, despite showing the negative sign as other study as well. So now it's come to our main question here, where we want to see the heterogeneous effect between Islamic and conventional banks. So the same estimation, but now we have categorized banks present into 2 group of banks. So we have state Islamic banks divided, and then we have state conventional bank, we have foreign Islamic banks, we have foreign conventional banks. So we find the adverse role of state-owned banks in the case of both Islamic and conventional banks. But we found that the adverse role is less severe in the case of Islamic banks, as shown by the standardized coefficient here. And more interestingly, for the foreign banking present, we found that the role is actually opposite between Islamic and conventional banks. We found that there's a positive relationship between foreign Islamic bank present and private credit, but opposite is true for the foreign conventional banks. So let me just end with some policy recommendation. So so our paper suggests for some policy that need to be developed to safeguard Islamic banks against political interference. I think Dr. Nif, so you are from Indonesia, right? So I'm sure that you have heard about the formation of mega Sharia banks in Indonesia recently, called Mega Sharia. Is it Mega Sharia Bank? No. I'm not sure about the name, but it's a formation of a few subsidiary of Islamic banks from Bank Mandiri and Bank BRI. So
BSE,
now
we call it BSE, but BSI, Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Oh, all right. Okay, so that's the name. So now with a larger shares of Islamic banks in Indonesia because of this establishment of these banks, so they are able to attract more deposit from the customer. So the government or the policymaker need to ensure that by having these big or mega Islamic banks, then this can be translated into more credit to the more productive real economy activities in Indonesia, for example. So with less in political interference, this can be happen. I hope so. So before I conclude, I'm concluding now. So before I end, so as for foreign banking, the policymaker need to think about how to create an environment where foreign banks and domestic bank can be competitive in term, and this of course will benefit to the banking customer at the end. This can be done through improving the credit information sharing system and so on. And as for foreign banks, they need to consider some of the alternative credit assessment method, how they can use this method to reach the small borrowers that could be the potential users of Islamic banking services in the future. So I think I'll just end with that because of time. So thank you very much. I'll take any question if you have.
Yeah,
thank you,
Nazrul. It is a very interesting topic and paper you present. And as I mentioned before, that we will go into the third presenter. You may go for Maghrib prayer right now, and then please come back to the forum. Sure, okay. And for all the participants, I hope you already write it down, your question about Brother Zubair Ahmed presentation and also Brother Nazrul Hazizi presentation. Meanwhile, let's hear our third presenter. This is brother or sister? Brother Cem Ayersi. Okay, Brother Cem Ayersi will present about a comparison of interest-free state loans in the Ottoman Empire and medieval Europe. Very interesting topic, I guess. Cem Ayersi, time is yours. You have 30 minutes like others, including question and answer. Don't forget to introduce yourself, please. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can see it clearly.
Okay, now I think I tried to change my view model, but I think it's okay now. Thank you, Professor Leila. My name is Cem Ayersi. I am from the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey. I'm pleased to be here, even it's online, and to have the opportunity to share this work. Today, I will present the similarities and differences between the interest-free public borrowing instruments used in the Ottoman Empire and medieval Europe. As it is well known today, lending has been humans' practice since ancient times. Of course, there were interest-free loans made for charity purposes or to friends, neighbors, or relatives. But lending was mostly made at interest. However, the practice of interest was not always allowed. in some periods and in some societies. When interest-based transactions were prohibited, alternative ways were found to overcome the prohibition, such as profit loss sharing or rent-based models, and also some devious ways used throughout history. On the other hand, not only the individuals or corporations borrow, also the states borrow to afford their expenditures. In ordinary cases, especially to finance the wars. Interest-based borrowing was not allowed in the Ottoman Empire and medieval Europe in some period. The effect of prohibition continued until the end of the lifetime of the Ottoman Empire. In medieval Europe, in Northern Europe, the ease of interest-based transactions came with the emergence of Protestantism in 16th century, and in southern part of Europe, the church changed its attitude in 18th century. Therefore, in European city-states, rents and compera were developed to use in interest-free public borrowing, and well after that instruments in Ottoman Empire, iltizam, malikan, and assam were utilized. All these instruments were grounding on the same principle of tax farming. So, what's the motivation to work on this issue? It's that in recent years, the old interest-free public borrowing instruments have been brought up to agenda by claiming that, first, a modernized version of Assam would be efficiently used in modern economies, and second, Assam may be beneficial in preventing crisis. Maybe, I hope, this work may be useful as an introduction for further works on this issue. Therefore, I will briefly introduce the 5 instruments mentioned, and I will present their similarities and differences. At first, in Europe, the Italian cities of Venice, Florence, and Genoa began to borrow. The states received finance from wealthy citizens, but lending to state was not voluntary. The forced loans were compulsory loans, and the amount of the loans were proportional to the known wealth of the citizens. There were no redemption date defined. It was determined by the state, the borrower. And the states made annual payments as gifts to the creditors, to their citizens, but the gifts were too low, and they were never volunteered to lend to the state. The forced loans evolved variously in different cities in time. For example, Venice consolidated such loans in one fund and began to pay interest, 5% annual interest. Then a secondary market of forced loans emerged, which the creditors sell their rights to each other. Although transactions in secondary market were controversial, the received interest was regarded to be illicit by most of the canonists due to the compulsion of the laws. One of the 2 instruments used in Europe was rentes. Its usage were more common. Before rents, the census contract was used in Western Mediterranean Europe, in which a capital owner bought some part of the future revenue from a property by paying in advance. Then rents were developed as a modified form of census and utilized by the states in German, Flemish, and northern French towns in the 13th century. The administrations of the towns, sometimes cities, borrowed from creditors, but the capital never paid back because in return, states made perpetual or lifetime fixed annual payments. Payments were absorbed from rents of properties and sales and consumption taxes. Regarding its legitimacy, After debates for 2 centuries, the church defined conditions for the legitimacy of rents in the 15th century. According to the decree, only the issuer, namely the state, had the right to redeem the debt. The annuities had to be from the revenue of real estate or other real properties. The annual payment could not be more than 10% of the amount that was used to purchase the right at the beginning. The other instrument used in Europe was compara. Interestingly, the Italian city-states did not practice rents much. The reason for this may be the availability of a licit method they already used, the forced loans, I mean. Only Genoa developed an even distinctive interest-free public borrowing instrument, which called compare in the 12th century. By compara, a group of capital owners lent to the state. In return, they received the right to collect a specific tax for a fixed term. The tax could be already imposed or nearly levied for that compara. Since the tax income was changing from year to year, the realized revenue could be more or less than the expected income. The uncertainty of the annual income was one of the facts used to justify the compara was not usurious and legitimate. Most of the contracts were consolidated as the compara of San Giorgio in the 17th century, and the new institution established, the Casa di San Giorgio, and Casa di San Giorgio began to pay a fixed annual interest of 8% to the investors. When we came to Ottomans, iltizam was a method used for tax collection. It was not primarily developed as a public borrowing instrument. However, the advance payment received from the investors were considered as a short-term debt. By iltizam, the state conveyed the right of taxation of a specific activity in a bounded region to private investors. They were called multazims. In return, investors made annual payments to the state. The determination of investors was made by auctions. The conveyance of the right was for limited periods, changing between 3 to 12 years. In some specific cases, it was prolonged to 15 years in some short periods. And a part of future payment was received in advance by the state. The iltizam's feature as a borrowing instrument became more apparent by the increment in advance payment in the 15th century, which was the 50% of the annual income of the tax. The second instrument, Malikane, was developed in the 17th century because there was a need, there was an increase in the need to finance. By Malikane, the right of tax collection was conveyed to investors. In return, investors made an advance payment at the beginning and also annual payments to the state. The bid was on the prepayment called muakkele. It was much higher, the prepayment I mean, was much higher than the advance payment made in iltizam. And differently from iltizam, the muakkele was not deducted from the future liabilities. The amount of the annual payment was fixed throughout the contract term, and contracts were for a lifetime and not inheritable. The purchased right was allowed to sell to a third party by paying a tax. The tax was 10% of the original prepayment. And the system was modified several times, but in the end, in the 19th century, ceased. Lastly, the Assam was established, which was a modified version of Malikane and developed by pushing the limits of Malikane in the 18th century. By Assam, the floating annual income of investor from tax in Malikane became fixed. By this, the risk of loss removed, and the prepayments made to buy Assam were multiples of fixed annuities. It was 5 in the first Assam. In other words, the investment redeemed in 5 years. This multiplier increased up to 12 in following years. And the tax collection were no more managed by the investors. The state officers found some others to operate the tax collections. As some was sold by the bank into hundreds of shares, this allowed the small investors to be in the system, and the right was still allowed to sell to a third party by paying the tax of 10% of muajjala. The sale of classical assams ended by the 1860s. The features of these 5 instruments are compared in various aspects, such as nature of investment, duration of the contracts, inheritability of rights, essence of the yield of investment, characteristics of the lenders, and permissibility of selling the rights to third parties. Rather than listing all these features in detail, I will summarize some remarkable similarities and differences. A crucial distinction among these 5 instruments is about the identity of the borrower. When we say state in this paper or in this presentation, it means the central government in the Ottoman Empire. On the contrary, it implies the administrators of the cities, towns, and even villages in Europe. Secondly, iltizam was a tax farming model, as I mentioned before, and it was not primarily established for public borrowing. The advance payment was regarded as a sort of interest-free short-term loan. Compare and iltizam contracts were made for limited periods. The rents, malikan, and assam were either perpetual or for a lifetime. The investors paid for the conveyed rights in malikana contracts and for the future annuities in rents and assams contracts. All 3 payments were in advance. The sum of loaned capital in Compera and some part of the offered annual payment in iltizam were also advance payments. The investors in iltizam and malikana were determined by auctions. The bid was on the annual payment in iltizam and the advance payment in malikana. The contracts could only be terminated by the state in European models. Differently, the investors were also allowed to dissolve in the Ottomans. The sources of the yield of investment were specific tax incomes of the state in all 5 models. Additionally, in rentes, the rents of state-owned properties were used also. Except in iltizam, the rights conveyed to investors were negotiable to third parties, and even sometimes there were some secondary markets specific to such assets. The annual yields was fixed as a ratio of the invested capital in rents and assam, floating as the income from a specific tax in Compera, floating as the remainder of tax from the offered annual payment in iltizam, and floating as the remainder of tax from a fixed annual payment in malikana. The total revenue received by the investors in all 5 models was uncertain in advance. Actually, this was considered one of the critical features to be listed as an interest-free instrument. The annual fixed returns from rents and assam were not defined for definite terms, but were perpetual or lifetime. On the contrary, Compera and iltizam contracts were made for definite terms, but annual returns were floating, and a floating income was received for was in malikana. Rather, finally, I will continue by highlighting a few findings. Only Compera was a loan in modern sense among these 5 instruments, because only in Compera, the invested capital was repaid at a due date. The yield of Compera was the floating income of a specific tax, as I mentioned. Assam's emergence was much later than rents. It was nearly 500 years later. However, these 2 models ground almost on the same principles. In both models, the investors made lump sum payments in advance. In return, they received fixed annual payments which was a ratio of invested capital. The contracts were perpetual or for lifetime. The investments were not paid back, and the investors were allowed to sell the right of income to third parties. Although all 5 instruments were regarded to be the sale of rights of future state revenue, the compara ilzam and the rents with only perpetual contracts do better fit the description. The lifetime models are a sort of assurance plan of modern times. Since the annual payment is made until the investor's death, the return of investment is not guaranteed. When death comes early, the investment ends at a loss. Contrarily, when the benefit increases as the investor lives longer. Here's a list of references. Among these, Felloni, Genç, Miner, and Murrow are the main references of this work. Thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you very much, Brother Cem Ayersi. Oh, it was a very...
I think your voice.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for your nice presentation, Brother Cem Ayersi. I found many new knowledge from your presentation, from the Iltizam, Malikane, Esham, and etc. And I just wondering, what is your references from very from medieval Europe, and then you mentioned the references in your last presentation. That's very good. Okay, I think now we have a 30-minute for discussion. Oh, we have Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan. Alhamdulillah, welcome, Professor Kabir Hassan. It was an honor to have you here, and hope you can add some something here. And also for all the participants here, we have some brother and sister from Indonesia, Associate Professor Irin and Master Noven Suprayogi, and also welcome again, Brother Zubair Ahmad and Brother Nazrul Hazizi Nordin. Okay, anyone, you can also write down your comment or question in the chat session below in the Zoom. Anyone? If not, maybe I can ask Brother Azizi. Nazrul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you very much that you over the data set. If all the participants here need the data set, it was impressive that you have more than 1,000 data, right? From 29 countries during 1995 until 2070. Yeah. And why 2017? You know, this is your couple years ago research.
Yes. Yeah. So because I need my dependent variable is private credit to GDP, which is up to date, only available at the World Bank database up to 2017. And then when I was coding the data, it was in early 2019, if I can remember correctly. But at the time, of course, you know that some of the banks have not published their annual report. So the latest available data is actually on 2018 that I can get, because I need to get the whole the aggregate indicators of the bank ownership share for each country. So that's the reason. So if you guys have an opportunity to update the data, then it would be great.
Yeah, Nazrul, maybe you can explain more the implication of your finding from your research for the stakeholder. what the impact of your research finding for the stakeholder?
So as I mentioned just now, the concern that we have now in Islamic banking is that because you have seen that the Islamic banking is growing over the past several years, even at a faster growth rate compared to conventional banks, right? And then this happened in the big countries like Indonesia. So, but what I mean, it's a sad thing for us, because when we see that if you see the total productivity in many Muslim countries is rather stagnant or perhaps decreasing, and this is same case as capital spending in Muslim country world. So if we were saying that we are doing what Islamic banking is supposed to do, which is to promoting engaging more closely with the real economic sector. So this shouldn't be the case, because with more Islamic banks, then we are able to attract more capital. And then in my case, in many Islamic economists argue that this should be allocated to real economy, which can benefit the people itself. So, but as we know that I was listening to Prof. Muhammad Asuti talk just now when he said that we are basically confined in a conventional system where there is a less linkage between financial sectors and real economic sectors, as we know. That's a sad thing, but I think we have to move from here. So that's why in my research, I will say that in a country like Indonesia, you are growing your banking industry by establishing many Islamic banks that are initiated by the government itself. I think same thing in Turkey as well. In the past, they have many state-owned Islamic banks has been established. So how do you ensure that there will be no political interference, or how do you motivate these Islamic bankers to actively find productive asset that they can allocate the capital on? And now we have more concern about the ESG. So I think Islamic banks have to be at the forefront of reaching this target soon. So we have to be more, we have to be proactive rather than reactive. So I think that's all. I hope I'm getting in the right context.
Yes. Thank you. You also mentioned that Indonesia doing the right thing to join some Islamic banking to be one big Islamic banking. We call it BSI, Bank Syariah Indonesia, and we still cannot measure the effectiveness of and also the impact of the performances, because it's since 1 year this year. Okay, so hopefully a couple years to come we can measure the effectiveness, and hopefully it can also increase the profit and also barakah for ummah, hopefully. Okay, thank you, Nazrul. And any other question from the audience, from the attendants? We have also many brothers and sisters from Turkey, of course. Okay, while waiting, I cannot find it in the chat as well. Maybe
we have to write down the question.
Yes.
We have to write down the question. Yeah, we have to write down the question, or we can ask. We can use our phone. Yeah, but it's okay.
Just ask. Okay, Brother Shamin, go on.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
This is for the third presenter, Dr. I don't know how to pronounce, Cem Ershi or something like that. Or
yes,
I'm correct.
Yes, you're right.
My apology for wrong pronunciation.
It's okay.
It's a very interesting paper. I also read, this what was going on in Europe at that time, and how they were trying to overcome the restriction on the interest.
and probably we are they did it a long time ago, and now we are doing now. So I see that we are I don't know, 300 400 years behind them. So I'm not saying that we should also reform the way they have reformed. But I was just wondering, what is the implication of these findings on what is happening today, or what should happen today in the Muslim world, or in the Muslim economies? I don't call it Islamic economies yet, but Muslim majority economies. What is the lesson that we get for our contemporary Muslim economies?
Mr. Samim, would you please to introduce yourself? From what country, what university?
I am from Pakistan, but I work in Dubai, and I teach in a university here. And
university?
It's called Hamdan bin Muhammad University in Dubai.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Brother Chem Ayersi.
Okay, thank you. Actually, Dr. Sami didn't ask the first part of his speech, but I have to say something about the lag, because John Monroe, one of my references about the European instruments, asked in one of his works, with his words, why the Islamic world, equally subject to the constraints of the usury doctrine riba, failed to resort to rents or some similar alternative in public finance before the Ottoman imperial government finally adopted them in the 18th century. I think Monroe asked just the same question in 2013. Actually, Mehmet Genç answered, partly answered, at least for the Ottoman Empire, this question in 1995. He claimed that until the 17th century, the Ottomans did not require any long-term borrowing. He explains the reason for maybe not being late, but he explains the lag this way. And coming to the implications, actually, I didn't work on that side of the problem, but as I said, the motivation for working on this issue was the claim of Professor Çizakça that Assam may be a modernized version of Assam, maybe a model for the modern day for Muslim countries or Muslim populated countries instead of interest-based borrowing. If it can be, I don't know, it's another field to study. It can be considered if it will be useful or not. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Brother Samim, is there any further question?
No, it's okay. I think because the reason what I mean, I'm saying that they tried to avoid at that time in the Christian countries, they tried to avoid the interest or prohibition on interest with some dubious kind of transaction. This is what one of the lessons that we get from that period. And eventually after the triumphant of mercantilism in there, the interest was accepted by the church. Even the church maybe officially took very late, and they put the difference between usury and interest. And interest as was somehow accepted by Christianity, and it became the part of their value system. Now what I was saying is that we have raised the same issue that was raised in Christianity long time ago, and we also try to, we still believe that, it is not acceptable. We still say that interest is also not acceptable. But we are unable, and I think the whole, in the morning also, all the sessions I have heard, the same, that we are not doing in the right way, we are not going the right way. So the whole question is that how to go to the right way. This is the issue. And this has a big implication for our theory also, because our theory is also not correct. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not forgetting the name, Dr. Chem has, I think you have seen my article on the time value of money. If I am not mistaken, if you are the same person, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I mean, those theoretical, we have to clarify those theory, and then probably that is one of the need, and we fail to do that, and that's why we are having this problem of the Islamic finance going through something which is we don't find any real benefit of that in the society. So how to overcome those things and many other things in Islamic economics probably is what we want to do, and what our new generation, which I see with so much interest and so much enthusiasm. So at least we are the old generation, at least me, I'm quite old, we can pass on at least the right task to the new generation. Probably that will be a great contribution, because if we have failed to do that, or we did not complete that task, probably the new generation will do that. That was basically my question, that having this, what you are suggesting, especially working with the central bank of Turkey, what you have in mind for future, because I see you have writing, and I've saw you even some of the recent writing which is not available free. I was about to request you for your latest publication. So inshallah we will be in contract to have more discussion on this one.
Dr. Samim mentioned my work. Maybe some part of my work was originally coming from my PhD dissertation. I studied interest theory, specifically the time preference theory of interest, and evaluated the Islamic economists' approach to this issue. Yes, Dr. Samim asks a proposal, but actually I must say that I don't have a specific proposal, because before studying for my PhD work, my mind was more clear. But after I completed, I am confused more. I saw that there are many questions which we have not answered yet. And Dr. Salim is right. We have to work on that theoretical issue with the empirical works beside it. And maybe one more thing I can say. The work he mentioned was a book, and I can share it. But the book is almost the same as my PhD dissertation, and it's available on the web. If I can share the dissertation, and that will clearly help for it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm asking question. I'm really sorry, but I was referring to one of your new article. I think you published somewhere, but it's not freely available on because
it's same.
It is the same, coming from the same thesis.
Yes, the same topic.
Okay.
Same topic.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Kadir Hassan's. It was published in Mr. Kadir Hassan's journal.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Dr. Siddiqui, and also the answer. Brother Nazrul Aziz, you can also ask a question if you want to. Question to other presenter. Any other question?
I missed the third representative because I was praying just now.
Okay.
But yeah, if you guys have any, you go on. I will give if I have to think some.
Okay. And also, Brother Zubair Ahmed, do you have any question for Nazrul and for Dr. Cem Ayerzi, and also to all participants?
No, I don't have.
Okay, thank you. And I think we still have a couple minutes until the end of the session. And no question for Brother Zubair Ahmad. It's mean that your presentation is very clear, or it is too complicated, so we don't understand. How about that? Participant, any? If no questions, I think I can end this session earlier. And don't forget to have to join the fourth session of this conference. I think it's also very interesting. Dr. Samim, do you have any more question for other presenter?
No, I no more
Okay.
questions. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for all the presenter, Dr. Zubair Ahmed, Dr. Nazrul Hazinuddin, and also Dr. Cem Ayerzi, and also all the participants from Turkey, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, and from Dubai, and also from other countries. I believe that this session very fruitful, give us some knowledge. Oh, Sister Amal Asayam, do you want to ask question?
No, thank you. I was just going to speak after you. Thank you.
Oh,
If
okay.
you still have something to say, go on, please.
Oh yeah. Okay. I think I about to end this session. Again, thank you very much for all three presenter, and have a nice day. But now in Indonesia it's night already, and see you maybe in the other conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Nisfulaila from Erlangga University, Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Walaikum salam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Laila, for guiding.
Yes, I pass on to you, Sister Amal Eshayam, or to Brother Hakan Aslan.
Amal.
Yes, Brother Hakan Aslan. Yes, we finished earlier. I pass on to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for moderating the session. Amal, floor is yours.
Thank you. I think tamam. Can you hear my voice, everyone?
Yeah, clearly.
Thank you. So now it's time to move to session number 5, entitled Islamic Finance Thought and Financial Markets. We still have 12 minutes, so I don't know if we should take a break, Dr. Aslan, or should we move on?
I think we announced as 3:30 for Turkish time, 3:45, sorry. So we better to give some break. 50 minutes, then after 50 minutes we'll continue.
Okay, so we'll be right back after the break, inshallah. Salam.
Salam.
Assalamu alaikum again. It's time to move to session number 5, entitled Islamic Finance Thought and Financial Markets. The chair of this session is Assistant Professor Dr. Salih Ulef. I just want to remind you that this session will be held in Turkish language. Herkese merhaba ve hoş geldiniz. Hocam, over to you.
Evet, Esselamu Aleyküm. Kıymetli katılımcılar, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bugün Uluslararası İslam Ekonomisi ve Finansı Kongresi'nin ikinci günündeyiz. 5. oturumu inşallah gerçekleştireceğiz. 5. oturumun başlığı İslam İktisat Düşüncesi ve Finansal Piyasalar başlığı üzerinde olacak. 3 oturumumuz var. 3 tebliğimiz var bu oturumda. Ender Baykut ve Muhammed Fatih Canbaz hocalarımız ilk tebliği sunacaklar. Covid-19 pandemisinin katılım 30 endeksi üzerindeki etkisinin analizi başlıklı tebliği var. İkinci sırada belirsizliğin yükselen piyasa ekonomilerindeki İslami borsalara etkisi. Covid-19 döneminde 2 İslami borsanın işlem hacmine yönelik bir inceleme başlıklı tebliğini Ömer Tuğsal Doruk hocamız sunacak. Son olarak da Fatih Kazancı hocamız dünya genelinde borç satışına dayalı dış ticaret uygulamalarının faizsiz finansal prensiplere uyumu ve alternatif öneriler başlıklı tebliğini sunacaklar. Muhammed Fatih hocam, siz sunacaksınız herhalde ilk tebliği, değil mi?
Ender hocam sunacak. Salih hocam.
Ben sunacağım hocam inşallah.
Siz mi sunacaksınız hocam?
Evet hocam.
Hoş geldiniz diyelim tekrardan. İnşallah hayırlı vesile olur bu oturum. Hocam şöyle yapalım isterseniz, bir 20 dakikalık süre verelim bütün tebliğcilere. En sonda soru cevap kısmında vakit kalır muhtemelen. Soru cevap kısmına geçeceğiz inşallah. Buyurun hocam, söz sizde.
Hocam teşekkür ederim. Herkese tekrardan selamünaleyküm. Ender Baykut ben. Doçent doktor. Afyonkarahisar Üniversitesi İngilizce İşletme bölümünde görev yapıyorum. Aynı zamanda Afyonkarahisar Üniversitesi İslam İktisadi ve Araştırma Merkezi'ne müdürlüğünü de yapmaktayım. Bugün Covid-19 pandemisinin katılım endeksi üzerindeki etkisini ele alan bir çalışmayla sunum yapacağız inşallah. Muhammed Fatih Canbaz hocamla beraber hazırladık. Bu arada tabii yabancı katılımcılarımız da var. Onlara da bir en azından merhaba demek isterim. Yani Türkçe biliyorlar mı tam bilmiyorum ben Salih hocam. Katılımcılarımız, yabancılar Türkçe biliyorlar mı?
Hocam bir kısmı biliyor, bir kısmı bilmiyor. Size kalmış.
Tamam. Ben onlara da merhaba diyeyim.
Evet, buyurun.
Dear participants, thank you very much for your participation. I am Associate Professor Ender Baykut, working as a professor at Afyonkarahisar University. At the same time, I am the director of the Islamic Finance and Economics in Afyonkarahisar University. Today, we are going to make a presentation about the effects of the COVID-19 pandemics on the participation index in Turkey. It will be a pleasure for me to answer your question after my presentation. So if we have the available time, I will try to answer your question inşallah. Hocam yetki verirseniz paylaşmak isterim sunumu. Şuradan.
Hocam yetki verildi şu an. Paylaşabilirsiniz.
Tamam, şöyle sunumu açayım ben o zaman da. Şöyle sunumu açıp şuradan. Şöyle pardon. Şöyle hemen. Şöyle bakıyorum. Evet, burası. Şu anda paylaşıldı zannedersem Sayın Hocam. Görünüyordur umarım.
Evet hocam, gözüküyor şu an.
Sayın Hocalarım, az önce de ifade ettiğim üzere COVID-19 pandemisinin katılım endeksi üzerindeki etkisini ele almış olacağız. Esasında biz bu çalışmayı Muhammed Fatih Hocam'la geçen sene hazırlamıştık. Onun için verilerimiz eksik. Ya bu noktada ilk eleştiriyi biz kendimiz yaparız ama bu sunumdan sonra inşallah veri setimizi daha da genişletip buradaki etkiyi daha net ortaya çıkaran bir analiz yapmayı planlıyoruz. Çalışmamızın amacı bu COVID-19 pandemisinin diğer endeksleri zaten borsaları önemli ölçüde etkilemişti. Biz bunları zaten özellikle 2020 Mart ayında Avrupa borsalarında, Amerika borsalarında ve Asya borsalarında günlük %15'lere varan düşüşler olarak da görmüş idik. Fakat bunun hani özellikle finans sektörü içerisindeki etkisini birazcık daha incelemek açısından hani konvansiyonel endekslerle bir karşılaştırma yapmadık. Fakat hani biz biliyoruz, evet, bu pandemi tüm borsaları etkiledi. Acaba katılım 30 endeksi üzerine de bir etkisi var mı? Olumsuz bir etkisi var mı? Bunu incelemeye çalıştık. Şüphesiz bu salgın döneminde bu salgından birçok sektör olumsuz olarak etkilendi. Hemen hemen etkilenmeyen sektör yok diyebiliriz. Fakat bazı sektörlerin bu etkiden çok çabuk bir şekilde çıkacağını, daha hatta bazılarının pozitif olarak etkileneceğini biz tespit ettik. Buna ilişkin bir grafiği de sizlerle paylaşıyoruz burada. Bu Deloitte'ın 2020 yılındaki bir raporundan almış olduk buradaki tabloyu. Buradaki tabloya baktığımız zamansa bankacılık sektörü nispeten COVID-19 sonrası dönemde veya işte bu olumsuz etkilerin en kısa sürede işte kendini absorbe edecek sektörlerden biri olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Yani toparlanma hızı nispeten hani birazcık daha iyi olabilecek sektörler olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Buna karşılık işte elektronik sektörü, eğitim sektörü, mobilya, emlak, otomobil gibi sektörlerin nispeten birazcık daha bu salgından olumsuz yönde etkilendiği ve toparlanma hızının daha düşük olacağı sonucuna varılmış oldu. Ama biz finansçı olduğumuz için hem ben hem de Muhammed Fatih Canbaz hocamız finansçı olduğu için biz finans boyutundan baktık ve bizim için de buradaki temel gösterge konvansiyonel endeksler yerine katılım endeksinin etkilenme düzeyine bakmak olacaktı. Dolayısıyla bu kapsamda bir çalışma yapıp ya bu süreçte işte yatırımcılar da ciddi manada zararlarla karşılaştılar. Özellikle konvansiyonel endekslere yatırım yapanlar. Acaba katılım endeksine yatırım yapan yatırımcıların bu noktada bir farklılaşması var mı yok mu? Biz bunu araştırmak istedik. Neden diye soracak olursanız biliyorsunuz ki katılım endeksine giren şirketlerin borçluluk yapıları konvansiyonel endeksteki şirketlere göre birazcık daha az. En azından kaldıraçlı işlemleri birazcık daha az. Riske maruz kalma durumları konvansiyonel endekslere göre nispeten daha az olduğu için birazcık daha az etkilenmesini beklediğimiz endeks olarak karşımıza çıkıyordu. Bir de burada işte bu süreçte Covid döneminde insanlar artık hani borsalar çok fazla düştüğü için bunu bir yatırım fırsatı olarak görüp birikimlerini borsalara kaydırmaya çalıştılar. Buna ilişkin elimizde istatistik veriler de var. Mesela Merkezi Kayıt Kuruluşu'nun verilerine bakıldığı zaman 2019 sonu itibariyle yani Covid'in yeni başladığı dönemlerde Türkiye'de borsada yatırım yapan gerçek kişi sayısı 1.203.438 iken işte o Mart ayındaki borsalardaki çok fazla düşüşten kaynaklı olarak bunu bir yatırım fırsatı olarak düşünen yatırımcıların borsaya yönelmesinden dolayı yatırımcı sayımız Ekim 2020 itibariyle 671 bin artarak 1.874.000 mertebesine ulaşmıştır. Dolayısıyla hani ilk etapta evet o Mart ve işte Haziran ayına kadar olan dönemde sadece Türkiye borsalarında değil Avrupa, Amerika ve Asya borsalarında önemli düşüşler yaşanmıştır. Daha sonra bir toparlanma sürecine girilmiştir. Bu toparlanma süreciyle beraber yatırımcı sayısında etkisiyle insanlar normal üstü getiriler elde edebilmişlerdir. Şimdi bizim temel amacımız katılım endeksine olan etkisiydi Covid'in. Buna ilişkin litere baktığımız zaman, yerli ve yabancı yatırım çalışmalara baktığımız zaman hep olumsuz etkilerin olduğu ortaya çıkmıştır. Özellikle yabancı literatüre baktığımız zaman, işte mesela Şerif tarafından yapılan 2020 yılındaki çalışmada, burada İngiltere'deki Dow Jones İslami İndeksi üzerine bir şeriat uyumlu İslami İndeks üzerine yapılan bir çalışmada Covid-19 pandemisinin bu borsa endeksi üzerindeki etkisi ele alınmıştır ve elde edilen sonuç endeksi negatif yönde etkiledi, olumsuz yönde etkilidir. Fakat geleneksel endekslerle karşılaştırıldığı zaman bu olumsuz etki şeriat uyumlu işte Dow Jones endeksindeki düşüş geleneksel endekslerdeki düşüşe göre nispeten daha az olarak karşımıza çıkmıştır. Bunu destekleyen çalışmalar aşağıda sıralanmış. İşte Birk tarafından, Becker tarafından, Albert tarafından yapılan birçok çalışmada katılım endekslerinin, yani şeriata uyumlu İslami endekslerin, İslami hisse senedi endekslerinin diyelim daha doğrusu, COVID-19 pandemisinden evet olumsuz yönde etkilendiklerini, fakat geleneksel endekslere göre bu olumsuz etkinin daha az olduğu ortaya çıkmıştır. Türkiye'de de benzer çalışmalar yapılmıştır. Mesela Erdoğan ve diğerleri tarafından yapılan çalışmada geleneksel endeksler ile katılım endeksi arasındaki bu volatilite yayılımı, bulaşıcılık olarak da spillover olarak geçen bir ifade. Buna verdikleri tepki araştırılmış ve buradaki DCC Garch modelinin kullanımıyla elde edilen sonuçlara göre İslami endekslerdeki, İslami hisse senetleri endeksindeki volatiliteyi üzerinden atma süresi geleneksel endekslere göre daha az olmuştur. Yani piyasaya gelen şoklar, özellikle işte COVID-19 pandemisinden dolayı piyasaya gelen şoklar İslami hisse senedi endekslerinde geleneksel endekslere göre daha hızlı bir şekilde üzerlerinden atılmıştır. Süremiz kısıtlı olduğu için bu diğer çalışmalara da hani böyle detaylı olarak anlatmak istemiyorum esasında. İnşallah biz bunu makalelerine getirdiğimiz zaman orada yine araştırmacıların kullanımına sonuç olacağız. Katılım endeksinin genel yapısına baktığımız zaman özellikle Mart 2020 tarihinde çok büyük düşüşler görüldü. Bu hem Türkiye'deki hisse senedi endekslerinde hem de Avrupa, Amerika ve Asya piyasalarında. Daha sonrasında Covid ile alakalı yapılan işte yani daha doğrusu tedbirler, buna ilişkin olarak yapılan açıklamalar ve Covid'in hani belli dönemde kontrol altına alınmasından dolayı hisse senedi piyasaları biraz toparlanma aşamasına girmiştir. Az önce de ifade ettiğim yatırımcıların da bu piyasalara olan talebinin artmasıyla beraber trend yukarı doğru gitmiştir. Ve bu hem işlem hacmi bakımından hem de yatırımcı sayısı bakımından ortaya çıkmaktadır. Dolayısıyla böyle bir trende şahit olduk. Fakat birazcık daha geriye gidersek, yani biz burada esasında Nisan ayından başlıyor. Bakın burada Mount 4 olarak, yani Nisan ayından itibaren başladık. Mart ayına geri döndüğümüz zaman özellikle Türkiye'deki ilk Covid vakasının duyurulduğu ve 11 Mart tarihinde Dünya Sağlık Örgütü'nün Covid-19'u bir pandemi olarak ilan etmesinden sonra o yaşanan büyük düşüşler, yani çok sert bir düşüş var. Esasında bu etkiyi daha da net ortaya çıkarmak için belki Aralık ayına kadar veri setini almamız gerekiyordu. Onu da inşallah makalede biz bunu değerlendireceğiz. Yani şöyle V şeklinde bir yapı ortaya çıkmış oldu. Mart ayına kadar düşen bir süreç, ondan sonra da hızla toparlanan bir piyasa olarak karşımıza çıkmış oldu. Biz bu çalışmada katılım 30 endeksini Mart 2020 ile 2020 arasında, pardon Aralık 2020 arasındaki günlük verilerini kullandık. Bu verileri iki kaynaktan biz temin ettik. Katılım 30 endeksine ilişkin verileri biz Türkiye Bankalar Birliği ve bizim Menkul Değerler şirketinden temin ettik. Biliyorsunuz ki Katılım 30 endeksi Borsa İstanbul'un müşteri endekslerinden bir tanesi. Yani Borsa İstanbul sadece buradaki hesaplamaları yapıyor. Duyuruları yapmıyor. Duyuruları katılım yani bu katılım endeksine ilişkin duyuruları bizim Menkul Değerler veya Katılım Bankaları Birliği yapıyor. Dolayısıyla bu veriler de bu şirketlerden ve kurumdan temin ediliyor. Covid-19'a ilişkin verileri ise biz 4 ana başlık altında ele almış olduk. Bunlar işte vaka sayısı, günlük hasta sayısı, vefat sayısı ve iyileşen sayısı olmak üzere. Bu verileri de biz Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Sağlık Bakanlığı'ndan elde etmiş olduk. Aynı zamanda Dünya Sağlık Örgütü de bu verileri zaten araştırmacılara ve işte kamuoyuna paylaşmış oluyor. Veri uyumlaştırması yaptık. Ne demektir veri uyumlaştırması? Borsanın açık olmadığı günler biz Covid rakamlarını kullanmadık. Yani hafta sonlarına denk gelen dönemde cumartesi, pazar ve resmi tatillerin olduğu, borsaların çalışmadığı günlerde Covid verilerini kullanmadık. Dolayısıyla bu veri uyumlaştırmasından sonra bizim toplam 185 günlük gözleme sahip bir veri setimiz oldu. Bu veri setine ilişkin biz analizleri yapmaya başladık. İlk önce tabii tanımlayıcı istatistikleri çıkarmış olduk. Burada vaktimiz kısıtlı olduğu için uzun uzun değinmeyeceğim ama hani şöyle hızlıca bir bakalım. Katılım 30 endeksi bu ilgili dönemde, yani Mart 2020 ve Aralık 2020 döneminde ortalama olarak 1678 puanlık bir getiriye sahipken maksimum 2379, minimum ise 1158'lik bir gözlem değerine sahip olmuş. Vaka sayılarına baktığımız zaman ortalama vaka sayısı bu ilgili dönemde 10.240. Maksimum değer 32.106 olarak tespit edilmiş ki biz 2021 yılında 60.000 üzeri rakamları da maalesef görmüş olduk. Minimum rakam ise 786 olarak gözlemlenmiş oluyor ilgili dönemde. Hasta sayısı, yani hastanede yatan hasta sayısı 2345, maksimum sayı 7.381 ve minimum sayı 786 olarak yine tespit edilmiş oluyor. İyileşen ve vefat sayılarına ilişkin rakamlar da bu şekilde tespit ediliyor. Burada tanımlayıcı istatistikleri elde ettikten sonra bizim bir araştırma modeli kurmamız gerekiyor. Bizim amacımız şu: bağımlı değişken olarak biz katılım 30 endeksini aldık. Katılım 30 endeksini acaba COVID rakamlarının hangisi daha fazla etki ediyor? Yani bu rakamlardaki artışlar veya azalışlar acaba katılım 30 endeksini etkiliyor mu? Çünkü bu yatırımcıların yatırım tercihlerini etkileyebilecek bir fonksiyon olarak karşına çıktığı için iki tane şöyle araştırma modeli, yani fonksiyonu kurmuş olduk. Tabii araştırma modeli için yani daha doğrusu araştırmanın yapılması için uygun bir ekonometrik modelin kullanılması gerekmektedir. Uygun ekonometrik modelin kullanılması da tabii ki veri setinin yapısına bağlıdır. Veri setinin yapısını tanımlamak için de ilk önce bizim yapmamız gereken analizlerden biri bu serilerin birim kök testi sonuçlarını elde etmektir. Yapıldığı zaman birim kök testi sonuçlarına bakıldığı zaman katılım 30 endeksinin düzeyde duran olmadığını, yani birinci farklı duran hale geldiğini, aynı şekilde hasta sayısının, vaka sayısını, hasta sayısı, vefat sayısı ve iyileşen sayısının düzeyde duran olmadığı ve birinci farklı duran hale geldiğini, buna karşılık vaka sayısının ise düzeyde duran halde, yani birim kök içermediği sonucuna ulaşmış olduk. Bu tablo bize hangi ekonometrik yöntemi kullanacağımıza ilişkin bir ipucu veriyor. Buradan baktığımız zaman biz burada eş bütünleşmeyi kullanamıyoruz çünkü verilerimiz aynı mertebeden duranlığa sahip değil. Bir regresyon modeli kurulabilir ama burada da regresyon varsayımları sağlanamaz. Dolayısıyla biz farklı mertebelerden duranlığa sahip olan verilerin analizi için uygun ekonometrik model olarak ARDL, yani Autoregressive Distributed Lag olarak tam açılımı, ARDL modelini kullanarak COVID-19 verilerinin katılım 30 endeksi üzerindeki etkisini analiz etmeye çalıştık. Bu sonuca da işte birim kök testi analizleri sonucunda ulaşmış olduk. Tabii ARDL modelinin uygulanması için uygun gecikme uzunluklarının belirlenmesi gerekiyor her bir veri seti için. Burada da uygun gecikme uzunluklarını teker teker biz bulduk ve tabii ARDL modelinin kullanılması için bu tanılama testleri dediğimiz testlerin yani varsayımların sağlanması gerekiyor. Bu varsayımların sağlanması için de teker teker biz analizlerimizi yaptık ve buradaki tablo sonuçlarına ulaşmış olduk. Nedir bu? İşte otokorelasyon sorunu olmaması, değişen varyansa sahip olmaması, normallik testinin geçilmesi. Dolayısıyla yapmış olduğumuz analiz sonucunda biz bu diagnostik testlerin tamamını geçtik. Yani uygun bir modeli kullandığımızı ortaya koyduk. Daha sonra sınır testi yaklaşımıyla COVID-19 rakamlarının katılım 30 endeksi üzerindeki etkisini analiz etmeye çalıştık. Burada bizim F istatistik değerimiz 3.86. Modelin, yani daha doğrusu COVID-19 rakamlarının katılım 30 endeksi üzerinde anlamlı bir etkisinin olması için F istatistik değerinin kritik değerlere göre anlamlı olması gerekmektedir. %1 anlamlılık düzeyinde bakın 3.86 değerini 4.37'den büyük bir rakam mı değil mi? Buna bakmamız gerekiyor. Burada olmadığı için %1 anlamlılık değerinde kurduğumuz model anlamlı değil ki %1 sadece sağlıkçılar için kullanılır. Sosyal bilimlerde genellikle %5 anlamlılık düzeyi yeterli oluyor araştırmacılar için. %2,5'ta da sınırda kalıyoruz. Fakat %5 anlamlılık düzeyinde bizim elde ettiğimiz F istatistik değeri kritik değerden daha yüksek olduğu için modelimiz uygun. Yani şunu söyleyebiliyoruz ki biz evet COVID-19 rakamları, işte hasta sayısı, vaka sayısı, yatan hasta sayısı, ölüm rakamları, yani kaybedilen hasta sayısı ve iyileşen hasta sayıları katılım 30 endeksine doğrudan etkiliyor. Bunların arasında bir ilişki var. Fakat bu ilişki ne yönlü bir ilişki sorusuna yanıt ise bu modelden elde edilen koentegrasyon denklemindeki katsayılara bakılarak ifade ediyor. Burada da gördük ki biz COVID-19 rakamları katılım 30 endeksini olumsuz yönde etkilemekte. Ne demektir bu? Vaka sayısının artması, ondan sonra ölüm sayısının artması, bunlar katılım 30 endeksini olumsuz yönde etkiliyor. Yani bu esasında piyasada bir belirsizliği yaratıyor veya işte piyasadaki yatırımcıların karamsal olmasına neden oluyor. Bu da yatırımlarını realize etmelerine sebep olduğu için yani genellikle yatırımcılar Covid-19 rakamlarındaki yükselmeyi hep olumsuz olarak görüyorlar ki olumsuz bir yorum esasında. Finansal piyasalar için olumsuz olarak algılıyorlar. Bundan dolayı da ne yapıyorlar? Genellikle ellerindeki hisse senetlerini satıp olası belirsizliklerden kaçmak için artık kâra zarara bakmadan yatırımlarını realize ederek bu yatırımları sonlandırdıkları anlamına gelecek şekilde bir yorum yapabiliriz. Burada da hani daha da ileri aşamaya geçip bu elde edilen sonucun anlamlı mı yoksa anlamsız mı olduğunu bakmak için küsüm ve küsüm square testleri vardır. Bu testleri de yaptık. Bunlar yine sağlayıcı testler olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. İncelediğimiz değişkenler arasında anlamlı bir ilişkin olduğunu tespit etmek için küsüm testine baktığımız zaman ilk grafikte kırmızı çizgiler kırmızı çizgilerin arasındaysa eğer ki bizim dalgalanmamız yani incelenen değişkenler arasında anlamlı bir ilişki olduğunu göstermiş oluyor. Bu aynı zamanda yapısal kırılmaları da dikkate aldığımız zaman yani o bazen ani artışlar, azalışlar var. Bunları da dikkate aldığımız zaman dahi bu ilişki ortaya çıkmış oluyor. Sonuç olarak şunu söylüyoruz. Evet, Covid-19 pandemisi finansal piyasaları olumsuz yönde etkilemiştir. Katılım 30 endeksi finansal piyasalarda yatırımcının yatırım yapacağı endekslerden biri olarak bu da olumsuz bir şekilde etkilenmiştir. Fakat burada tabii raporlamadık ama başka yaptığım bir çalışmada geleneksel endekslerle onun volatilite yapılarına baktım esasında. Onu da Kemalettin Conkar hocamla beraber yapmıştım. Bu süreçte yani Covid-19 döneminde katılım 30 endeksinin mi volatilitesi daha yüksek yoksa BIST 30 endeksinin mi volatilitesi daha yüksek diye araştırdığımız zaman BIST 30 endeksinin volatilitesinin daha yüksek olduğunu görmüş oluyoruz. Volatiliteyi bir risk ölçümü olarak aldığımız zaman da BIST 30 endeksinde daha fazla riske maruz kaldığını görüyoruz hisse senetlerinin. Katılım 30 endeksinde az önce de ifade ettim. Çok fazla kaldıraçlı işlem olmadığı için, çok fazla faizci işlem olmadığı için, bu işletmelerin sermaye yapıları nispeten daha güçlü olduğu için bu krizlerden ve bu belirsizlik döneminde birazcık daha sağlam duruş sergileyebildikleri için volatiliteleri daha az. Bizim elde ettiğimiz çalışmada esasında bir boyutuyla bunu birazcık daha gözler önüne koyuyor. Evet, olumsuz şekilde etkileniyor. Fakat ortaya çıkan bu olumsuzluk geleneksel endekslere kıyasla birazcık daha az olarak karşımıza çıkmış oluyor. Biz burada neyi öneriyoruz peki yatırımcılara? Yatırımcılara gerek katılım 30 endeksine gerekse katılım 50 endeksine özellikle riskin ve risk algısının yüksek olduğu dönemlerde yatırım yaptıkları zaman illaki risk almak istiyorlarsa, hisse senedi yatırım yaparak risk almak istiyorlarsa ve bunun karşılığında da daha fazla getiri kazanmak istiyorlarsa katılım 30 ve katılım 50 endekslerine tercih edebileceklerini tavsiye etmiş oluyoruz. Tabii bu hani bir taslak çalışmaydı. İnşallah biz bunu geliştirip güzel bir çalışma yapacağız. Sizin de değerli katkılarınızla eleştirileriniz inşallah bu amaca ulaşmış olacağız. Salih Hocam, sunumumuz bu kadardı. Ben teşekkür ederim söz verdiğiniz için.
Hocam teşekkür ederiz. Sunumu da tam vaktinde bitirmiş oldunuz.
İyi hocam.
Ekonometrik bir çalışma dinledik hocam sizden. Gayet güzel, dolu bir çalışmaydı. Katılım endeksi önemli bir konu. Yani İslami hassasiyeti olan insanların yatırım yapabileceği sermaye piyasası ürünleri çok kısıtlı. Evet. Katılım endeksi bu açıdan bir çeşitlilik sağlıyor insanlara. Covid-19 dönemindeki Covid-19'un katılım endeksi üzerindeki, katılım endeksi şirketleri üzerindeki etkisini sizden dinlemiş olduk. İkinci tebliğimiz de aslında biz İslami endekslerin Türkiye'dekini sizin tebliğinizi dinlemiş olduk. Şimdi yine benzer bir konu ama bu sefer Endonezya ve Malezya'daki İslami hisse senedi piyasası endeksleri ile ilgili yine ekonometrik bir çalışma dinleyeceğiz inşallah. Ömer Tuğsal Doruk hocamızdan. Kendisi Adana Alparslan Türkeş Bilim ve Teknoloji Üniversitesi'nde doktor öğretim üyesi olarak çalışıyor. Hocam hoş geldiniz diyelim. Söz sizde inşallah. 20 dakikada bitirmeye çalışalım inşallah.
Merhaba herkese. Ben doktor öğretim üyesi Ömer Tuğsal Doruk. Adana Alparslan Türkeş Bilim ve Teknoloji Üniversitesi İngilizce İşletme Bölümünde finans ana bilim dalında görev yapmaktayım. Bugün sizinle belirsizliğin yükselen piyasa ekonomilerindeki iki önemli İslami borsaya etkisine bakacağız. Bu noktada da özellikle Covid-19 döneminde bu iki İslami borsanın güvenli bir liman olup olmaması ile ilgili bir ekonometrik analize bakacağız. Ben Ender Hocam'ın sunumuna da teşekkür ediyorum. Oldukça aydınlatıcı oldu. Onun yaptığı gibi yabancı katılımcıları selamlamak istiyorum. For the foreign audience, I would like to say welcome to our session. And I'm Assistant Professor of Finance at Adana Alparslan Türkiye Science and Technology University. And I will talk about the effect of uncertainty on the two important emerging market Islamic stock exchange. Especially, I will try to examine their role as a safe haven during the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, my presentation it would be in English, in Turkish, but if you understand, I would very welcome to your questions at the end of my presentation. Şimdi bu kısma tam ekran yapabilir miyim? Onu sorayım. Yani yaptığım zaman görebilir misiniz?
Yapabiliyorsunuz hocam. Görürüz. Problem olmaz. Bir deneyin isterseniz.
Tamam. Bir sorun yok herhalde.
Evet. Gayet iyi.
Şimdi Covid-19 biraz alışık olduğumuz finansal krizlerin dışında bir dışsal şok ya da bir kriz özelliği. Mesela son yaşanan 2008 finansal krizinde İslami borsaların bir güvenli liman olduğu, ancak işte bu krizin konut piyasasında çıktığı, işte türev araçlar vasıtasıyla diğer dünyadaki farklı finansal piyasalara ve enstrümanlara sıçradığı bir dönemi yaşadık. Ama Covid-19 ani gelişen ve çok hızlı bir yayılım özelliğine sahip olan bir pandemi özelliğinde, özellikle epidemiyolojistler ki bu çalışmayı başladığımda hani bolca da epidemiyoloji okudum, ancak burada hani çok fazla bahsetmek istemiyorum ama kısaca şunu söyleyebilirim. Covid-19'un SARS'tan, MERS'ten ve diğer yaşanan işte Zika virüsü gibi, Ebola gibi virüslerden daha hızlı bir yayılım özelliği var. Özellikle alt ve üst bandına baktığımız zaman ortalama 1,5 ila 3,5 kişi enfekte olan kişi, ki bu oldukça üstünde diğer pandemilerin ve şu anda bu mutasyonla beraber işte delta ya da alfa ile beraber bunun oldukça yükseleceği konuşuluyor. Yani inşallah bu noktaya gelmez. İşte bu noktada şu ortaya çıkıyor. Bu ani belirsizlikle beraber finansal piyasalarda bir yatırımcının bir güvenli liman arayışı var. Şimdi bu çalışmanın ana noktası da bu. Ama isterseniz kısaca önce yapılan çalışmalara bir bakalım. Motivasyon kısmı, daha sonraki zaten ampirik analizde bu noktaya tekrar uygulamalı olarak değiniriz. Belirsizlikten kaynaklı finansal piyasalardaki dalgalanmalar, yatırımcının güvenli olan etkisi özellikle Covid-19'da oldukça yoğun ve hızlı gelişen Covid-19 literatüründe ele alınan noktalar üzerine, özellikle kripto paraların alternatif yatırım aracı olarak ortaya çıkması bu dönemde çok üzerine durulan bir şey. Ama İslami finansal piyasalar ve İslami enstrümanlar üzerine olan literatür henüz gelişmekte olduğunu, o literatürün henüz gelişmekte olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Bu noktada aslında yatırımcılar açısından İslami finansal piyasaların, ki Ender Hocam da az önce değindi zaten katılım endeksini anlatırken Türkiye'deki konvansiyonel firmalardan daha farklı bir yapıda olan firmalardan oluşuyor bu endeksler. Yani şeriat kurallarına uygun, şeria compliant olarak ifade edilen firmalar ve bununla ilgili mesela bir çalışma vardı. Galiba burada almadım, ancak Dow Jones'ta mesela yer alan şeyleri filtreledikleri zaman o büyük firmalar bile bu kurallara uymuyor bir noktaya geliyor. Yani bu noktada özellikle işte kasino, yani kumar, domuz eti satışı, alkol içki satışı gibi İslami prensiplere uygun olmayan herhangi bir faaliyette bulunamıyorlar. Bir de üstüne tabii ki burada hani finansal piyasaları daha elverişli noktaya getiren Covid-19'da hani faiz kazancının bu firmaların olmaması, ki hani faiz kazancı üzerinden de özellikle reel sektör firmalarının işte kısa vadeli finansal piyasalardan faiz kazancı elde edip bir nevi bu belirsizlikleri tamponladığı bir argümanda mevcut, finansallaşma argümanı olarak da, hipotezi olarak da bahsedilen bir literatür mevcut. Bu noktada El Aloy'un çalışması mesela burada 2015 yılında yapmış olduğu çalışmada 2008 finansal kriz döneminde bu İslami finansal piyasaların, İslam borsaların daha fazla talep gördüğüne ulaştığı bir sonuç var. Ancak son dönemlerde, oradan bahsettik, atlayabiliriz. Son dönemlerde mesela 2021 yılında çıkan 2 tane önemli çalışma var. Hasan ve arkadaşlarının ve Salim ve arkadaşlarının yapmış olduğu çalışmalarda Covid-19 döneminde İslami finansal piyasaların bir güvenli liman olmadığını saptıyor. İsterseniz önceki güvenli limanı kısaca açıklayayım. Güvenli liman diğer finansal araçlarla ters korelasyona sahip olan bir finansal araç seti olarak tanımlayabiliriz güvenli liman içerisinde yer alan finansal araçları. Bu neye yarayacak? Mesela örneğin işte faizden etkilenen ya da işte diğer farklı şoklardan etkilenen finansal araçları portföyde yer alma, yani finansal araçları portföyde yer vermek yerine İslami finansal piyasalara yatırım yapmak bu noktada tercih edilebilir. Yani ikisinin ters korelasyonlu olduğu bir şeye bakıyor Hasan ve Salim. Ancak o çalışmalarında bu borsa endekslerini kullanarak farklı şeylerde, ülkelerde İslami finansal piyasaların bir güvenli liman olmadığı sonucuna ulaşıyor Covid-19'da. Bu noktada şimdi benim bu çalışmada ele aldığım güvenli liman yaklaşımı şu: işlem hacmi bazında bakıyorum ben. Şimdi işlem hacmi bazında baktığınız zaman ne kadarlık bir yatırım şeyi oluyor orada, yatırım hacmi oluşuyor. Yani nasıl kadar bir kayma oluşuyor ve buna bakarken de, şimdi birazdan empirik kısımda bahsedeceğim zaten, Covid-19 öncesi ve sonrası olarak ele alıyorum. Covid-19 öncesini bir trend olarak, Covid-19 sonrasında hem ani şok hem de trend olarak iki ayrı şekilde ele alıyorum bu çalışmada. Onun için benim bu çalışmada ele aldığım noktanın literatürden ayrıştığı en önemli şeyi, nasıl diyeyim, en önemli varsayımı ben burada işlem hacmi bazında bakıyorum. Ve işlem hacmi bazında bakarken de 2 tane önemli yükselen piyasa ekonomisi, Malezya ve Endonezya borsalarını seçiyoruz ki bu ikisini seçmemin nedeni de iki İslami borsanın ki ekonomik büyümede iki ülke için önemli bir rolünün olması ve giderek de gelişmesi. Biliyorsunuz yükselen piyasa, Türkiye'de önemli bir yükselen piyasa ekonomisi. Ancak bizde bu İslami finansal piyasaların, işte katılım bankacılığının ya da katılım endeksinin şu anda henüz Malezya ve Endonezya gibi olmadan inşallah olacak. Çünkü hani yapılan tahminler işte gelecek 10 yıllık süreç içerisinde Türkiye'nin bu noktaya geleceğini gösteriyor. Bu iki yükselen piyasa ekonomisini seçmemin temel nedeni de bu. Şimdi bu Bursa Malezya'da, şimdi bu şeyine baktığımız zaman mesela 505. gözlem, yani şuradaki mesela bakın 505, yani şurada bir hareketlenme var. Hatta 600. Günden sonra, işlem gününden sonra bir sıçrama mevcut. Aynısı Jakarta'da da var. Jakarta'da da Covid-19 dönemi 528. gözlem. Yani şu demek, 528. gözlemle beraber ilk onaylanmış vaka görülmeye başlıyor bu şeyde. Malezya'da, Endonezya'da pardon. Diğerinde de 505. gözlem sonrası ilk onaylanmış vaka görülmeye başlıyor Malezya'da. Şimdi bunlarla çok şey yapmak istemiyorum. Zaten birazdan şey olarak bakacağım. Tekrar hani onu ampirik olarak tekrar o kısımları getireceğim gündeme. Şimdi burada Jakarta İslami Endeksi, Malezya İslami Borsa Endeksi ikisi kullanılıyor. 2 Ocak 2018 ile 10 Temmuz 2021 yılları arasındaki veriler var. Veriler Thomson Reuters Refinitiv veri tabanından elde ediliyor. Oradan aldım. Bu iki borsaya ait Covid-19 dönemini karşılaştırmada incelediğim metodolojinin adı da kesintili zaman serisi analizi. Çok fazla finansta görmediğimiz bir analiz. Hemen şurada kısaca bahsedeyim. Daha çok sağlık ve işte etki değerlendirme yöntemlerini kullanan, sosyal bilimcilerin kullandığı, işte siyasetçilerin çalıştığı bir metodoloji. Bu metodoloji bize şöyle bir denklem üzerinde, mesela burada beta 1 bize COVID-19 dönemi öncesine ilişkin o trende ait parametreyi veriyor. X ile göstermiyor. Beta 2 X ile gösterdiğimiz kısım da COVID-19'un anlık etkisi. Yani kısa vadeli etkisini gösteriyor. Beta 3 ile bahsettiğimizde uzun vadeli COVID-19'un trend etkisini bize gösteriyor. Burada YT ile bahsettiğimde logaritmik olarak alınan işlem hacmi verileri her iki borsaya ait. Da değil mi diyeyim? Ana model sonucumuz, mesela Jakarta için bakacak olursak COVID-19 öncesi dönemde göreli olarak, yani COVID-19 sonrası döneme göre bir yatırım hacminde bir azalma mevcut. Ya da şöyle bakarsak COVID-19'un anlık etkisi oldukça yüksek. Uzun vadeli trendinde bu pozitif etkinin azaldığını ancak devam ettiğini görüyoruz Jakarta için. Gözlem sayısı 858 gözlem Jakarta için. Yani tatil günleri mesela işlem günleri ele alındı. Ele aldım bu analizde. Bursa Malezya için de aynı etki geçerli. COVID-19 öncesi dönemde göreli olarak bir azalma var işlem hacminde. COVID-19 döneminde anlık etki pozitif, ancak burada da bir azalma var uzun vadeli trendde, ancak bu azalmaya rağmen bu pozitif işlem hacminin devam ettiği görülüyor trend bazında. Burada da 866 gözlem var. Bu arada tahmin edilen tüm katsayılar istatistik olarak anlamlı. Yani %1 istatistik anlam düzeyinde anlamlı. Grafiksel olarak bakacak olursak da mesela bu yeşille görülen tahmin edilen kısım trendin ve COVID-19 kısmında mesela bu kesik çizgilerle gördüğünüz kısım COVID-19 dönemini gösteriyor. Yani ilk işte resmi olarak onaylanmış vaka sonrası dönemi gösteriyor. Şimdi burada baktığınız zaman önemli bir trendde bir kayma mevcut. Yani aslında şurada tahmin ettiğimiz modelin trend olarak gösteriminde önemli bir kayma mevcut. Bu arada yani, yeşille gösterilen şey tahmin edilen trend. Ancak etrafındaki yer alan siyah kalın noktalarında yani gözlemlenen değerler olduğunu görüyoruz. Yani bu da aslında hani tahmin edildi ama bakın belli dönemlerde onun çok çok üzerinde kalıyor. Bunu gösteriyor. Bu Jakarta için baktığımız zaman, diğeri Malezya. Bursa Malezya için baktığımızda yine aynı şeyin söz konusu olduğunu, ancak tahmin edilenin Jakarta'ya göre birazcık daha aşağıda kaldı. Ancak gerçekleşen tahminlerin de bu tahmin gerçekleşen işlem hacminin de tahmin edilen işlem hacminin oldukça üzerinde kaldığı görülüyor. Peki bize bu neyi söylüyor? Yani bu analizin sonucu neyi gösteriyor? Bir kere COVID-19 dönemine kesintili zaman serisi analizi üzerinden bakarsak iki borsanın da işlem hacmi bazında bir güvenli liman olduğunu gösteriyor. Bir ikinci nokta, şunu da hemen ekleyeyim şey yaparken, bu arada burada tabii zaman serisi boyutunda önemli olarak ortaya çıkan otokorelasyon ve değişen var. Yani heteroskedastisiye göre de dirençli bir tahmin var. Nivy West standart hatalarını kullanarak burada otokorelasyon ve değişen varyansı kontrol altına alarak, yani o iki önemli sorunu kontrol altına alarak bir tahmin ortaya, yani bir tahmin yapılmıştır. Bunun haricinde eklemek istediğim son bir şey de, yani bu sonuçlara göre bu iki önemli yükselen piyasa ekonomisine ait İslami finansal piyasaların COVID-19 döneminde alternatif bir yatırım aracı olduğu ve güvenli bir liman haline geldiği görülmektedir. Zaten hani ben biraz geçtim şeyleri, Enver Hocam çokça bahsetti, üzerinden geçti. Hani konvansiyonel firmaların dışında faiz geliri olmayan, spekülasyona çok fazla meyilli olmayan firmalardan oluşan endeksler, İslami borsa endeksleri. Bu iki İslam borsa endeksini ele alarak da bir güvenli liman analizi yapmış bulunmaktayım. Bu noktada da diğer iki önemli çalışmadan bu çalışma ayrışıyor. Aynı zamanda onlar güvenli liman olarak bulmadı, ancak ben burada işlem hacmi bazında bu iki borsanın güvenli liman olduğu sonucuna ulaştım diyebilirim. Teşekkür ediyorum dinlediğiniz için.
Evet hocam, biz teşekkür ediyoruz bu güzel sunum için. İşlem hacmi açısından inceledi Ömer Tuğsal hocamız. Ender hocamsa endeks verileri üzerinden gitmişti zannedersem. Endeks verileri, endeks getiri verileri üzerinden gitmişti. Burada işlem hacmi üzerinden Endonezya ve Malezya piyasalarını işlemiş olduk. Şimdi sözü Fatih Kazancı hocamıza vereceğiz inşallah. Kendisi hem Kuveyt Türk'te çalışıyor hem de doktora hem de akademi tarafı da var kendisinin. Dünya genelinde borç satışına dayalı dış ticaret uygulamalarının faizsiz finansal prensiplere uyumu ve alternatif öneriler başlıklı tebliğini dinleyeceğiz. Hocam buyurun.
Evet. Merhabalar, sesim geliyor diye düşünüyorum.
Geliyor hocam, gayet iyi.
Tamam, teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle yansıtmaya çalışayım. Evet, yansıdı mı acaba?
Evet hocam, isterseniz tam ekran yapabilirsiniz.
Şu anda geliyor mu?
Şu an görüyoruz hocam biz. Yani
Tamam.
Problem yok. İsterseniz
Tamam,
böyle
buradan
devam
anlatmaya
edebilirsiniz.
devam edeyim.
Tamam.
Teşekkür ederim. Evet, adım Fatih Kazancı. Kuveyt Türk Katılım Bankası'nda hazine operasyonları yöneticisi olarak görev yapmaktayım hali. Aynı zamanda İstanbul Sabahattin Zaim Üniversitesi'nde doktor öğretim görevlisi unvanıyla dışarıdan uluslararası ticaret, uluslararası finans alanlarında dersler vermekteyim son 2 yıldır. Bugünkü tebliğimin konusu borç satışına dayalı dış ticaret uygulamaları ve bunların faizsiz finans prensiplerine uyumu üzerine olacak. Niyetim sonuçta da alternatif bir iki ürün sunarak tebliğimi bitirmek niyetimdeyim. Borç satışı belki hocalarımıza, yani konuyu bilmeyen hocalara belki biraz yabancı gelebilir. Borç satışı daha çok günümüzde yurt içi uygulamalarda çek ve senet kırma üzerine aslında odaklanmıştır. Fakat uluslararası ticaret alanına baktığımızda işin içerisine poliçeler ve bunların satışı geliyor. Poliçe tanımı da belki yabancı gelebilir. Bu konuda da biraz bilgi vermek isterim. Poliçeler ihracatçının hazırlayıp ithalatçıya kabul ettirdiği bir borçlanma belgesi diyebileceğimiz bir belge. Belli durumlarda da bankalar kefalet sözleşmesi hükmünde bu poliçelere aval ekleyerek bir nevi garanti altına almaktadırlar bu poliçelerin ödenmesini. Poliçe tanımı sıklıkla sunumunda geçeceği için bir ön bilgi olarak vermek istedim. Evet, borç satışı beyaldeyn olarak Arapçada geçiyor. Buradaki bey kelimesi satış anlamına geliyor. Deyn ise borç anlamına gelmekte. Beyaldeyn borç satışı ifadesini bize veriyor. Teknik olarak açıkladığımızda borç satışı borçlunun kendisine ya da üçüncü bir kişiye ödenebilir bir hakkın satışı olarak borç satışını tanımlayabiliriz. Evet, üçüncü kişiye borç satışının işleyiş mekanizmasını çizmeye çalıştım burada. Burada borçlu ve alacaklı aslında iş ilişkisine giren iki taraf var. Burada alacaklı farz edelim ki 100 TL'lik bir mal satsın ve borçlu da vadesinde bu 100 TL'lik borcunu kendisine ödeyecek olsun. Fakat alacaklı peşin olarak borcunu bir başkasına satarak, bir üçüncü kişiye satarak bir an önce parasına kavuşma ihtiyacı duyduğu zaman bu borç satışı işlemleri devreye girmekte. Dolayısıyla bu ikinci alacaklı dediğimiz kişiye borcu sattığı zaman alacaklı kişi peşin buradaki örnekte 90 TL olarak gösterdik. 90 TL'sini alacak ve aradan çıkacak. Dolayısıyla borçlu ve ikinci alacaklı burada baş başa kalacak ve vadede borçlu ikinci alacaklıya 100 TL'sini ödeyerek işlemi sonuçlandıracaktır. Ve dış çevre tarafına baktığımızda dediğim gibi poliçeli işlemler devreye giriyor. Banka kabulleri dediğimiz kısım aslında poliçeleri yurt dışında ithalatçılar tarafından kabul edilmesi işlemleri. Bir diğeri ihracat kredi refinansmanı işlemleri. Bunlar poliçe iskonto eden bankaların bunları başka bankalarda tekrar iskonto ettirerek o bankaların da finansman ihtiyaçlarını karşılaması anlamına geliyor. Bir nevi bildiğimiz reoskonto işlemlerinin dış ticaretteki karşılığı ihracat kredi refinansman işlemleri oluyor. Burada daha çok Exim Banklar devreye girmekte refinansman kurumu olarak. Bir diğer hususta poliçe ve fatura veya fatura iştirası olayı. İştira demek aslında satın alma olayı. Dış ticarette daha çok akredite işlemlerde gördüğümüz iş türlerinden bir tanesi iştira. Bunlar daha çok poliçeleri
Hocam ses gelmiyor şu an ama internette bir problem mi var acaba? Evet, hocanın internetinde bir problem var sanıyorum. Sizde de gelmiyor değil mi? Değil mi? Evet, koptu. Bir iki dakika bekleyelim hocam isterseniz. Tekrar bağlanır inşallah. Evet, hoca ile iletişime geçmeye çalışıyoruz da biz bu sırada isterseniz soru cevap kısmına ilk iki tebliğ ile alakalı soru cevap kısmına geçelim. Eğer soru varsa soru alalım. Kıymetli katılımcılardan ilk Ender Hoca'nın tebliğ ve Ömer Hoca'nın tebliğ ile alakalı sorularınız varsa onları alalım inşallah. Evet, soru yok herhalde. Hocam Ender Hocam ben bir soru sormak istiyorum size.
Tabii ki hocam, buyurun.
Tabii Fatih Hoca geldi herhalde. Ben onu sona saklayayım. Geliyor herhalde. Hocam duyabiliyor musunuz bizi? Fatih Hocam.
Merhabalar. Kusura bakmayın, Wi-Fi'de bir sıkıntı oldu galiba. Telefon
Evet hocam,
üzerinden tekrar bağlandım.
koptunuz. Buyurun hocam, kaldığınız yerden devam edebilirsiniz.
Tamam, devam ediyorum.
Paylaşım yapabilirsiniz. Şu an yetki var.
Evet, görünüyor mu acaba?
Gözüküyor hocam, evet.
Tamam. Evet, tekrar özür diliyorum. Kesinti oldu, kusura bakmayın. Konvansiyonel bankalar, faktörlük ve forwarding firmaları dediğim gibi günümüzde bu işlemleri faiz geliri elde ederek yoğun bir şekilde yapmaktalar. Faizsiz bankalar da bu işlemleri gerçekleştiriyor. Fakat bu sadece Malezya'daki bazı İslami bankaların gerçekleştirdiği işlemler. Bu işlemleri borç satışı adı verilen bu sözleşmeler üzerinde gerçekleştiriyorlar. Evet, Malezya'da borç satışı sözleşmesine istinaden gerçekleştirilen dış ticaret işlemleri öncelikle faizsiz banka kabulleri, faizsiz ihracat kredi refinansmanı ve faizsiz poliçe veya fatura iştirası işlemleri. Şimdi bunları kısaca sizlere tanıtmak istiyorum. Faizsiz banka kabulleri Islamic Accepted Bills olarak geçiyor Malezya'da. 93 yılında Bank Negara Malezya, yani Malezya Merkez Bankası tarafından yayınlanan kılavuza istinaden bu işlemler yapılmaya başlandı. Borç satışı sözleşmesiyle bu işlemler gerçekleştiriyor. Bunun dışındaki tüm işlemler normal konvansiyonel banka kabullerine benziyor. Evet, bu ürünün Malezya'da ikinci piyasada da alım satımı gerçekleştirilebiliyor. Yani Malezya'daki bankalar banka kabullerini ikinci piyasada alıp satarak ikinci piyasada da bu işlemlerin fiyatlarının şekillenmesini sağlayabiliyorlar. Burada şekilde kısaca en basit şekilde anlatmaya çalışayım. Öncelikle ihracatçı ithalatçıya mallarını satıyor. Faizsiz banka ihracatçıya hitaben vadeli bir poliçe hazırlıyor ve ihracatçıya kabul ediyor. Daha sonra faizsiz banka bu poliçeyi satın alarak iskontolu bir şekilde ihracatçıya ödemesini gerçekleştiriyor. Ve ihracatçı da ithalatçıdan vadede elde ettiği bedeli faizsiz bankaya vadesinde geri ödeyerek işlemi sonlandırıyor. Burada örnek olarak vermem gerekirse, örneğin bir 100 bin dolarlık bir işlemde 95 bin dolara işlem gerçekleştirebiliyor ihracatçı ve Export Credit Refinancing olarak geçiyor Malezya'daki literatürde. Tip bir ürün genelde kullanılıyor. Daha çok seks sonrası kredi imkanı sağlıyor bu imkan. Bu işlemde 3 taraf oluyor. Hem ihracatçı hem bir faizsiz banka hem de Exim Bank arasında yapılan bir işlem türü. Burada da kısaca açıklamam gerekirse öncelikle ihracatçı malları ithalatçısına sevk ediyor. İthalatçının bankası poliçesine havalini ekliyor. Havale poliçe faizsiz bankaya gönderiliyor. Faizsiz banka poliçeyi ihracatçıdan belli bir iskonto ile satın alıyor. Ve iskonto bedelini ihracatçı ödüyor. Bu durumda ihracatçı devreden çıkmış oluyor parasını alarak ve faizsiz banka elindeki poliçeyi Exim Bank'a bu sefer satıyor. Exim Bank refinansman bedelini faizsiz bankaya ödüyor. İthalatçının bankası bankada elde ettiği bu bedeli banka ödeyerek işlem tamamlanıyor. Burada iki taraflı iskonto olayı var. Yani hem faizsiz bankanın ihracatçıya karşı yapmış olduğu bir poliçe iskontosu ve ikinci aşamada da Exim Bank'ın faizsiz bankaya vermiş olduğu bir iskontoyla refinansman işlemi tamamlanmış oluyor. Üçüncü tip işlem ise daha çok borç satışı yoluyla akreditif iştirası ve polise satışı adıyla anılan bir işlem. Burada bir iştira işlemi mevcut. İştira dediğimiz aslında bir satın alma. Peki neyi satın alıyor bankalar burada? Akreditifle yapılan bir işlemde ihracatçının hazırlamış olduğu sevk evraklarını, bunlar nedir? Daha çok faturadır, konşimatodur, yani yükleme konşimatosu. Bunun akabinde menşe şehadetnameleri, sigorta poliçeleri vesaire bu yükleme belgeleri adı altında anılıyor. Bunların satın alınarak bedelinin ödenmesi, tabii ki iskontolu bir şekilde ödenmesi anlamına geliyor iştira işlemi. İştira işlemlerini günümüzde Orta Doğu'da olsun, Körfez ülkelerinde olsun, Afrika'daki İslam bankalarda olsun bankalar gerçekleştirmiyorlar. Bunun nedeni faizli bir işlem olması nedeniyle. Fakat dediğim gibi Malezya'da bu işlem bilhassa Banka İslam'ın faizsiz poliçe satın alım imkanı ürünü olarak bu işlemleri rahatlıkla gerçekleştirmeye günümüzde devam ediyorlar. Buna örnek olarak da bu şekli gösterebilirim. Burada ihracatçı ithalatçıyla bir satış sözleşmesi imzalıyor. İthalatçı amir bankaya bir akreditif açtırıyor. Açılan akreditif İştira Bankası'na ihbar ediliyor. İştira Bankası da buradaki İştira Bankası tabii ki faizsiz banka hükmünde yer almakta burada. İştira Bankası akredifi ihracatçıya ihbar ediyor ve ihracatçı kendisine ulaşan akreditif şartlarına uygun olarak ilgili yüklemeyi yapıyor ve hazırlamış olduğu evrakları İştira Bankası'na sunarak iştira ettiriyor. Yani satıyor. Bu satım imkanı farz edelim ki 100 bin dolarlık bir işlemde 95 bin dolara bunu İştira Bankası'na bu belgeleri satarak 95 bin dolarını peşin olarak elde ediyor. Vadede de 100 bin doları İştira Bankası amir bankadan tahsil ediyor. Evet, şu ana kadar 3 çeşit borç satışı uygulaması gördük. Malezya'daki bankalar tarafından uygulanan. Bu borç satışı işlemlerinin faizsiz finans kuralları açısından değerlendirilmesini yaptığımızda karşımıza şunlar çıkıyor. Öncelikle Kasani şöyle diyor, borcun borçludan başka birisine satılması caiz değildir diyor. Çünkü borcun borçluya satılması aslında işlemin doğasına aykırı değil. Yani borç alacak ilişkisi içerisinde olduğunuz kişiyle yeniden bir anlaşma yaparak, yapılandırma yaparak vadeden önce parayı tahsil etme şansına sahipsiniz. Fakat tabii ki belli bir indirim karşılığı. Borçluyla alacaklar arasında bu işlemleri yapmakta herhangi bir sıkıntı yok. Fakat sıkıntı biraz da borcun üçüncü tarafa satılmasında karşımıza çıkıyor. Malikilere göre alacağın borcu dışındaki birisine sadece mal karşılığında ya da belli bir şeyin menfaati karşılığında satılması caiz olur diyor Malikiler. Çünkü bu durumda borcun borç karşılığında satılması değil, aksine borcun mal karşılığında satımı söz konusu oluyor. Hanefi, Hanbeli ve Şafii fıkıhçıların çoğunluğuna göre ise borcun satışının caiz olmamasının nedeni alacaklının alacağını müşteriye teslim etmeye gücünün yetmemesi nedeniyle oluşacak olan karar durumudur. Karar bilindiği gibi aşırı belirsizlik durumu. Burada alacaklı alacağını borçun dışındaki bir kişiye satmakta. Dolayısıyla akdin konusunu teslim edilmeye uygun bir şey olması gerekiyor. Beyin şartlarından, yani satışın sıhhat şartlarından birisi bu. Teslimin alacaklının dışında birine şart koşulması ilgili akdi aksi halde fasit kılacaktır. Yani geçersiz kılacaktır. Fakat borcun borçlunun kendisine satılması ise caizdir. Çünkü bu durumda teslime ihtiyaç olmayacağından akdi fasit hale getirecek olan teslime güç getirememe durumu burada oluşmayacaktır. Bu yasak daha çok hadis-i şerife dayanıyor. Bu da sahip olmadığınız bir şeyi satmayın şeklindeki hadis-i şerifle alakalı. Fakat bazı Maliki, Hanefi ve Şafii fıkıhçıları borcun üçüncü bir şahsa satılmasına izin vermişler. Bunlar daha çok istisna olarak görülüyor. Bu fakirler bu tür satışları yasaklayan gerçek bir kaynak bulunmadığını öne sürdüklerinden bu tip bir karara varmışlar. Ve bu fakirlere göre 3 şart gerçekleşmeli. Eğer bir borç üçüncü tarafa satılacaksa bu 3 şartında her üçü de gerçekleşmek zorunda. Bunlardan biri borç onaylanmış bir borç olmalı ve borç aynı anda yani vadesiz olarak satılmalı. İkincisi borçlu satışı kabul etmeli. Üçüncüsü de borcun diğer borçtaki fiyatı aynı olmalıdır. Eğer bu 3 şart gerçekleşirse bir borç üçüncü tarafa satılabiliyor. Fakat az önce verdiğim örneklerin hiçbirinde şey yoktu. Bu üçüncü madde mevcut değildi. Yani borcun diğer borçtaki fiyatı her durumda iskontolu olarak ödeniyordu. Dolayısıyla genel bir değerlendirme yaptığımızda borcu satın alan taraf için borç satışı faiz geliri getirdiğinden, mağdumun yani olmayan bir malın satışı anlamına geldiğinde borç satışları ve borcu satın alan tarafın borçlu ile doğrudan ilişkisi olmamasından dolayı ortada bir belirsizlik oluşması nedeniyle faizsiz finans kurumlarında bu işlemler uygulanmamalıdır görüşündeyiz. Peki önerilerimiz ne olacak? Madem borç satışını bu şekilde kullanamayacağız, bu durumda muraba yöntemi bilhassa ihracat finansmanında en uygun yöntem. Muraba yöntemi hem akretif finansmanda hem de vesayet mukabili işlem finansmanında rahatlıkla kullanılabilen yöntemler aslında. TİF tarafından biraz bahsetmem gerekirse bu yöntemde faizsiz banka lehine açılan akretif sayesinde ihracatçıya peşin ödeme yaptıktan sonra malı satın almakta aslında ve bu malı ithalatçıya kar marjıyla vadeli olarak satarak bedeli ödeme vadesinde akretif bankasından tahsil edecektir. Muraba yoluyla aval poliçeli vesayet mukabili ihracat finansmanında ise ihracatçıya peşin ödeme yapıldıktan sonra mal ithalatçıya kar marjıyla vadeli olarak satılır ve ithalatçının bankası tarafından aval verilen poliçe vadede tahsil edilir. Bu her iki yöntemde günümüzde bilhassa akretifli vadeli ihracat akretif finansmanı kullanılmakta. Fakat ben ikinci yöntemi de öneri olarak sunuyorum. Her iki durumda da poliçe iştirasına veyahut da poliçe iskontolarına gerek kalmadan ihracatçılar muraba yöntemiyle işin başında bankalara başvurarak hem akretifli hem de vesayet mukabili işlemler yaptırabilirler. Evet, sunumum benim bu kadar. Dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyorum.
Yani biz teşekkür ederiz. Güzel ve faydalı bir sunum oldu. Bir de sektörün içinden birisi olarak borcun satışı ile ilgili uygulama kısmında da işin içerisindesiniz. Ben hocam sıcağı ben size bir soru sormak istiyorum. Bu borç satışını Malezya'da uygularken hangi fetvaya binaen yapıyorlar bunu? Yani IOF'ye göre bildiğim kadarıyla borcun satışı caiz görülmüyor. Onların kendi şeria bordunun verdiği bir karar mı var?
Evet, daha çok Bank Negara Malezya'nın danışma kurulundan almış oldukları fetvalara istinaden bu işlemler yapılıyor. Bunlar da daha çok Şafii mezhebine tabi olduklarında orada biraz daha geniş davranabiliyorlar açıkçası.
Peki hocam mesela bu fetva biraz daha zarurete binaen mi yapılıyor yoksa gayet normal bir şekilde yapılan bir uygulama mı bu?
Şöyle söyleyeyim, yani maslahat veya zaruret gereği aslında yapılmıyor bunlar. Yani bunlar daha çok dediğim gibi almış oldukları bu fetva nedeniyle yapılıyor. Bu maslahat gereği yapılmasına istinaden birkaç makale gördüm. Maslahat ve bunlar da açıkçası bayağı bir en azından Orta Doğu ve Körfez bölgesinde de bu işlemlerin ihracatı arttırmak amacıyla kullanılması şeklinde. Fakat maslahat prensibine dayanarak bunların yapılmasını isteyen birkaç makalede mevcut.
Hocam bizde Türkiye'de bunu yani bir katılım bankası yaptığını biliyorum. Kendi takipteki kredilerini bir faktörün şirketine sattığını biliyoruz. Bu istisna bir şey galiba değil mi? Bu çok yaygın olarak kullanılan bir şey değil mi?
Yok, tamamen istisnai bir durumdur. Bu da zorunluluk gereği zannedersem
gereği.
danışma kurullarından aldıkları izinle yapmışlardır diye düşünüyorum.
Hocam teşekkür ederiz.
Rica ederim.
Bütün tebliğlerle alakalı sorular varsa soruları alabiliriz. Kıymetli dinleyiciler. Soru var mı?
Salih Hocam sizin vardı bana herhalde.
Evet
Fatih
hocam,
Hocam
ben
bilmiyorum.
şeyi soracaktım.
Buyurun hocam.
Sizin modelde bu katılım endeksiyle şeyi alıyorsunuz ya, vaka sayıları, vefat sayısı ve bir değişken daha vardı.
İyileşen sayısı, evet hocam.
Hasta ve iyileşen sayısı. Bunların bütün o değişkenleri beraber alıyorsunuz değil mi modele? Yani
Her birini ayrı bir değişken olarak alıyoruz tabii ki hocam şeyde. Yani bunları bir değişken olarak değil, orada 4 tane farklı değişken olarak alıyoruz.
yani o dördünün bir arada olduğu bir modelde COVID-19'un etkisini ölçmüş oluyoruz değil mi?
Evet doğrudur hocam. Yani bu dördü hep beraber katılım 30 endeksi nasıl etkiliyor? Buna bakmış
Yani
oluyoruz.
ayrı ayrı baktığımızda acaba hocam mesela COVID'in etkisini hangisi daha iyi gösterir? Böyle bir
Vaka sayısı.
Vaka sayısı mı?
Ona ilişkin bir çalışma var hocam. Vaka sayısı tek başına, yani daha doğrusu R karelerden hani böyle modelin anlamına falan regresyon modeli şeklinde bakılmıştı. Daha sonra ben yurt dışında da gördüm mesela şeyde hocam. Malezya üzerine yapılan bir çalışmada bu kayıp sayıları ve iyileşen sayıları değil, vaka sayısı hocam. B-fil. Bu aynı zamanda katılım endeksi değil, geleneksel endeksleri de en fazla etkileyen değişken olarak ele alınmış hocam. Yani
Eyvallah
vaka
hocam.
sayısının artması borsaları daha fazla şey yapıyor, etkiliyor. Sadece katılım değil, diğer endeksler de dahil olmak üzere.
Yani yatırımcılar aslında vaka sayılarına bakarak hareket ediyor diyebiliriz yani.
Doğrudur ama şu anda güncel olarak hocam bir de aşı sayısı da mesela, yani aşı yapılan birey sayısı da çalışmalara dahil edilmeye başladı. Biz de işte inşallah Muhammed Fatih hocamla bunları da dahil ederek analizimizi geliştireceğiz. Hem veri sayısı bakımından hem de değişken sayısı bakımından. Mesela işte orada toplumdaki o aşılanma oranı artması da finansal piyasalar için acaba olumlu bir unsur mudur diye birkaç çalışma gördüm ben. Artık yani şöyle, elde edilen sonuçlara göre toplumda eğer şeyse aşılanma oranı %63'ün üzerinde, bir çalışmada öyle gördüm ben. %63'ün üzerine çıktıktan sonra finansal piyasalarda olumlu olarak etkilemeye başlıyor. Dolayısıyla bu da belki çalışmalarda şey yapılabilir, analiz edilebilir.
Teşekkür ederim hocam. Ömer hocam, ben de size şeyi sormak istiyorum. Bu COVID başladıktan sonra işlem hacminin arttığını anlıyoruz değil mi sizin çalışmanızdan?
Evet hocam.
İşlem hacmi artıyor. Hem Endonezya hem Malezya İslam hisse senedi piyasalarında. Şeyi soracağım. Muadili endekslerdeki durum ne? Yani onunla karşılaştırma yapabildiniz mi? Yani
Hocam,
mesela Malezya'nın muadili konvansiyonel endekste yani benzer bir durum mu var? Daha mı az işlem hacmi daha mı az etkilenmiş ya da daha mı fazla etkilenmiş?
hocam karşılaştırma olarak bakmadım. Çünkü bu çalışmanın şeyi, yani güvenli liman olarak bu İslami hisse senedi piyasalarının durumu olarak. Ama dediğiniz gibi bakılabilir aslında. Yani ne kadar bir ayrışma ortaya çıkmasıyla ilgili. Ben notlarımı alayım bununla ilgili. Hani çalışmayı geliştirirken sizin tavsiyeniz yönünde de onu da karşılaştırabilir, eğer farklı bir, hani anlamlı bir farklılaşma varsa tabii ki konulabilir hocam. Güzel bir tavsiye, teşekkür ediyorum. Güzel bir soru.
Araya giriyorum
Teşekkür ederiz
Salih
hocam.
hocam.
Buyurun hocam.
Bu konuyla alakalı biz çalışmamızda aslında rakamları vermiştik. Covid döneminde yani süreç başladığından itibaren hem geleneksel piyasalarda hem İslami finans piyasalarında yatırımcı sayısında ciddi bir artış var. Zaten Türkiye'de de çok ciddi bir artış oldu. Yani hem diğer alternatif finansal araçların ortaya çıkması, işte kripto varlıklar, işte hisse senetlerinin ciddi anlamda yatırımcı toplaması, bu süreçte yani garip bir şekilde yatırımcı sayısında inanılmaz bir artış oldu. Türkiye'de de durum böyle gelişti. Sanırım bu eve kapanma, online olarak bir şeyler yapma zorunluluğu bize biraz piyasaları yatırım yapma şeyini yani biraz bizi şey yaptı, yani bu sürece itti. Ciddi yatırımcı sayısı da arttı. Şu anda bizim hani Borsa İstanbul tarafında da böyle ciddi bir yatırımcı var. Profesyonel değil ancak ciddi sayıda hisse senedi satın alan, ufak da olsa tabana yayılmış şu anda bir ciddi şey var, alım var. Böyle bir eğilim var. Sebebi nedir bilmiyorum ama yani ciddi bir rakam artışı var şu an. Bunu belirtmiştik biz çalışmamızda, değil mi Ender Hocam?
Sebebine ilişkin birkaç bir şey söyleyeyim hocam ben de. Salih hocam müsaade ederse.
Buyurun hocam.
Tabii bu süreçte özellikle borsa yatırımcıları ilk halka arz olan şirketlerde, Ömer Hocam da finans çalışıyor, belki takip etmiştir. İlk defa halka arz yapan şirketlerde böyle bir 5-10 gün boyunca tavan tavan giden bir seri yakalandı. İnsanlar da burada hani biz de acaba girsek biz de bu parayı alabilir miyiz? Yani bu yatırımı yapabilir miyiz diye kendisinin adına. Yani orada işte bizim incelediğimiz dönemde 671 bin kişilik bir yatırımcı sayısında artış vardı. Ki bu 1 milyon 200 binlerdeydi toplam rakam. Yani nereden baksan %50'lik bir artış var. Bu birazcık da şeye bağlı. Yani kendisi halka arzdan pay almak istiyor. Tabii orada talebe göre toplanıyor ya. Kendisinin adına işte zaten hesap var. Eşinin adını açıyor. Çocuğun adını açıyor. Kayınvalidesinin adını açıyor. Dolayısıyla o rakam birazcık da esasında hani gerçek yatırımcı değil de halka arzlardan daha fazla pay almak için böyle açılan hesaplar da var. Ondan dolayı birazcık daha artış var ama o Mart 2020 tarihinde özellikle borsalarda böyle dibi görme insanları artık burada risk iştahını da biraz arttırdı açıkçası. Hani bu bir yerden zaten dönecekti. Biz de bu trende katılalım, bu trendi yakalayalım. Biz de buradan bir şeyler kazanabiliriz diye. Daha önce hiç hayatına borsa yatırımı yapmamış kişilerin borsaya girdiğini gördük. Bir etki var ama bu etkinin önemli bir kısmı da belki işte bu halka arz dolayısıyla daha fazla hisse senedi almak için hani nasıl diyelim gölge hesap şeklinde açılan hesaplardan da oluşmuştur diye söylerim. Tabii işlem hacmi noktasında da artışlar oldu. Cumhurbaşkanımız da bazen bunu böyle açıklıyor, işte borsada yatırımcı sayısı arttı, işlem hacimleri arttı. Dediğim gibi bu sadece o V şeklindeki grafiğin en dibinden biz buradan yatırım yapalım ve yukarıda işte bir yerlerde satarız, buradan kar elde ederiz. Motivasyonuyla yapılan yatırımlardı ve sayıda birazcık daha öyle artmış oldu. Hem hacim hem de yatırımcı sayısı bakımından.
Halka arz konusunda da hocam herkes öyle o şekilde halka arzı yakalayayım motivasyonundan biraz daha azaldı gibi. Çünkü
hocam o döndü şu
halka
anda.
arz artık öyle gitmiyor gibi artık yani.
O nerede döndü hocam? Hemen ben size söyleyeyim. Bu 5-6 aydır artık öyle işlemiyor. Ben yakından takip ediyordum. Özellikle bu Turex zannedersem yani Turex diye bir tane şirket
Turex
vardı.
oldu, evet, Turex.
Evet yani ondan sonra halka arz eden 2-3 tane şirket mesela hatırlıyorum ben, Ünlü Yatırım diye bir tane şirket vardı. Halka arz edildikten bir gün sonra oldu hocam. Yani daha bir tane daha vardı. Halka arz edildikten sonra oldu. Yani düştü. Ondan sonra da şirketler dedi ki madem öyle biz kendi hisse senetlerimizi alırız dediler. Adam hisse senedini sattı. 1 milyon tane hisse senedi 1 liradan sattı. Daha sonra gitti o 1 milyon tane hisse senedini, tabii hepsini alamıyorlar ama 500 bin tanesini işte 70 kuruştan aldı. Adamlar bir ayda durduk yere para kazanmış oldular. O trend bir yerde döndü. Şu anda o etki yok hocam mesela piyasada. Evet. Artık insanlar soru işaretiyle yaklaşıyorlar halka arzlara.
Evet, olan yine hocam bireysel yatırımcıları oluyor burada.
Evet, tabii.
Hocam ben bir şey ekleyeyim. Küresel şeyde biraz farklı aslında bu. Hani Muhammed Fatih Hocam dediği yatırımcı sayısının artmasından ziyade portföy yatırımları yer değiştiriyor. Mesela ilk Covid'den sonra, yani Covid'in ilk küresel ölçekteki etkisinden sonra bir petrol krizi yaşandı. Bu dönemde mesela bir altının parladığı bir dönem var. Daha sonra kripto paralar. Mesela bununla eş zamanlı ben kripto paralara da bakmıştım. Kripto paralara ciddi bir gidiş var ama orada da mesela dönemsel şeyler var. İşlem hacminin yoğunlaştığı bir şey var. Nasıl diyelim? Yatırım hacmi var. Hani galiba buradan İslami piyasalara döndü şu anda süreç. Yani hep bir yatırımcı arayışında. Güvenli liman arayışında. Ben bunu bağlıyorum. Covid'in artık öngörülemez olduğundan. Bir var, arayış var. Hani biraz da galiba davranışsal bir temeli var bunun. Benim ekleyebileceklerim de bu.
Tabii aşı da mesela çok yani aşılanma artsa bile hala vaka sayıları aynı devam ediyor. İnsanlar herhalde aşıya da artık güvenmemeye başladı. Bunun sonucu olabilir dediğiniz şey. Evet, ben bütün katılımcılara teşekkür ediyorum. Burada oturumu sonlandıralım isterseniz. Erken bitirmiş olduk biraz. Bütün katılımcılara teşekkür ediyorum. Fatih Hocam, Muhammed Fatih Hocam, Ömer Hocam, Ender Hocam teşekkür ederiz katkılarınız için. İnşallah seneye de bu kongreyi düzenlersek oraya da bekliyoruz sizi. Diyerek hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Hayırlı akşamlar, iyi çalışmalar diliyorum.
Sizlere de teşekkür ederiz.
Hocam teşekkür ederiz. Bu oturumda bize söz verdiğiniz için, sunumuzu kabul ettiğiniz için. Hayırlı günler diliyorum herkese.
Mukabele hayırlı akşamlar.
Hocalarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi 15 dakikalık bir ara vereceğiz. Thank you so much for everyone for this great session. We'll be having a 15 minutes break, then we'll be right back. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, dear participants of the International Congress on Islamic Economics and Finance 2021. Now we are going to continue on the session 6, which will be, papers will be discussed on Islamic banking. There will be 4 papers. The session will be chaired by Assistant Professor Dr. Isa Ilmaz. So, Professor, are you here?
Hi. Dr. Hakan, can you hear me?
There's something, sorry, there was some echo. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, there was some echo problem just now. I think I fixed it. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hakan. Okay, greetings, everyone. As you all know, this is the session 6, and we will be listening some empirical studies on Islamic banking performance. We have 4 distinguished speakers, I guess. Normally, it should be. Our first speaker is Mohammed Shafai, and he will be talking on new evidence on Islamic and conventional banking efficiency and meta-regression analysis. Dr. Shafai, can you hear us? Are you around? Dr. Shafai?
Hello.
Hi.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes. Okay, welcome to the session.
Thank you.
You have 20 minutes for the presentation, and if there will be any questions, we will allocate around 10 minutes for the questions. So just before presenting your paper, with a couple of words, if you can introduce yourself, that will be great. And the screen is yours now.
Thank you. Can I start?
Yes, of course.
So, thank you. My name is Mohammed Shafai. I am professor at Sfax University in Tunisia. And I am...
Excuse me, Dr. Shafai, could you open your camera, please? Is it possible?
My camera,
yes.
Where? Video?
No, we can't see you now. You're okay. No. Okay, that's great.
Okay. My name is Mohammed Shafai. I am from the University of Sfax in Tunisia, and I am a econometrician in the basis, but I am much more interested on productivity, efficiency, this topic. I started working on banking industry a long time ago, 25 years ago, but in the last 5 years, I was interested on the thematic of the efficiency on bank type Islamic conventional banks. And I have participated 2 times at the ICISEF conference. This is the 3rd time. I would like to thank the organizers for accepting this work. Is it enough for my presentation? I can move now to the paper?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you. So, this paper is try to conduct some meta-analysis in order to find some new evidence. I call that new evidence about the comparison of conventional and Islamic banks. All the meta-analysis is based on the so-called efficiencies as measured by stochastic frontier or non-parametric frontier models. This is the main the main idea of the paper. The aims of these studies are three. First, we will check whether Islamic banks are more or less efficient than conventional banks based on meta-analysis. Let me make some remarks on meta-analysis. Meta-analysis is a statistical methodology which collects all the results published or by researchers in some topics in order to find some evidence whether the conclusions are in favor of some outcomes. It's in such case, it's the regression of regression estimates. Meta-analysis is well known in some area like medicine or biology. It is more and more used in economics, but it is few studies have been used on finance. So the second point, we will employ this statistical technique in order to explain the discrepancy in the results and the conclusions, because if you look to, if you make some, if you look some reference, some research in the topic Islamic conventional banks, you can find the two conclusions. Sometimes it is shown that Islamic banks are more efficient, and some other times the opposite conclusion. So meta-analysis is particularly interesting in order to quantify whether if there is some banks are better than the others. Controller some characteristic. I'll come back to this point later. And finally, why meta-analysis is important? It is to check some the so-called publication selection bias. What does it mean? It means that sometimes some researchers try to publish, to identify some significant results which favor some outcomes. So there is some bias which could be identified by meta-analysis. Meta-analysis, as it is conducted in my research, is not new in banking. For example, the first study goes back to 2010 by Irsova and Havranek, which conducted meta studies for US banks on US banks efficiency using 32 studies. More recently, an Italian guy called Aiello published two papers based on 120 papers published over the period 2000-2014 and conduct the same analysis, but the investigation is much more important, knowing that the papers used are about 100. All those studies focus on the explanation of the heterogeneity of the results, linked basically on the methodology, on the definition of inputs and outputs, and the data structure. No one of those studies have studied the impact of ownership structure or bank type. In all those studies, in those two papers, there is this point has never been checked. So let me, in this speech, resume for those who are not familiar with these frontier these efficiency score based on frontier models. We can regroup them on two categories. The first one, which I call non-behavioral frontier model. Those models, by non-behavioral, that means when you envelope the data, there is no behavioral assumption on the banker, like minimizing cost, maximizing profit. There is no behavioral behind the construction of the frontier. And basically, if you conduct this kind of analysis, you can obtain a kind of efficiency called, the technical word is technical efficiency or X efficiency.
Dr. Shafai, excuse me.
Yeah.
If you prepared a presentation for this conference, you can share it with us. Do you know how to share it? Do you have a presentation for this conference? Because we can't see the presentation. If you know how to share your screen with us.
How to share? I'm sorry. I was looking to my PowerPoint.
I just noticed. There is a
how to share discussion participant.
There is share screen option. There is an option at the bottom, at the middle of the bottom, share screen.
Discussion, security. Yes.
Yes.
It is in French. Share screen.
Share screen.
And now partager. Yeah, share. Okay.
Yeah, great.
I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem.
Is it okay? No.
No. No. If you can just.
I have the message. Leave
No.
No. Connection. Rejoindre la réunion.
No.
He asked me to.
Dear colleagues, if you can help us, or I don't know how to help, but if you just assist us.
I have.
Maybe Dr. Yilmaz, I can help with that if you don't mind.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Monsieur Shafai, there is the icon of PowerPoint on the bottom of your screen. You just can, just click on it.
Yeah.
Double click, we can see your PowerPoint. Yes, thank you.
Is it okay?
Yes, we can see that.
Thank you, Amal.
So I was talking about, do you see my PowerPoint now? Is it okay? You have the PowerPoint, page 4.
Yeah, we have the PowerPoint right now.
Yeah, so I mentioned that when you conduct some efficiency measurement, you have two categories, two groups of methodology. The non-behavioral frontier models, which are used mainly to measure technical efficiency, or you can use behavioral frontier models, which are economic efficiency scores, which are based on some behavioral model like cost minimization, revenue maximization, or profit maximization. So if you look to those differences based on these measures, if you compare Islamic and conventional banks, for example, if you use behavioral models, you can find that Islamic banks are more efficient. And if you look to X efficiency, you can find the opposite conclusion. So there is a diversity on the efficiency measures, which are collected by researchers, and which may explain sometimes if a researcher wants to favor some banking system, he can run different models, and maybe he will show that based on specific measures that one type of bank is more or less efficient. This is the bias. So let me go to based on these measures. How to go to the other, to move to another PowerPoint. I don't know how to.
Dr. Shafai, At the bottom again, you will see just next to this 16. Do you see? There's an arrow, right arrow.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Okay. So thank you. So I will explain. So efficiency can be decomposed on non-behavioral model, X efficiency, and behavioral models. You have two categories, and within each category, you have a diversity of indicators. For example, for X efficiency, you have what we call output orientation, input orientation, mixed orientation. What does it mean? That means, for example, if you conduct X efficiency measure, you compare a bank to a more efficient bank. In the output orientation, that means with the same input, this bank, a more efficient bank, is able to produce much more. With an input orientation, you maintain the level of output, and a more efficient bank is the one which is able to reduce the input in order to reach the frontier. And the mixed orientation, that means the most efficient bank is able to reduce the inputs and at the same time increase the outputs. So even with one type of model, for example, X efficiency, you have three different measures. For behavioral models, you have cost efficiency, you run a frontier on the cost side, on the revenue, or on the profit side. Remind that in the profit side, if a banker is efficient in terms of profit, that means he is efficient in terms of cost and in terms of revenue. So for all these methodologies, you can run both DA models or stochastic frontier models. The difference is the SFA models is obtained by specifying a specific functional form, and you can also introduce noise in the data, while with the DA model, you have no functional form and no error in the models, no random error in the model. So from these comments, you can first identify some heterogeneity in the methodology which could be used. So it is important to run some meta-analysis to control for those methodologies. So for our data collection, we have, it is based on published studies which compare Islamic and conventional banks until September 2019. This is the last published work I have used for this study. This paper has been finished 1 year ago and was submitted in the Bulletin of Economic Research, and now it is just accepted, and there is no possibility now to update. There is some papers which have been published in 2020 and 21, but not included. The collection of these studies, is based on the surveying paper of Abedifar and Hassan and Aliou, and additional source in Science Direct and Economics. I identified quite 50 studies, but I exclude those studies which estimated the frontier based only on Islamic banks, because the idea on meta-analysis is to compare the two banking systems and the efficiency scores. It is well known in the frontier modeling that could not be compared if you run different frontier, one frontier for Islamic banks and one frontier for conventional banks. All those studies based on only one banking system or which run frontier for only one banking system have been excluded. So I conclude with 35 studies which have been retained. This is not a bias. It is the 35 studies which propose estimates based on a common frontier. By common frontier, I mean the efficiency score is obtained by pooling both Islamic and non-Islamic banks. In total, we have 400 84 regression score in these primary studies. Among them, 350 are coming from papers published in indexed journals. So much of these research studies are based on published works. The methodology and the model, excuse me, how much time I have?
You have around 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
if you can.
So the methodology used, the efficiency determinants are divided into 4 groups, which I call, in the meta-analysis, the endogenous variables is the average value of efficiency score reported in the 35 study. Okay, so these discrepancies in the results are explained by some determinants. I can regroup these determinants into 4 groups. What does it mean? The first group is based on the methodology used. Is it a parametric models or a DA models? Is it a profit model, a cost models? Is it input-oriented efficiency model, and so on? So this is called the group 1, include all those variation explained by the specificity of the methodology used by the researcher. The second group include some banks characteristics, input-outputs definition, how inputs and outputs are used in the banking literature. Efficiency banker, there is the intermediation approach or the production approach. So those every researcher which want to investigate this area of research should read some important papers in order to check how to identify input and outputs, and also is off-balance sheet included in the model or not, or the model includes some risk variables or not. These are called the group 2 or bank characteristics. The third group is sample construction. The size of the sample, panel data, are the data deflated or not? Most of the data are in value, in dollars, for example, and sometimes the author use deflated data and sometimes no. And the group 4 is, I call the regional dimension, MENA, GCC, MENA and Asia, or those studies based on one country. These are the 4 groups. Among these 4 groups, I identify 20 potential determinants. 20 potential determinants. That means Y depend on X1 to X20. So you have to check to specify the model. To specify the model, you have the stepwise regression possibility, and you have the Bayesian model averaging, which is more recent methodology. It is much more useful than the stepwise, which about I have 1 million possibilities, 1 combination possible of models, and the Bayesian model averaging identify the most important variables which have been selected for my meta. With respect to the estimation method, I used the fixed effect model to check the sensitivity to the study, the primary study. The meta analysis, before I ran the meta-analysis, I put the 20 variables, Islamic efficiency scores. You have Islamic, which is a dummy variable, 1 for Islamic 0 elsewhere, parametric, non-parametric, cost, profit, meta frontier or no, and something like this. These are the 35 studies. You have 35 studies. You have the authors here, the year of the publication, the period studies, and the number of collected estimates. And you can see here, for example, in some studies, they just propose one score. For example, Azad in 2017 he proposed just one score. That means he just proposed the average efficiency score for Islamic and the average efficiency score for non-Islamic banks. And sometimes you have, like in Badr, this is the most popular paper, he proposed in his paper 28 scores, 28 efficiency scores. So whenever the author publish a table where I can find some efficiency score for Islamic and non-Islamic, I take this information for meta-analysis. This is the efficiency measure, SFA, stochastic frontier, cost, DA model, input orientation, and so on. These are some. This is this table resume my primary studies characteristic. And now, if you took the synthesis of all those studies and you look the average efficiency score of all those studies, and you can find here around 78% efficiency score for non-Islamic, for Islamic banks, 79%, quite 1% difference, but the statistical mean difference is not significant. So overall, there is no, based on all those studies, those primary studies, and those score identified, there is no really, the conclusion is there is no difference, no statistical difference in the reported score of the efficiency scores. Now I conduct some BMA analysis in order to identify among all those variables, the BMA score just identify the most significant variables, and I just collected the most significant variables, and I ran the ordinary least square results. So if you look to these first column number 2 and column number 3, these are the meta-regression analysis. I regress the efficiency score on Islamic and some other characteristic. And if you look, for example, here, this column 2, the dummy variable is significant. Excuse me, I will start by this column 2. If you look to this dummy variable, there is no differences on the efficiency between Islamic and conventional banks if based on those meta-analysis. So, but this column just identify all those meta-analyses which don't provide a comparison, statistical comparison of the distribution between Islamic banks and conventional. Let me resume. If you look on studies, you have tables in the reported study, and the tables, they propose the average efficiency score for Islamic banks, the average efficiency score for non-Islamic banks, and you have another column on those primary studies. Some authors conduct a t-test difference. When they conduct the t-test difference, they compare the distribution of the efficiency score. And sometimes some author just provide the average value, but they don't provide the t-test. And they, this is a suspicion that there is some bias. These authors don't go further in order to statistically provide a conclusion whether one banking system is more efficient than the other. So in this column, in column two, you have the study which reported the t-test, which compared the distribution, and those studies show that Islamic banks are 3.8% less efficient than conventional banks, while those which don't conduct any test, there is no difference. This is a suspicion of some bias in the publication. I move to the summary of my findings. Overall, we cannot see significant differences in the efficiency between Islamic and conventional banks, whatever is the metric of efficiency used, cost, profit, technical efficiency. This is the most important conclusion. Second, we find that with respect to the geographical dummy variables, I find that MENA banking system is much more efficient compared to the GCC and Asia, or GCC and Asia. We find high sensitivity of the efficiency measures to the inputs and outputs definition in the empiric, because you have a diversity on the inputs and the outputs used by authors. Off-balance sheet is important and should be included as an output in any study which try to compare efficient Islamic bank efficiency between Islamic and non-Islamic. Also, Iran should be included in the MENA sample because the dummy for Iran is significant. Some authors sometimes said we don't include Iran because Iran has only Islamic bank system, so should be excluded in the comparison. And this meta-analysis which compare those studies which include Iran and those which exclude Iran, the statistical models conclusion is Iran should be kept in the sample. Another important point, there is some warning from the result of the papers not published in indexed journal. There is some bias with respect to this, to those papers published in non-indexed journal. And also there is some warning from potential bias from study which don't conduct a deep analysis of the efficiency distributions by bank type. And I should, what does it mean? I should encourage the referees and the authors when they compare banking system. If you believe in your conclusion, please conduct a comparison, go further and make the comparison of the statistical distribution, whether one Islamic bank is much efficient, more efficient than the other bank. This is an important point. Other conclusion, there is no need, finally, according to the main conclusion of the paper, no need to separate the sample into Islamic and non-Islamic banks. Overall, there is no, beyond the publication bias side, if you forget this point, there is no need because there is no difference. MENA banks are much more efficient compared to GCC and Asia. Also, the importance of banking and sample characteristic may affect the efficiency measures in any study aiming to compare the two banking systems. So sample characteristic is important. Do you run, I encourage people to use panel data is much better than running frontier model on cross sections. Comparing the efficiency distribution by statistical test is highly recommended. I come back to this point. The meta-regression analysis find evidence that the bank have more difficulties to increase their profit than to reduce the cost or to control their technique. Overall, the conclusion is in MENA or in the GCC, the main problem of the efficiency of bank, it remains on profit efficiency, which include both the cost and the revenue efficiency. Policymakers in the region need to reinforce bank competition in order to improve profit efficiency by, for example, deregulating their market or by allowing more entries. And for the final point is policymaker for the issue of the banking system, which is something very important now in these last years. People's, also policymakers and researchers want to compare the two systems. Those authors, those policymakers should be warned from the experience of one single country. You cannot base your decision because in one country they found that one banking system is more efficient than the other. This is my last point, and I'd like to thank again the organizers and the participants in this session for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shafai. Now we can move to the Q&A session. If there is any question, please do ask your questions to Dr. Shafai.
Yes, Dr. Yilmaz, I have a question, if you would not mind. Fine.
Yes.
Professor Shafai, I have a question about Iran being excluded from the sample for your research. I actually had, I asked the same question for Professor Samir Srairi. I think you know him.
Yes.
And he actually advised me personally also to exclude Iran from the sample in one of my research. But the question actually, do you think that including Iran in the sample would change something in the result, especially that Iran is a big country with a very large banking assets?
Yeah. So I didn't say that Iran should not be included. I just, in my meta-analysis, I compared the studies where in their sample they include Iran in their samples, and others in other studies they mentioned that Iran has been excluded. And when I compare the results of all those studies, the dummy variable for Iran is highly significant, which the conclusion is Iran, if you make some comparison in MENA region, you should include Iran.
Yes, thank you.
So I don't share the Mr. Srairi, who said you exclude. By myself, sometimes when I submit a paper, some referees said you exclude Iran because they have their only one banking system. But the assets of Iran is one of the most important assets in the region. So it is when you compare the efficiency of this kind of banks, even if the country allowed just one banking system, this is the case of Iran, but Sudan is the same case. But very few study include Sudan because Sudan, the asset is very, very low. It's non-significant. But for Iran, from this conclusion, from my conclusion, I think that a good point should be to keep Iran.
Yes, thank you. And only one point about Iran adopting one system, which is the Islamic banking system. But sometimes we can also notice in some paper that there is a sort of an implicit use or application of the interest rate in their banking system. So if we kind of try to evaluate the Iranian banking system from an objective perspective, we will notice that even Iran, it's not adopting a pure Islamic system, I think, in the banking sector at least.
Mm-hmm. I cannot answer this point because, as I said, it is an analysis of all those studies. So when I mentioned Iran, I didn't keep in my sample the studies which run a frontier model on Iran. This is not true. I just kept studies which take some countries and include Iran. That when you construct your frontier model, Iran is in the data set. And Iran represents an element from the construction of the frontier. This is what I compare. I didn't take study which run a frontier model on Iran because all those studies which run a frontier model on only Islamic banks are excluded. I mean, when we talk about Iran, when you have a sample of countries, some authors said, because Iran has only Islamic banks, we exclude them from the frontier model. It is wrong argument based on my meta-analysis.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other question? No? Okay, let me check the chat box. No, there is no question in the chat box. Okay, thank you, Dr. Shafai, for your valuable contributions in this field. So let me move to the second speaker, Rümeysa Bilgin, Dr. Rümeysa Bilgin. She will be presenting on does bank concentration mediate the relationship between Islamic banking sector and economic growth? So the screen is yours, Dr. Bilgin. You have 20 minutes for the presentation. If you can just unmute, please, yourself. You are now muted. Okay.
Now I think you can hear me, and thank you for this opportunity. Now let me just arrange this, and I'm ready.
Okay.
Let me make it this way. Okay. Now in this research, let me first introduce myself. I hope I can be here. Let me introduce myself. I'm an assistant professor from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, and my original area of study is corporate finance. In fact, I'm a conventional finance scholar. This is one of my initial attempts to Islamic finance. So I just think about both of them together in this research. Now, let me start my presentation. It is actually focused on three concepts: bank concentration, Islamic banking sector development, and the economic growth. And I try to understand the relationship between these two and whether there is any relationship between these two. And in this presentation, I will start with some basics of Islamic finance. You know this all, but the current situation of the development of Islamic finance, in fact, I will just show something about this. And then its effect on economic growth in the literature, and then banking sector and economic growth, bank concentration, I'm sorry, and the economic growth relationship will be my second part. And on the last part, I will show you some statistical analysis of the relationship between these three concepts. Let me start with the basics of the Islamic banking around the globe. As you all know, the Islamic finance assets has a high growth rate. Recently, especially in 2019, the growth percentage was 14% according to the estimates of Refinitiv 2020 report, and they are making a high expectation for the future of Islamic finance assets growth. But we know that still, as you know much more better than myself, that it still has a very small percentage when you look at the global financial structure. But it has a high growth rate, we know this. And also the highest percentage of the financial asset distribution belongs to the Islamic banking with 70% according to the 2019 estimate once again. And Sukuk issuances also has some increase, and they also have 20% of the whole assets. But still, when we say Islamic finance, the thing that we all use as synonyms is Islamic banking, because this is the highest percentage among the all Islamic finance industry. And here you can see the five most developed countries in terms of Islamic finance. The development level of Islamic finance is found higher according to this definitive analysis. I mean, Islamic finance development indicators according to these indicators. And as you can see, Malaysia, Indonesia, Bahrain, and United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are the first five. Besides, we also have Jordan, Pakistan, Oman, Kuwait, and Qatar as the remaining 5 of the total first 10 industries by 2020. Countries, I'm sorry, by 2020 in terms of Islamic finance. With this picture in mind, let's think about, I just said that, let's think about the relationship between banking sector development of a country and its economic growth. These two concepts are investigated frequently in conventional finance also, as you all know probably. In the first studies, they just look at this, whether banking sector development is better or the stock market development is better for economic growth. And then they have found out that both this banking sector development and stock market development are helping each other. They are complementary. They are helping each other to increase the economic growth. So the overall financial system should develop to have a higher economic growth, to be a more developed country. And there are so many studies that there's a positive relationship between banking sector development and economic growth. The reason of why there is a relationship like this is the nature of the things. Actually, the banking sector helps us to transfer funds from the savers to the investors in a safe way. It decreasing the transaction cost, decreasing the asymmetric information problems, and also they allocate the capital to the best options, best projects. I mean, the ones with the highest return and the lowest risk. This way, decreasing the advanced selection problem, and also after making this channeling, they also monitor the use of the funds. This way, decreasing the moral hazard problem. So, banking sector is something that should be here for the financial development, for the economic growth as a result of this. And what about the Islamic finance? Why we should think that there should be a positive relationship between Islamic finance, industry, and the economic growth. First of all, you can make other arguments also, but I can make this too. First of all, you know that Islamic banks usually give a high proportion of their loans to real estate and construction projects, and this way expand the capital stock, and this way, especially for developing countries, this is a primary source for economic growth. And secondly, you know that in Muslim countries, there are some religious individuals who prefer not to involve in the conventional banking system. So they just save their funds under the pillow. And Islamic finance can be used, as you know, that can be used to integrate their funds to the financial system. But this way, raising the domestic savings pool. And what about the literature? In the literature, there's always a positive relationship between Islamic banking development and economic growth. As you can see, Mans et al. In 2020 shows that Islamic banking has a nonlinear and positive effect on economic growth, but this effect depends on the development level of economy. And also, Imam and Podar in 2016 says that countries with Islamic banking industries have higher economic growth, and others also support their view, saying that there can be a bidirectional relationship between Islamic banking and economic growth. Both can increase the other, similar to the conventional banking and economic growth. With this part, I'm just finishing the Islamic banking and economic growth relationship. Now I will skip to the bank concentration concept. We can define the bank concentration as the monopolizing the banking sector in such a way that the total assets of a few banks, usually 3 or 5 banks in the banking sector, will be equal to the almost all assets in the banking sector. In recent years, they say that there are some studies that say that in recent years there is a increase in bank concentration. But let me just warn you about this: that the data we can have for the global data we can have for the bank concentration, the nearest one was for 2017, and you know that we are obtaining this from the World Bank data set, and World Bank did not renew their analysis, so they just have 2017 data for the bank concentration. For making this study, I personally tried to collect some bank concentration data for some countries. I can make it for my own country, and also for some countries who I can reach the data, but some others it's not possible. It wasn't possible to collect the bank concentration data. Due to this restriction, usually the studies involving the bank concentration data use this World Bank data, which just covers until 2017. And what is the advantage of bank concentration? in fact, when we have a concentration in the banking sector, banks will have long-term relationship with their customers, firms especially, and this relationship will be based on mutual trust. How this can happen? In fact, when a firm applies for a bank loan, the bank have to investigate whether this firm can pay their debt service on time, in a timely and complete way or not. So this investigation is a transaction cost, and this investigation will increase the borrowing cost for many firms. And if we have large banks, then we can easily use the economies of scale to make this investigation and decrease the transaction cost. Also, we can have long-term relationship with the banks, with the firms. Once we analyze it, we can use it again and again for different operations in this way. Since the small and medium-sized banks usually do not have the same flexibility in using the economies of scale as the large banks, which means large bank means bank concentration, then if we have a high bank concentration in the economy, we will decrease the transaction cost due to asymmetric information, and then we will decrease the cost of borrowing for the firm. So it has some advantages, they say. And a side effect of this bank concentration is the relationship banking, where the bank and the firm will have a long-term relationship, which will really decrease the information asymmetry, because they just know, the bank will know so many things about the bank, about the firm, and then the cost of debt will be very low in this case. But if there's a high competition, then the banks will not enter in any relationship banking. What about the literature? In the literature, usually they found that there's a when you have a high bank concentration, you will have a higher economic growth. There are some studies who report this, and especially if there are some problems with the creditor protection laws or their enforcement. In this case, bank concentration can be useful for this decreasing the information asymmetry and increasing the economic growth in this way. But there are some disadvantages, they say, about the bank concentration. First of all, when we have a high bank concentration, there will be less competition directly. So on this less competition in the supply side may return as high cost of debt to the demand side. And this can then, there will not be enough borrowing, there will not be enough investments, and the economic growth will have a downward pressure from this less competition. And if there are a few banks, then they can just increase the interest rates based on their own advantage without any competition. So when we look at from this side, then small and medium, especially small and medium-sized enterprises may not have bank financing, and there will be a negative effect of economic growth, especially in developing countries, and especially because of this small and medium-sized enterprises not having any bank, enough bank financing. Now, in this part, actually it was part 3, I will just show you what is the results I have about the relationship between Islamic banking sector, bank concentration, and economic growth. I just analyze the effect of bank concentration on the Islamic banking sector, and bank concentration on the economic growth, and Islamic banking sector development on the economic growth. Then I will look at the effects of these two together. When it comes to the data set, I can say that I use 19 countries and I have 7 years. This is the main restriction, main thing that I have uneasy with with my study about the data. I can't find the enough data for all Islamic countries, so for all countries with Islamic financial Islamic banking industries. And as you can see, I have tried different data sources, but the results are not satisfactory for me. So I had to use these 19 countries with full data. In fact, I'm just looking at different data sources, but they are all providing the same data. And when one of the data is missing for one country in one of them, the other one also does not have the same data. And because of this low amount of data, I just use 2 control variables. One of them is inflation. I'm starting with the control variables, by the way. Inflation to understand the overall economic situation of the country. The second one is the banking sector development in terms of both conventional and Islamic together. And my focus variables are Islamic banking sector development and Islamic banking sector competition. My hypothesis, in fact, is about whether the competition in Islamic banking sector eliminates the effect of the development. I mean, if the competition is actually the competition is the reverse of the concentration, bank concentration, you know. So I'm just looking at the bank concentration by looking at the competition. And if the competition is high, then the effect of banking sector development can be given to this, can be eliminated because of the high competition. I'm just looking at this in this way. And dependent variable is the GDP per capita growth in terms of growth. And here you can see the bank concentration, the average bank concentration of sample countries. These are the both conventional and Islamic banks concentration together. But you know, as you know it much more better than myself, that in some countries such as Sudan and Iran, we only have Islamic banking sectors. So this is also the concentration in the Islamic banking sector. And in the second, in here, as you can see, some countries have a high level of banking concentration, high level of bank concentration. And when it comes to the Islamic bank concentration of sample countries, as you can see, Nigeria and Kazakhstan and Oman has the highest concentration with only 1 and 2 also Brunei Islamic banks. On the other hand, Sudan has 37 Islamic banks, which is very high comparing to the rest of the list. As I said before, Sudan and Iran has more than 30 banks due to they're using only Islamic banking. Now, what is the model I'm using? The econometric model I'm using is the multi-level model. Random intercept model or random coefficient model is a more advanced version of this one, is also called in econometrics, or HLM, hierarchical linear modeling, is also called the same approach, actually, with small differences. In this method, multi-level modeling, I will be able to analyze this panel data with the country effects and the time effects separately. I will just look at the percentage of the variation because of the country, the percentage of variation because of the time separately. Because of this, I prefer this model, and it is suitable for highly unbalanced models. In fact, my initial model was unbalanced, but I changed it to the balanced one. Now I'm using an almost balanced one. And especially it is robust to cross-sectional dependency. So I will use multi-level modeling in this study. And here I have 2 models for my results. The first one is called variance components model. In this model, we are just looking at the variance components. I mean, how the percentage of variance, or the part of the variance that is because of the country, the part of the variance that is because of the time factors in the panel data. In fact, this multi-level modeling, as you can understand from the name, can have more than 2 levels, but in this study, I have only 2 levels. I just think about increasing the levels, but you know, I only have a restricted data set, so the levels cannot be higher. Now, as you can see here, the Y is the dependent variable. In our example, it is the GDP per capita growth, and this one is called the grand mean of the regression, which is some kind of a mean for all countries. Then this is called the country error term, which means that when you add this country error term for a specific country to this grand mean, you will estimate the constant term for a specific country. It is something like this. And the last one is called the time level error. As you can see, these errors are assumed to be normally distributed between 0 and the constant variance as usual. And the random intercept model in the second version. In the second version, we add the independent variables matrix to the model. As you can see here, this one is the independent variables matrix for all of them from, M variables. For in my model, we have 4 variables for this model, and the rest is same. Now, the results of the first one, variance components models. As you can see here, it is not easy to read these results from just looking at the variance components, but we can look at the inter-class correlation coefficients, and we can see that, by the way, we can see that 37% of the variation in the growth depends on the country level factors, and 63 of them depends on the time factors, it seems, based on this model. And the second, this is just an initial analysis, and let's look at the second model. This is called the random intercept model, as I said before, and in this model, I have 3 different runs. In the first one, I use the, as you know, the dependent variable is the growth per capita, and the independent variables are the, for the first model, I'm using the Islamic banking sector development and Islamic inflation and the banking sector development. These are control variables. This one is the focus variable, and as you can see, the focus variable has a 5% significance. 2 stars are for 5% significance and a positive effect. I can say that there's a positive effect in the of banking sector development on the growth as expected. By the way, let me explain one thing more about the random intercept model. We use the maximum likelihood method to solve this equation using the random intercept model, and you know that it is an asymptotic approach, so we need more data. I know I have only 19 countries in the second level. The second level observations are the most important for the random intercept model. The size must, the asymptotic part should be in the second level, 19 countries. But the point is that in the literature, they say that if you use the robust and the non-robust, if you make the same estimate with robust and non-robust standard errors, and if there's no change in between these two, not a big change between these two model results, then you can still use it with a small sample. It can still have some, you can still rely on your coefficient and standard error estimates. When I did this, when I just used this approach, I found out that this seems to be robust. But as I said before, I need to increase the sample size. I know it. And the second part, as you can see in the second model, instead of Islamic banking sector development, I use the Islamic banking sector competition. And as you can see, there is a positive effect of competition on the economic growth. It means that there's a negative effect of the concentration on the economic growth in the Islamic countries. Banking sector concentration. And in the last part, I just look at the effect of these two together. And as you can see, when I include the banking sector development in the model 2, the significance of the model, the significance of the banking sector competition is vanished. And it means that, in fact, banking sector concentration or banking sector competition, you can use both of them actually, does not have an effect on this relationship, but the reverse is correct. I mean, banking sector development will eliminate the effect of the banking sector competition. Now, as I said before, this is one of my initial attempts to Islamic finance. And I will conclude at this point. I thank you for, I just explained these conclusions. I thank you for listening my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bilgin. It was a very stimulating presentation, I guess. Any question that you need to ask? Okay, Dr. Shafai.
I'd like to thank Rubaisa for his excellent presentation. The idea of the paper is very interesting, very interesting. Look at the Islamic bank concentration and its impact on growth in the countries. But I wonder whether the time period used, the panel data used, is very short, really. You have 7 years to identify some long-term, short-term impact. If you like, if you look growth models, generally they estimate a dynamic model, which is more interesting to identify this impact. This is my first point. The second point, I don't know, I should read the paper, how Islamic bank competition has been measured. I saw a table CR3, CR5. I wonder, for example, I saw that the CR3, the assets of the 3 most important banks in the sample, in Tunisia, 37%, and C5, the 5 most important, 55%, very low for Tunisia. The rate, the CR3, CR4, if you take all the operators in the banking system in Tunisia, CR3 is much more than 50%, and CR5, I think 80%. There is a bias in your estimates of CR3 for Tunisia, but I think maybe there is some bias elsewhere. CR3 or CR5, like the Erfandals, have identified some concentration of the aggregate level of concentration in all the country, and it has a meaning only if you don't forget any operators in the banking system. For example, in Tunisia, we have 18 banks. I wonder whether your sample include 18 banks. I saw, for example, you have no Islamic banks in Tunisia, while we have 2. We have 2 banks, Islamic banks in Tunisia. So when you forget, when there is systematic bias, I recommend that you use much for this idea of the link between concentration and the growth. I suggest that you estimate some bank-specific concentration, like the learner index. You estimate a learner index specific to each country, and then you take the average learner index for Islamic banks and the learner index for non-Islamic banks, and you include it in your model. I suggest you to use a dynamic model, and your conclusion and the outcome of your paper should be much more important. Thank you again for your paper and your presentation.
Thank you. Hocam, Yılmaz Hocam, can I answer it?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. I really thank you for your comments and suggestions. They are very valuable for me. And I just try to take notes of this. I hope I can have all of them. If I forget something, please let me know it. First of all, let's discuss the dynamic model points. In fact, I just try to system GMM for this one, and the instrumental variables are not meaningful for this one. So I think that it is not suitable. You know, system GMM is also very, how can I say it? But it's very, actually system GMM needs an asymptotic estimator, just like this multi-level model, a maximum likelihood estimator. But system GMM is much less robust to small samples. So I can't use it with the small sample. When it comes to the small...
Sorry, can I interrupt? I think what you can do is to increase sample. So for increasing sample, maybe you have problem in terms of the variable limitation, but what you can do is you mentioned that you have unbalanced data. For that, you can take 3-year average or 4-year average. For example, if your data is from 2000 to 2020, what you can do is to take average of each 3 years. And then the problem of missing, or you can say unbalanced data for some years can be covered. And then you can apply system JMM. As you mentioned that some of your variable is also the dependency is there. So maybe the past year is impacting present year and maybe future. So for that, I think you can use this instrumental variable GMM, sorry, instrumental models like JMM. And then I think the problem can be covered in this way. Second comment, second comment regarding you mentioned about Afghanistan that they have a zero Islamic bank. I think maybe you are not aware, or maybe the data is old, because in 2020, one conventional bank has been converted into Islamic, and nowadays they have 10% Islamic finance because of this one bank, which is called Islamic Bank of Afghanistan. So they have one Islamic bank. So just to correct your data. Second, regarding your variables, you have two variables. One is banking sector development, another is Islamic banking sector development. I'm worried that the banking sector development, Islamic banking sector is also there in banking sector, or you have isolated or segregated the data? This is my question.
Okay, thank you. But first of all, let me just answer Dr. Shafi, and then I will return to you. Thank you for your comments and questions. Now, let me just continue with this one. When it comes to the tables that you are saying that this may not reflect the correct, in fact, correct knowledge about this bank concentration. In fact, these are the, I made some, I didn't mention everything in the presentation, I think. In this one, in these tables, in fact, I'm just using the aggregate values of these years, all these panel years. So because of this, the results may not be what you are expecting, but the aggregate values are this in the tables. And I'm just taking all this, as I said before, from the World Bank data, and I try to make it myself actually for the 2008 to 2020, I want to estimate the bank concentration for myself, but I can't manage it for the countries. For some countries, I did it because I can find the data, but for the remaining parts, I can't make it. So I use the World Bank data set, and it is between these 2 years. On the other hand, the problem is that for the World Bank data set, I have this data, but it's an unbalanced data. We just have so many missing values, and for the countries which usually have the Islamic finance are developing countries, and they don't have data for all of them. For the other resources I use, still I can't use all countries. I should eliminate some of the countries. Tunis is one of them. I had to eliminate it. I'm just saying that I can't include all the countries which have Islamic finance because I don't have enough data for this one. So it's in fact the method I'm using, just eliminating some of them when I just try to put them with this unbalanced version. Because of this, I have to eliminate this. I forget how to explain how I measure the Islamic bank competition and Islamic bank development data. I just forget it. Now let me just clarify this one. For the Islamic banking development, I use the ln natural logarithm of the total Islamic bank assets for the country. And for the competition, I use the number of banks operating. I know that it is just a proxy of the exact concentration, but I can't estimate the banks itself total assets for all of them. So I make an assumption that if there's 37 banks in a country, then we can say that there's a high competition than one bank in a country. So I make this assumption and I use it for the thing. I hope I've explained everything, or if there anything else that I should say?
Excuse me, I come back to C3, C5. Is it the three largest share of the most important banks?
Yes, World Bank data. It is right. From the World Bank average for the sample years. The three.
Yeah, I understand. I wonder you that C3, if you don't identify all the operators, all the banks with their market share, this share would be misleading. You know, I saw, for example, for Tunisia, I know the Tunisian data very well, and so you underestimate.
Okay, I will just check it later because I will just look at the World Bank data once more. Maybe they are making a mistake, or maybe it's from the 2017.
Excuse me. I suggest you, instead of using C3, C5, you estimate the learner based on banking data for all those countries, and you take the average learner for Islamic banks and the average learner for non-Islamic banks, and in that way you will get a very precise measure of concentration in each country, which will help you in your move.
Yes, you are right. But when it comes to learner index, still I don't have enough data. Data is the main problem. In fact, I just tried to calculate it. One indicator, I just tried it, but the data is not available. This is the main problem.
Okay, excuse me, Dr. Bilgin. Thank you again. You know, as time is an issue.
Okay, yes, I know.
Do you want to reply?
I would like to, but honestly, I need him to repeat it.
Okay, no problem. I don't think that we can repeat the question again because we don't have time. Let me just introduce our third speaker. And thank you again, Dr. Bilgin, by the way. I'm not sure if our third speaker, Abdul Malik Said, is here. Dr. Said, are you around? I couldn't see your name on the participants list, so I'm afraid he's not here. Okay, anyway. Our fourth speaker, the last speaker, Dr. Mariam Abdul Hay. Are you around, Dr. Mariam? Okay. Could you unmute yourself, please? We can't hear you. There's a voice problem, I think. No, we can't hear you.
Sorry, Dr. Mariam, you are mute. You need to unmute yourself.
Unmuted right now, but there is another problem, I guess, because she's not muted. Dr. Mariam. Now, could you unmute right now? Because it's now muted. No. So, colleagues, what do you advise us? Is there any other way to tackle with this problem?
I think there is a problem with her audio. When she entered the Zoom, she did not agree on the request of the Zoom to join the meeting with her audio, maybe.
Probably.
Yes.
Can you please check your microphone?
No, it's not with her microphone, Hojam. Can you leave the meeting and re-enter again, Dr. Mariam?
Dr. Maria? Do you hear me? No. No, we can't hear you again.
I think she will try to leave the session and try again. She left already, so we just need for a few minutes.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, Dr. Maria.
Tamam, I'm
Could you
sorry
turn
for
on
this.
your camera?
That's what I'm.
Okay, no problem.
hear me?
Yes, you shared your screen right now. We can see your
can see me, but
presentation. No, if you have
but
internet
you
connection
can't see me.
problem,
Okay.
you don't have to. Okay.
Yes, it's now.
Yes.
Tamam.
Yes, you
It's
can.
okay
You can
now.
start. You can start right now.
Tamam. Tamam. First, Assalamu alaikum for all of us. I will introduce myself. I am Mariam Rustom. I'm from Aleppo, from Syria. I am a PhD holder in Islamic and finance from Aleppo University. I have been lecturing in Aleppo University for 3 years. And then afterward, I came here to Turkey in Gaziantep, and now I'm working in an humanitarian organization. Tamam. My presentation title is Performance Evaluation of Islamic Banks Using Balanced Scorecard and Applied Study on Islamic Saudi Banks. First, I will start with the problems and goals of my study. In the light of the challenges that Islamic banks facing in the world and the huge development in the field of information technology, it has been necessary to evaluate the performance of Islamic banks using modern tools of performance evaluation, because it is no longer useful to rely on traditional tools that mostly depends on only financial results and ignore the non-financial aspects such as the customer satisfaction, the quality of operation, and the basic which are the basic for success in the long term. So therefore, in this paper, I aim to highlight one of the modern tools using in performance evaluation, which is the balanced scorecard, as this model combines financial and non-financial aspects in performance evaluation process. Now I will start with the history of balanced scorecard. Balanced scorecard, as we see in this figure, was developed with Dr. Robert Kaplan and David Norton in the Harvard University in 1990s. Then in 1993, it was putting in, they put the balanced scorecard to work. And then in 1996, they began to use balanced scorecard as a strategic management system. Then currently, balanced scorecard is used in the world successful companies. So now I will define the balanced scorecard. What is the balanced scorecard? The balanced scorecard was defined with the Kaplan and Norton as a performance evaluation system that provides management at the senior management level with a quick but comprehensive picture of performance, taking into account internal process, customer satisfaction, learning and growth activities, as well as the financial performance. So now I can we can sorry for this. Now we can know the dimensions of, from the definition, we can conclude the dimensions of the balanced scorecard. There are 4 basic dimensions of a balanced scorecard as the following: financial dimension, customer dimension, internal dimensions, and innovation dimensions. To understand these dimensions, we can go to this figure. What does this dimension means? These dimensions helps the organization to answer four basic questions, which are, for financial dimensions, we can answer the question, how do we appear to the shareholders? For the customer, we can, for the customer dimension, we can answer that question of how we do appear, how can the customer see us. For the internal dimension, answer the question, at what process should we excel? In the innovation dimension, we can answer the question, what should we learn to grow and prosper? This was the basic dimension of a balanced scorecard. But in my paper, when I wanted to apply the balanced scorecard to evaluation the Islamic Saudi banks, I take into consideration the nature of the Islamic banks, because as you know, the principle of Islamic banks is totally different from that of traditional banks. Achieving profit in Islamic banks is basic, but not enough goal. Islamic banks must have a major role in economic development and not focus their attention on achieving high profit and ignore the basic objective behind the appearance of the idea of Islamic banks. So the contribution to the economic development must be one of the goals of Islamic banks. So in my paper, I suggest a fifth dimensions to the balanced scorecard, which is the economic dimension. This dimension answer the question of what are the programs, the policies, and the activities that seek to improve the quality of life for community. After that, in this paper, I made a model for evaluating the Islamic banks in Saudi Arabia as the following. For financial dimension, I suggest two indicators, which are the return on equity and the return on assets. For the customer dimension, I suggest the growth of financing activity and the growth of the deposits. For internal dimension, I suggest the growth of investment activities and the rate of investing deposits. For the innovation dimension, I suggest the growth of the training hours, employee productivity. And then for evaluating the economic perspective, I suggest the two indicators are the following. The small medium enterprise financing rate and to total deposits. Then after that, I applied this model in the Saudi Islamic banks for 5 years, from 2016 to 2020, and then I get these results. The results of application of the indicators related to the financial perspective. In the figure, we can see the result of the financial perspective. The return on equity, which represented with the blue columns, with the blue columns, we see that there was an increase and the growth in equity. We can see that in 2020 there was a decrease in the indicators related to the financial perspective. That's because of the replication of virus corona, which negatively affect the Saudi economy in general and the Saudi banking sector in particular, and cause not only to decrease the indicators related to financial perspective, but it caused, as we can see later, all the indicators for the other perspective also was negatively impacted because the virus of corona. So in my study, I will focus in this 4 year. So we can say for the financial perspective, it was able to achieve a good profit rates during the study period, and therefore they have a good performance in terms of financial perspective. Result of the application of indicator related to the customer perspective. After applying the indicators related to the customer, we can see that this figure, in this figure, we can see that the total deposits represented with the blue columns was in there was a slight decrease in the 2017, but in general we can see that there was a increase in the total deposits. On the other hand, for the activity of financing, there was also a little bit decreasing here, and then there was increasing for the rest of the increasing in the rest of the study period. Generally, we can say that the Saudi Islamic banks have been able to gain the trust and the loyalty of the customer, and therefore they have a good performance in the terms of customer dimensions. Then the result of the application related to the internal business perspective. When we get this results, the blue columns represent the growth in the investments. We see that there was a growth. Then, in generally, we can see there was growth. Here there was a little bit decrease, but generally there was a growth in the especially in 2019 in the investment growth. And the other indicator, which was the return on the investment of the deposits, also was there was an increase in the all period study. We can see, so we can say that there was the Saudi Islamic banks have efficiency in the operation, and therefore they have a good performance in the terms of the diminutions of internal operation. Now, the result of the application of indicators related to the learning and growth. These two figures, first figure shows the productivity of the employee in Saudi Islamic banks. We can see that there was an increase and growth in the productivity of the employee. In the second figure, we can see there was it represents the growth of the employee, the training hours of the employee. We can see there was a decrease in 2017, but then there was an increase in the hours of training for the employee in the Saudi Islamic banks. So we can say that the Saudi Islamic banks pay attention to the developing in the capacity and skills of their employee, and therefore they perform well in terms of learning and growth. Finally, is the result of the application of indicator related to the economic perspective. We can see first the blue columns represent the investment and the saving account to comparing to the total deposits. We see there was increase. Also, there was increase in the deposit, in the account, and the investing and saving account to total deposit, but as we not exceed the 36.6 and the maximum, the maximum was 36.6%, and this percentage is little and small, and means that most of the deposits in the Saudi Islamic banks is short-term deposits. But on the other hand, we can see that the Saudi Islamic banks contribute to the financing small and small and medium enterprising, because we see there was an increase in the financing granted to this, given to this enterprising. So we can say that there was the Saudi Islamic Bank should pay more attention to their development rule, and therefore they have an acceptable performance in the term of the economic perspective. Finally, conclusion, my study was finally, in my paper, I recommend the need for the Islamic banks to give importance to the performance evaluation process by relying on modern methods of evaluation, which one of them is the balance scorecard, with the need to take into account the nature and objectives of Islamic banks and their rules in supporting the process of economic development in society. Also, I recommend the necessity of include the results of the evaluation in the annual reports of banks, thus ensuring high degree of transparency and disclosure. And thank you for your, I think.
Okay, Dr. Mariam, okay, thank you for your presentation. Yes, I know most of you are tired, get tired. If you have questions, please do ask your questions to Dr. Mariam. Otherwise, we can end the session. Okay, no question, I guess. Dr. Emel, colleague, dear colleague Emel.
Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Yilmaz for guiding this session. Also, I would like to thank our respected presenters for their quite remarkable contribution and intervention.